Hello. Sorry, I am unready, obviously, and we are running a little bit late, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and get started on the watch party. But yeah, hopefully we have some excitement today watching the Rainbow Six Mobile Tourney Creator Showdown for the first time. And I'm probably going to be doing my makeup throughout, so we'll have a little bit of multitasking going on. But first and foremost, I would like to thank Ubisoft and Rainbow Six Mobile for all the sponsored streams, sponsored content this last period. I hope you guys have enjoyed watching it throughout. And also, if I could get a R6M command pinned in the chat by a mod, I would really appreciate it. But yeah, and I'm really excited to actually see what professional play. I mean, well, this is apparently a creator showdown, but I'm assuming that a lot of these creators that are within the Rainbow Six mobile creator like space are probably well versed in the game, much more well versed than I. So I'm sure the level of gameplay that we're about to witness today is a lot higher than what you guys have been seeing on my end. So yeah. Okay, but hopefully we have some fun today. I have a lot of other things planned as well, but obviously during the sponsor portion, I can't really allude to them. So yeah, just stay tuned. Today is going to be a long stream in general. Yay! And I just rushed to get my coffee, so there's that as well. Okay, let me start projecting. Oh, is it not working? Oh, there we go. Yippee. Okie dokie. I love Rainbow Six mobile games and long streams. Well, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. Let me, sorry,
At pretty high level.
unmute.
Vague, also a difference maker for this
Let me know
roster.
whether the
Actually, a
volume
former
is
pro
good.
in some other mobile games and has
Hi,
been
Mom.
loving
What's
Rainbow
up?
Six Mobile recently, from what I can tell from the streams. And then also joined by the likes of I'm Ow and Taro.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit odd actually casting my own name. I don't think I've ever talked about somebody whose name is Parker. That's my birth name as well. Now, granted, I don't think that's a real photo of them. It looks a little Pixarified, but I mean, if you've got former pros on this team and you've got experience here,
Former
you're
pros
gonna
on
be
this
you're gonna be in
team.
good shape going up against your opponents in all these bomb rush matches.
I totally agree. Well, folks, those are our 5 teams. Those are our 25 creators.
Okay,
and it is going to be a
let
win race
me-
in quick play like we
Okay, apparently it's a win race in
of the
quick
game.
play.
I gotta remind you, Rainbow Six Mobile is out right now, and it's free to play. Go get it on the iOS or Android Google Play Store.
It is
Go
free to
download
play.
it for free.
It is
right
available
now.
to
You can go
download
the
via
QR code
iOS
right here. You can
and
scan this if you're on
Google
mobile.
Play
You can
Store.
screenshot my
So
face.
make sure
there you go,
to use
and the
my
QR code.
link,
Then you'll be able to click
not
that
this
QR code.
QR
And obviously, if
code.
you're on
Just
PC,
kidding.
just
Whatever's
scan that,
most
take you right
convenient
to
for
the
you
App Store.
guys.
Just head to the App Store.
Yeah, but let me really quickly just greet you guys. Hi Necron, hi Fatui, hi Motor, hi Cosmic Carp, hello Druziago, hi Yvonne, hello Non-Creative, hi JJ, hello Inadept, hi Fred Bob. Good afternoon, Miss Nikki. Thank you, Miss Yvonne, for the 40 stream streak. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And thank you, Fatui, for your 10 stream streak. Thank you, Peko, for the 15 stream streak. OMG, I love Rainbow Six mobile games and long streams. Let's go. Yummy. Hi, Dogma. Hello, Finesse God. Hi, Onyx. Hi, Mono. Hello, Spartan. Hi, Squishy. Thank you, Zero Ditto, for the sub. Please make sure to share your Twitch notif so I can more properly thank you, by the way. Hi, Rabbit. Uh, bu- 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 bu. Did I say hi to you, Ma? I think I did, but yeah. Oh, and then you can also get 10 golden bullets, which are like the 10 like gotcha packs or whatever. So actually, this is good. So make sure to my camera's covering it. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, you could go back in the twitch.tv/Ubisoft VOD to get the codes. GG's. Oh.
They are in it to win it, and it is chaos as we hear all the different voices at the same time. For people who are familiar with Rainbow Six, you're not going to look at Rainbow
Their
Six Mobile
movements
and
are so much
see
cleaner
anything a
than
little
mine. What the
different.
hell?
It's the same game. It's most of the same
Is this guy
maps.
playing
There are
on
a couple
controller? It
exclusive
doesn't
maps for
seem
Rainbow
like
Six Mobile
it.
that are not in Rainbow Six Siege. So do keep your eye
Oh,
out
they
on
have,
that. And
like-
I'm not sure if we're actually going to see those maps today. I think it really just comes down to luck of the
They
draw.
have their
You're correct me if
controls
I'm
in
wrong.
different
I think
places.
that's right.
I'm
It'll kind of come
thinking.
down to. I
Yeah.
assume we'll see most of our maps today, if not all of them. But you never know when it comes to play quick
Ooh.
play, and obviously an early start here for all of our teams. Now, again, to
Ooh.
kick things off, we're moving pretty fast because
Hi,
we are
Generic.
playing
What's
quick
up?
play bomb rush. What that means, folks, it's a best of 3 essentially. You are trying to get 2 wins. That's it. If you get your 2 wins, boom, you're done. You win on defense, then attack, or vice versa. You are done moving into the next lobby.
Yeah, I mean, rush being the key word here. So imagine what you come to
Wow.
know with the way that this game
What a
works in
headshot.
traditional or core
Okay, I think
Rainbow
this
Six,
guy's
and instead
controller,
it's
'cause
a
I see
fast
the
one. So rounds could be
Y.
3 minutes apiece, or they could be much quicker, depending on the way that the attackers in particular handle this. As just like with
At the
everything
bottom.
Rainbow Six, the attackers will be the ones setting the pace. They have to bring the case in and plant
Oh
it
yeah,
next
these
to
guys
one of the
probably
bombs, as you
are
can see
really
there.
aware of like
Pretty typical
wall
stuff, and a
bangs and all
flawless
that,
win to start
right?
with for,
Flawless win. That
for
means
Ghost
that they
Hunters.
got all
Easy
5
peasy.
without
Dab
losing a
says, "Give
single
me a
one of
challenge, man."
theirs. Jeez.
Now, we're going to see these wins pretty quickly, especially at the beginning of the broadcast. I expect that the games will actually get harder as we get deeper into the show. And since we're kind of setting the tone here in Taro, I think it is probably worth mentioning, too, kind of how the defense works and the attack. I know you briefly talked about
Hi,
it there,
Fabrice.
of making sure you're
What's
planting
up?
the
Okay.
diffuser, etc.
I'm going to.
But on the
keep standing
defensive
away
side,
from my
kind of what's the
chair
game
is
plan?
because I'm
What's kind of the
gathering
number
my
one thing you need to pay
makeup
attention
so
to?
that
Well, I mean,
you don't have
utility
to
is going to be the name of the game
appear
here,
so ugly
and
in
for the
front of
most
you
part,
guys
it'll
for
be
much longer.
information. Now, it really does come down to the operators that are available, because you don't have the full operator lineup in Rainbow Six Mobile that you do in the traditional core Rainbow Six Siege games, so only certain operators are being brought, and they all do have a different look. If you look in the top left corner of your screen, you're going to see that there is a Valkyrie present. Valkyrie, of course, brings those cameras that can be thrown about the map and will give you information. The attackers have drones to gain info. For the defenders, you're going to look for any type of camera, and intel is ultimately what's going to win you the game. Right now, it looks like from this Nighthaven team that they're just roaming around the map, trying to get kills before the attackers can get in. That is a viable strategy, especially in a more casual game mode. Again, if we suspect that the game is going to get harder the longer it goes on, I don't think they're going to be playing as willy-nilly as they are, because you can be punished pretty effectively by attackers here, just as you saw right there on your screen.
Great timing. We love a little cancer curse already, even in the explanation. That was a great.
They're
breakdown.
outside the building, Coach.
Yeah.
Like, look
Yeah,
at this. Like,
yeah.
Parker the Slayer is just outside of the building. Defenders are supposed to be indoors, not outdoors. They're like house cats, okay? Keep them inside.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And again, folks, 3 hours on the clock, and we'll kind of do some listen-ins as we get into it. But to continue to explain a bit, I think there's probably a lot of mobile fans out there that are... By the way, I can't get behind the... I'm sure some of you could probably hear this behind my voice. Parker is already excited about him being the kill leader on his team. We just got started. I mean, this is the type of energy we needed.
Actually winning in the Rainbow Six Creator Tournament right now.
Yeah.
I think I actually have the highest KD.
Hey, they're second floor.
I can't get over the filter, man. I'm sorry. I am 35 years old. I cannot.
Second floor.
I look at it, I'm like, man, I am about to turn into dust. Yeah. But I mean, hey, he's leading in kills. That's something to be very proud of. And the other thing too is that side swap happen after every round. Traditional Rainbow Six, you're expecting it to play on a certain side over and over and over again. Not the case here. You defend one round, then you go to attack, or you go to attack and then defense. So
Wow, wait. Okay, what?
that's not good.
I was shooting my gun, but all right.
Looks like the opponents are
Hi, Captain
roaming pretty quickly as well.
Cyberspace. Hi, Ballsy.
I think a fun, kind of unique
Hello,
thing too,
Dust.
if
What's
folks
up, you
aren't
guys? Can you imagine
super
getting
familiar,
home
if you're a
from
big
work
mobile
and
fan,
playing,
as I
and
was
then
saying
you get
before,
queued against these
and you're not familiar
guys?
with Rainbow Six Mobile, is
Maybe
one of the
just major
unique factors about this
carnage.
game and why it's so
Me being the
strategic at
victim,
times. It is
obviously.
no matter what gun you're using, no
Hi,
matter
Delude.
what
What's up?
anything about your character, essentially, it is a one-shot headshot in Taro, and that is a totally different gameplay loop than a lot of other titles.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously for shotguns, that multiplier doesn't exist, but all you got to do is just hit him in the head. And, you know, there's an old adage that said
It's
in
a
game
one-shot
where, you know, 5
headshot.
bullets is all it takes to win a round. You just got to click 5 times and that's it. But
Any
it's not just all
other
about
than shotguns?
kills. You also
we
have
rooting
that
for anyone in
diffuser, which in
specific?
Bomb Rush,
No.
everybody has the case as far as I can
Not
remember.
rooting
And you
for
just walk
anyone
into the bomb site.
specifically.
This is our first non-villa that we're seeing now.
I don't
Garrett.
know
This is Clubhouse.
anybody
This is
in
one of the
Rainbow
oldest
Six
maps in the
Siege
game,
or
albeit
any
with a
team slash
different
org.
set of skins on the walls and different decor, but another relatively classic map here in Siege, a very big
I
map.
guess some
and
of
lots
these
of
guys are
opportunities to
also
roam,
not
which is what we seem to see
American
here.
or Canadian or whatever, because I just saw like a game in whoa, dude, they're so quick with snapping to the drones. Like, oh,
Seems
crotch
like we're
shot.
Still playing pretty aggressive.
Got the
here.
elimination.
But you know, another big factor of Rainbow Six Mobile, and
Ooh,
ooh,
I thought
unfortunately-
that would have been a
Loses the
headshot.
gunfight
I
there,
ain't
missing
gonna
that.
lie.
I think should have had that one.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah.
The other big thing about this game that is super important, you can tell the players are locked in, is because the audio. The audio cues are so important in this time.
Dude, the little
Bigger
guy
than the
crouching
actual
by the
regular
window,
PC
such a
version
rat.
of this game, and we're going to be comparing it a lot because I suspect many people that watch this are playing Rainbow Six Siege. It is, you know, one of
Hi,
Ubisoft's most popular
Sadie.
titles,
What's
one of the
up?
most popular esports, and one of the most popular FPS games on the market. So we'll use it as a launching point just for comparisons, even though mobile is, of course, its own thing. If you
That
are
guy
not
is-
listening and communicating in Rainbow Six, be it on mobile or on PC or console,
Oh, I've
you
never
are
seen this
ultimately
map before.
losing. As I said when we were watching gameplay about
Construction?
10 minutes ago, Intel is the name of the game. So if you're not listening for footsteps, if you're not listening that, you know, things are breaking, everything in this game has a very distinct sound. Ubisoft's sound
Yeah,
design
today is a watch
is
party
quite good. And
day.
because of that, it allows you to gain so much information just from the experience that comes with knowing what the sound of a broken wall or a broken door or anything like that sounds like.
my shirt open, you guys.
Great breakdown.
Stretching
see our
on the
drone
neckline
usage to
'cause
start
it's a
things
little
off.
too tight for me.
Trying to get that very important intel.
I also
But
don't
by
think
the
I
way,
could rip a shirt
Intero,
open,
the-
even if I
the
really wanted
drones
to. I
are
don't think
one
I
of my
have the
favorite parts of this
muscular-
game
the
for many reasons.
hand
One of the
hand
reasons
and
is
arm
it makes me
strength
feel like I'm
quite
in
yet.
like some sort of like kid's story where I'm like a toy running around at the bottom of the floor, and I'm like, oh, I see people's feet, and now I'm hiding under a chair because you can shoot those drones too, right? You can take down the drones, and you're able to take down some of the attackers' intel.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to disconnect the thought of being in a child's story with violent murder and explosions that are happening. I mean, you've witnessed some really
Oh!
bad things
Oh,
here.
that was
One
really
of the
bad
things that most
timing.
newer players to Rainbow Six will grapple with is learning the maps. On mobile or on PC console, it does not matter. If you don't know the way that the maps function, you can feel relatively confident in how you're entering and how you're entering the building. But there's many doorways and many hallways that you need to watch out for that you might just not know exists. And I think that's exactly what just happened there. They got swung from kitchen. Everything looks to be pretty standard with this execute up towards the top floor, at least that we're seeing from Cappy, as he walks up, gets killed by a nitro cell. Again, this is Siege. This happens. The nitro cell, though, another very distinct sound. When operators rip the Velcro, it makes a noise. When it's thrown, it makes a noise. And before it
What's a
detonates, it makes a
nitro
noise. So
cell?
if you're not listening,
Do
you might miss
guys
those
know?
cues.
2 on red ping.
1 minute left. No pressure.
Oh my god, these three are just like.
Zap, zap.
They are running out of time here. Only a minute left. Again, bomb
C4
rush
props?
means get
Oh.
inside the site, but attackers don't always have it easy.
Correct.
This is also the first time we're seeing one of the teams potentially
Oh.
lose a full map.
We've got eyes on a hostile.
What the?
One friendly
What
remaining.
the? Oh.
All friendly.
But it doesn't matter what team we're watching.
What
They love
the-
jumping out windows. And I mean,
what
if you're
the-
playing this game mode, it is a quick game mode. Again, rush is in the name. You're going to want to be hopping out.
That's
Is this
a little
Summit? Is this one of the new
alarming.
maps? Yes, it is. It looks like it is
Like
Summit.
Pixar
So this is a
fried
Rainbow
face
Six
on top
mobile
of your actual
only map. It is
face.
not in Rainbow Six Siege. So this is the first time that if
It's
you
a
haven't
little
played Rainbow
scary.
Six
Oh,
mobile,
this
we're
guy
actually gonna get
though,
to see this.
his setup is like the phone with
I got him,
the
bro.
I fear I cannot be an expert on
like,
this map
phone
because
controls?
it's
Like
not.
the-
good.
You know what I'm
it's a
talking
beautiful
about?
map, though. I love the aesthetic and the skins that they use for the actual walls and terrain around it. I like adding the snow.
What
into
character
it,
is the one
a
on
nice
the
easy win
banner on the
because
left?
yet
Do you
again
guys
opponents
know?
are roaming. I guess
Well,
this is the nature
now
of
I'm
quick play.
blocking it,
You know,
so-
bomb rush, sure,
But it's not
It's
Pokopia, I
not
don't
looking like we're
think.
really rushing the bomb to put down the diffuser. It's more about
Hey,
rushing to
Bala.
kill our opponents as fast as humanly possible by jumping out windows and.
I
hoping to hit
forgot.
the
Did we
headshot
ever
first.
unlock her in mobile?
And again, a viable strategy, right? If you don't have a lot of familiarity with either the game or the maps, etc., your opponents might be in the same boat, right? So why not take
Yeah.
advantage of
Let
it?
me
Typically,
sip my
with all things
coffee a
Rainbow, the
little.
defenders have an advantage because they can just sit inside of the map. They can
I
sit
guess I
in a
didn't unlock
particular
her because
room
I was trying
and
to
just wait
save
for
from
attackers to wander by.
30,000,
Most maps, when they
operator.
first come out, usually defender sided. But if attackers have good aim and some of these players have already shown familiarity with the maps, then you can be very quick with it. Parker the Slayer is going to use Dokubi's signature ability, which is called the Logic Bomb. Every defender has access to a phone, just like Rainbow Six Mobile, where they can go and look on cams. That Dokubi device is going to give pings to all of the attackers as to where these defenders are. It's a great tool, and it's already been capitalized off of as they pick up the first kill.
He's coming in now. Okay, I'm planting.
Friendly is planting the diffuser.
This one looks like it's going to be over in a hurry, Garrett.
Yeah, I think so too. You heard a little bit of the comms there, and they're definitely taking it pretty seriously. You heard some nice comms inside, call outs for the team to play together, but
Dang.
really didn't need it. That was a nice, easy peasy
Yeah, I
win and
think
fantastic push.
this is
for
like
a fast
apparently
victory. And
like
again,
a-
that is the name of the game, folks.
a
Looking
win
for
race.
victories as fast as humanly possible. This is what I'm calling
You're
a
like
timed
trying to win
win
as
race,
much as
all right?
possible
So
within a
if you can win
certain amount of
faster,
time against the
then
other
shoot.
teams.
That's even better for you.
Yeah, I mean, all you got to do is just rack it up. Win as many games as you can. Get it done with maximum efficiency.
I wonder if that
All
means
you gotta
that
do is get
attack
2
side
rounds.
is
2
favored
rounds,
though.
6 minutes
for that sort of
potentially. That's all it
condition.
takes, and you can be the victor. And would you look at that? We just
But then
started
again, like, they
spectating Viper
switch
Strike, and
off
they've already won as
roles
well.
every
So
round,
efficiency is the name
so-
of the game here.
Yeah, definitely. Also,
Hi,
speaking of
Tornado.
efficiency, not to get
What's
too
up?
technical, it's also about getting into the next game as fast as humanly possible, right? It's a timer no matter what, so all that time outside of game
Is that the
is
dope?
also important to minimalize, but
I can watch cams as
take a
well.
look at these cams all across the map.
Oh, I hear his drone.
I'd like to hear how these players encounter this, especially with only a minute left.
Well, this one's a 2v1
Or
at
even
the
is the bomb.
moment, I think, right?
Everyone has.
Everyone has one.
I don't see it on the floor anywhere.
I have a
You
feeling
can
the
hear them
objective is
not
not being
used to the
done and
fact
people are
as they
mostly
literally win
hunting
the
for
game.
Yeah.
kills.
Every single
Mm.
attacker has access to the diffuser. Now, very common for it to be referred to as a bomb, as in other games it is referred to as a bomb. In Rainbow Six, it's the opposite. There are bombs on the map. You
Oh,
need
yeah,
to
it's
defuse them. You
technically
need to
called a
disable them.
diffuser.
So the cases that they're carried will be referred to as bombs by the players, but that's not actually
Much more
the
useful
case.
if you
It
look
is
at the
a
Haha.
diffuser. So if you hear that, just try to square it away in your mind a
These
little bit.
players got some
And
nice
of course,
gun
in order to
skins.
speed
Yeah, I
up this
wonder
game
if
mode,
they
every
already
single attacker has access to a
bought it
diffuser.
off
Usually
rip,
there's
or,
only one, and it becomes really
Ubisoft,
important from a strategic
supplied them with
standpoint
them.
as to who carries that diffuser in. Because let's say you spawn by yourself, you've got the diffuse kit, and then you die.
Ooh.
One of your teammates will have to go retrieve it. That can cost you the round. It'll cost you time.
Oh,
It could potentially cost you
wow.
your
What
life.
a spot.
That's right. I mean, the other quick note there for those that haven't played.
My-
too, is that
my
once your
drone spots
diffuser
were never
has
like
actually been
that.
planted, obviously, the defense has to counter defuse, right? You have
So
to
this
take
is
down
the
diffuser.
difference between
So even if you were able to take down all
a
of your
seasoned
opponents,
Rainbow Six
making sure that you have time
veteran
to
and a
counter
noob
defuse,
like me,
that's how
I
you win as the
see.
defense. So
I have
won't
much
see
a
that
ways to
too
go.
much I'd expect in this game mode, just because of how fast it plays. But I get a quick peek at it.
Yeah, thank you, Kenji, for the
So
recent
nice to see this
performance.
skin, by the
Welcome
way.
back
This is
to
an
the
old
Age of
seasonal
Thank you,
skin that
thank you. I
hasn't been
really
around for quite
appreciate
some
it.
time.
How have
I
you
know
been,
that people
dude?
clamor for some of the
Hi,
older,
Edmund. What's up? I
sexier
wish I was
skins
good
that
at
were in Rainbow Six
R6.
Siege that are no longer available.
I mean,
Used to
I
be
think
seasonal
Rainbow
skins
Six
where they'd
is an
only be
actually
available for 3
challenging
months and
game,
that's it.
but
There's cherry blossoms.
I don't love
coming from
games
the,
that like you know
memory
you can
serves
kind of
correctly,
like
I believe it was
tilt
the
and
Red Crow
rat
season, but
the angles.
I could be wrong. People can fact check me.
I need more bullets.
Because I favor.
6 HP in a dream.
Well, I just think like 1v1s are more honorable. gunfights, gameplay fights, even if that's not the case.
Destroying someone's base.
I mean, that face says
That
it all,
guy
right?
literally
Cool.
just
Another great thing
like
about Rainbow Six
randomly
Siege, so many of
spammed the
surfaces
wall and got a
are
headshot
penetrable, so be they
elimination.
floors, be they walls.
See, that
We just
too
saw
would
Meaty
piss me
Marley spray
off.
through a wall and get a kill, something that most players would
I'm
be very
okay,
annoyed
but
with.
I hope you're doing well
Marley was
today.
happy, and we're happy if
Oh
Marley's
no,
happy.
you said you're EP.
That's
I'm
exactly
also
right. Nice win.
EP.
Yet again for that team.
But I mean, we're gonna be
Here's your
streaming
boy
for a long
Spoy.
time today, so I'm excited about that.
He just threw it on the bear's nose.
It's an
Flawless
unbelievable
win.
apartment he plays out
Flawless
of.
victory.
Look at the floor space on that thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Dude,
I
this
am
guy
very
is
eager
in
to
a
see how Sport does on
compound.
mobile.
Did
I
you
don't know
see
how
his
much mobile
background?
experience he has across the board. I mean,
Is he in like
his
the
in-game mechanics on
the
mouse and
Bruce
keyboard are
Wayne
terrific.
Manor or
Nobody
some
can doubt
shit?
that, but on a phone and potentially with a controller, because you can play this game with controller on your phone. It does not need to be touchscreen, so you might see some people playing with controllers, but
I'm doing a rooftop play here as well.
Noah
Ooh,
Sunday
rooftop
is probably one of the more
gameplay.
experienced players on this title. He's a
Hi,
fantastic
Ian.
mobile
How
creator
are
in general,
you?
but he has been grinding the game recently, so
Try and breach the outside.
expect to see some really solid mechanics.
Just this wall is fine. Just any
I'm
of
a
those
drum
walls that
dead.
you see, just breach them. Oh, they have a meat jam on them.
Oh no, he has a jammer on the other side.
Yeah.
What's
that
a
might-
jammer?
this is a summit map, right? Still,
Yes, I believe so.
it evokes a,
Oh, I think
a feeling of the map
this
layer,
person
which is
is
one of the newer
using
maps that was added to Rainbow, but
the
not
touchscreen directly
exactly
from the iPad.
comparable. It's similar textures, similar vibes, but
Phone call going off.
I mean, this room in particular that they're in is
She
huge.
looks really
This is a-
shaky.
If you breach that site, Seafoam, we can immediately start smoking and planting. I can plant, okay?
Ooh. Oh
And of
wow!
course, it's Spoit, the most Rainbow Six experienced player, making the shot calling here. He does not usually shot call on
Wow,
his team for
that's
what it's worth. He's actually
crazy.
paired up with one of the best shot callers in the history of Rainbow Six, which is a guy whose name is Canadian. You can guess where he's from, but it's good to see Spoit take on a leadership role, and of course, it powered his team to a flawless victory. These games are so fast.
Yeah, they are flying through these games. Seeing another win there, and again, you're only
Who are you
need
rooting
two
for?
round wins, so
I
they're
don't
already
know
done. They won the whole
anyone.
map,
I don't know
and we're moving on to the
any
next one.
team or
We're really
creator,
showcasing
so
pretty much every map at this point, or
Def-
most of the maps.
just hoping
flying through. Here's
for
Choco Taco.
some good
Does
games.
look like he may actually be playing touchscreen. I'll try to get confirmation of that. The way he's moving, though, it looked a little bit more like controller, but still had some touchscreen HUD.
I'm
Another
rooting for
very
the
unique thing, by the
winners.
way,
I'm
about
I'm just
mobile
rooting
is you can
for
fully
some fun
customize your
gameplay.
HUD. So every time we swap perspectives, you all will see it. And mobile players out there, you know this because I'm sure you mess
The
with your HUD
drone
for
tried to
hours on
get
end
away
it
with this
perfectly
guy
aligned with every
Isios
pixel where
or
you want it.
whatever. He
And
got
play
it
4-finger
unlocked.
claw, 5-finger claw, 6-finger claw, any claw, or are you playing 2 thumbs in a dream? Because that's I'm somewhere in between probably.
I gotta say, and obviously I'm not paid to say this specifically, but I have nothing but respect for mobile game developers because you're dealing with a limited amount of space. Your fingers will obscure the screen. For a game like Rainbow Six in particular, there are so many buttons that for a long time you couldn't even map every single command on a controller on console. So trying to fit it onto a phone screen or a tablet screen is incredibly impressive. And having played this
That's
game
true.
as much as I have, it feels great. Honestly, I was a bit skeptical when I first heard that they were turning this game mobile. I was like, surely they must be dumbing it down, and they really haven't. It's very, I think it's honestly quite true to its roots.
Matches on time.
That was a hell of a game, folks.
Another fantastic game, and no, I totally agree.
It's
I've
never
had a lot of
gone
fun
to like
playing it.
2-1.
I've almost
by the
finished
way.
up my
It's
first
always
30
just been
matches of
2-0.
kind of getting experience under the belt, and it's been fun to kind of experience it. I have been messing with my HUD, to that point quite a bit though, to match my lack of skill when it comes to mobile. But I'm pretty decent, I would say. I'm average mobile player, so I'll take what I can get. And even with the complexity of this game, I'm able to.
Oh yeah, I totally
do whatever I wanna
forgot
do
that
with
I
my HUD,
scheduled
which
an
is
Instagram post today. So when I opened up my Instagram and I saw like 21 comments, I was like, "Am I in trouble? Did like somebody just start spamming me?"
Definitely
Or like,
Definitely, yeah, and the little Y
Yeah, and
on
then
the
I
bottom
was like,
of the screen, I think,
oh.
also gives it away. He's playing an operator named
Silly
Buck,
me.
who's a Canadian operator who's got a under barrel mounted.
Is he
oh my
gonna get a
goodness, he almost
3K
got
here?
for the
Oh my
price of one
god.
right there.
It's
He's
entirely
got an
possible.
under-barrel
Whoa!
mounted shotgun that allows him to get through that wall with relative speed. He's flashed himself.
Okay,
He gets
nice.
another.
There's one more
The
in there,
kills
right?
feel so satisfying in this game, by the
Wow.
way. The hit markers, the sounds, everything about
Wait,
it. It's
what was
something that I
that?
kind of wish they bring to regular Rainbow Six
Donation,
Siege.
whoever
It
you
just
were.
feels
Sorry,
really
I
nice.
missed that.
Who's who?
Huge knife. Huge knife or huge knife?
Definitely feels great
Thank
and a nice
you.
win there. Marley excited, but immediately looking to get into the next one. Here's a look at Vague, and again, Vague is
I mean,
a
he
former
flashed
pro
himself, but he
player
also
in
flashed the other
a different
guy,
title
so
and has actually been
good
grinding
util
Rainbow Six Mobile quite
overall.
a bit since launch. So
Net's
expect to
positive.
see him. Oh well, you know.
That guy was
sometimes you just check the wrong
ratting.
corner, and if you don't check them all,
Ooh,
there's
good
gonna be
counter
somebody there.
defuse.
So unfortunate loss there, but a win overall.
Right? He did
Well,
not.
that was Bella just playing diffuser. I think she was able to get the diffuse kit done before time expired. The attackers planted it and then she took care of it. So good for her. It's so fast how between rounds. This is really something that if you've never played Rainbow Six Mobile, you'll notice immediately. There's very little downtime. I feel like that's part and parcel with a lot of mobile games. Mobile games are designed for you to constantly be in the action because your time is limited, right? If you got time to bust out a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minute game while you're
Yeah, I feel like
waiting
even
for
the longest
the
games that
doctor's
we had
appointment
were
at,
not too
sitting
long.
there waiting for them to call your name. Who knows? Maybe you're on a bus. Maybe you're doing something between classes. I don't know, but the speed at which you get back in is quite remarkable.
I'm trying to.
Especially with this game mode, this is a perfect
I have to learn the map.
commute if you're on a train or a bus type game for how complex it can be and how strategic it can be. As long
But
as
yeah,
you've
the
got
reason why I
headphones,
was a little
and
bit
not
late
playing
to
it out
watch
loud,
partying is
hopefully,
because
with
my
a bunch of other
camera
people
was having
around,
issues. Like
you
it
do
just
need your audio. That's definitely
because
something
I
I
was
learned
setting
playing
up
this
for
game. My
later,
wife
so I was
asleep
dealing with like
next to me
multiple
until
inputs
last
and
night, and I was
outputs,
playing
and then
this
it
game in
like
bed.
caused my
I
camera
didn't
to
have
go like
audio, and I was getting
so,
slammed.
and I was like,
Of
uh-oh.
course. You're trying to play a complex game that involves direct communication with no sound? You're basically a target dummy at that point, but good
Please,
on you for trying.
My community wants to see my
Oh,
face
boy.
and my reactions to
Wait,
what's going
Wait,
on.
Onion.
What else is going on
So
on
there
the
was
screen? Can you wallbang through
Parker's
the
having some troubles
through the
right now.
metal of the reinforced barricade?
He flashed
and
his
deal
own teammates with
damage?
Ying's Candelas and then tried to shoot through that steel reinforcement, which there's only a couple operators that can get through that. They're referred to as hard breachers.
Oh, hard
The defenders have
breachers.
the ability to reinforce soft walls. So if you see a wall that you
Yeah,
can usually
I'm
shoot
glad
through,
I
go back
was
to that
able to
Marley
fix it,
clip
but
that we
that's
showed
why,
earlier where
like,
he shot through that wall. The defenders can
makeup
reinforce those
yet.
walls, meaning you can't shoot through them with guns.
Evie
You only have a couple operators who are able to bust through that.
was a little late into starting
this
the
90
watch
team has just brute
party.
forced their way into the bomb site.
My
and they get the
question
case
also
down,
is
but then they've
sometimes
all
when I
died.
get
So now the
down, I'm
4
able to
remaining
be
defenders
revived, but sometimes
just need to get on the case
is
and
it
counter
is it
disable
like
in the next
if
30
I
seconds.
wasn't
It
eliminated by
looks-
headshot, then I might be able to get picked up?
Lolling at the flashes.
Guys,
But if it's a
They lost, yes. Okay, so they didn't
but
get
if
it.
it's
All
an
right, I was very curious as to
headshot
what was happening there.
elimination,
There was
it's
a bit
just
of
like
chaos.
GG, I'm outie.
For 3, yeah.
Yeah, I tossed out.
I see.
Yeah, I tossed out every single flash I had in that small little area. Yes.
Bro.
Yeah, okay, at least he owns up to it, you know? We're learning along the way
Oh,
as well.
so he
This
this Pixar guy was the
may
one
have not
who
known
flashed
that
his
you can
team.
flash your teammates or that you can't shoot through those reinforced walls, but hey, we're learning along the way. We've got a 3-hour timer
Oh, so
going
yeah,
right now,
he
okay?
couldn't
Got
shoot
plenty
through
of
the
time to
wall.
learn.
I mean, we're gonna learn the way that players want to play this. The players themselves are gonna learn it. The people watching are going to be learning it as well. You know, there's all of these content creators are streaming in their own right, so you're not all here watching us talk. You're watching your favorite players showing this off. And of course, with any new game, which Rainbow Six Mobile is, it's true to its roots, but it's still ultimately a new game. It's fun to watch the growth
Okay,
happen in
I'm
real time.
gonna get started on. Hold up a second.
You saw some of the booby traps just get placed by Capkin. Nice shots through.
I'm gonna get started on
Team feels pretty
becoming
good as expected.
a little bit more put together.
Honestly, we haven't seen a lot of defeat to begin with. It's been a lot of dubs across the board, but I mean, hey, when you've got a
Do you
five
think?
stack of
Okay,
players
no,
who
it's
are
1-1,
probably
so
sweating
they're
a bit
definitely, like,
and are
trying to
also
win. I
very
was, like,
experienced
thinking,
on
if
mobile,
you
very experienced
automatically
with
lose the
shooters,
first
etc.,
round, do you just like
it'd probably give them
become a
the
sitting
upper hand
duck, so
over
then
most of their
you can
opponents.
just go to the next game as fast as
Upstairs.
possible?
He went down now.
Becoming
Winstairs.
huge documentary.
On you, Bella? I think he's right
this
above you. He's
is
coming to you
not
now.
normally
Nice,
how I
good
would
job.
do it
Nice, let's
here.
go.
Nice.
But I don't know,
Another
my
great
banks are a
victory.
little
I'm
weird
telling
this
you,
time
comms are sounding
around.
really clean though for a team that's maybe
So
not
I'm
played
not
together a
using
ton.
my roller
I think
as
they've done maybe
much.
1 or 2 kind of streams
So this
together,
is how I'm
warming
getting
up
my
as a team. Comms
bangs
sound pretty
to
clean
the
for playing
side and
pubs.
out
They're
of the
taking it very
way.
serious.
Some of them are even talking to chat, but I feel like if you're a mobile streamer, it's a little bit hard to talk to chat, right? You're staring down at your screen. You're not exactly looking right at your monitor. And I've never streamed on mobile before. I've played mobile games, but I don't know if you've ever streamed on mobile.
I haven't streamed on mobile, but I've watched a lot of mobile streams in events like this. So
They're so fast with it. Like, I just can't
Well, how
imagine
Dab
being
just
that
runs
quick
outside is
to
fully detected.
snap,
So when a
like,
defender runs
your
outside, your
crosshair to a target
position
on,
is
like,
given away
controller or mobile.
immediately
Like,
to
it was
the
so hard
attackers.
for me.
So they know where you are. They basically get wall hacks, and yet Dab style on
These
them
guys
anyway.
are real
yeah,
gamers.
Dab does not care. He didn't ask either, and he goes out there and gets the win. A nice pickup there from Dab, and doesn't even blink as we head into what will be the next game. So nice job there from
Yeah,
him.
they
But
ain't
hey,
even
look, overall,
smiling
I
no
think we've
more.
seen maybe 1 defeat at this point total, but it's just a matter of the pace of play. How fast you move and how many wins can you get and how fast can you get those wins? That's what we're here to see. But we're seeing a lot of Rainbow Six Mobile, which is exactly why we are here. First impressions, Intero, how are you feeling?
I mean, I feel great. I am
playing
suffering
against
some
each other,
whiplash as we
right?
go
Or
back
are they
and forth
playing
with how
against,
quick these
like,
games are, which of course is by design. Bomb
randoms?
Rush is supposed to be fast. So you get into
Why
a
am I
match
asking you
if you
guys? I
have a
feel
good
like we
aggressive
are all
team,
on
if
the
you're
same
playing on
page.
defense and you jump out of the building and you start killing your opponents, you can get a round done in about a minute or so. It's very efficient.
Yeah, very efficient. But folks, we told you we would reward you just for being here. Guess what? 10 more golden bullets can be yours.
Okay,
Scan the
guys.
QR code
10
or
golden
redeem
bullets
it at
giveaway.
redeem.ubisoft.com/rainbow6
Scan the QR code or
mobile.
redeem
Type in these
here.
codes, and again, it is a one-time use, so you better move quick. You can scan that QR code. You can screenshot this. Click
Yeah,
the
you
QR
guys
code,
have to
type
do
it
it
in.
fast,
Maybe start
though,
with one in the middle
because
because
it
the
is
top and the
one-time
bottom one have already
use,
been
so
grabbed. I don't
go,
know.
go,
I've seen it a
go.
lot, so definitely check it out, and I'll be
Alright,
very
now-
curious to see who gets
okay,
that win.
so
If you
they're,
get a
like,
win, if you get some 10
creative
golden
going
bullets,
up
make sure you
against,
type in chat and let us know that you've already
noobs
redeemed it.
then,
But
I
here's a quick look
see.
at our standings in Taro, and it looks like
Or
moving quick at
no,
the top.
maybe
Ghost
it's
Dice,
against each
first to
other.
5.
Yeah, I mean, they are obviously submitting their scores, so there could be some delay. Maybe some of them are not as fast to submit that info, but yeah, I mean, look at that efficiency for Ghost Eyes. They're trucking through it. They want to be the best, and in order to be the best, you got to beat the best. And so far, the best
'Cause I
hasn't
feel
shown
like-
up because they are
How can
winning
you only get
all
2
of their
wins
matches 2-0. If you have
so
5
far?
wins and you have a +10 round differential, it means you have not dropped a single round. So same for Viper Strike and same for Wolfguard. They have not lost a single round yet.
Man, it's so great to be with a caster that can do quick
Yeah,
math.
Rainbow
That's
Six
fantastic.
at
Thank you for
me.
that.
We shouldn't be doing it. That's the number one rule of broadcast is to not do math on the broadcast. But you know what? We're dealing with small enough numbers that my puny brain
Like,
can
isn't this
handle it.
puff cake though? Is
I
an
love it.
avocado.
By being able to go and point out where the other enemy
Avocado.
operators were. So rather than being super aggressive, I was focusing more on my ability rather than actually going and getting killed.
Wow. Talk about comms. All right, Party of the Slayer breaking everything down for us there for a moment. Incredible stuff. Let's take a look at the timer, though, and see where we're at right now. So we've got a team that is perfect on the day, 5 wins, and we're about 30 minutes in at this point. Total of 3 hours.
Yo, let me record.
I mean, you got,
let me put
got time to make up. We're only 1/6 of the way through here, and 5 matches were played by the team in first. So they've got what the heck is this?
This one done. He's one, he's dead.
This has been referred to before as the caged animal strategy. So there's parts of the map where you can just castle yourself off. Castle is the operator that was just in front of you on the screen. Basically what he does is he has these bulletproof panels, these armor panels that he puts down over doorways. And it makes it so that you have to punch your way through it or use an explosive to open it up. Now, what we've seen on different maps is that people will do that and then just tear one of the castle barricades down and spring out and surprise your opponents. I don't know if that was the theory, but it can always catch people off guard because you're like, what the heck is going on here?
Well, all of that work, and Parker the Slayer ran outside and killed everybody. So nice work, and some excitement there from him. We'll swing back over to Bobby Plays. Head down. Full throttle. Looks like their opponents are a little bit more aggressive than the opposite.
I mean, he's getting fed right now to the SMG-11. This is one of the highest fire rate guns in the game. Believe it or not, it's not a primary weapon. It's a secondary weapon, but it goes brrr and shreds people. As you just saw, Bobby just got 2 very fast kills. Same maps so far that we've seen. I think we've only seen Summit, Clubhouse, and Villa up to this point. I do wonder if they have a limited map pool, Garrett,
for the
because
35 streams.
Bomb Rush, being a more casual game mode, in Rainbow Six Siege, when you're in regular, when you're in the more casual game modes, they also have a limited map pool so that newer players can get more familiarized with the game rather than be overwhelmed by tons of maps and tons of different stuff.
I think I've done like
good
no
shot.
makeup.
We'll try to get a read on that, but back into the game as
Because the
Bobby
sub one was
is
like 2 years
setting up
ago,
here, trying to get some
but
intel.
I think I had no choice but to go
As the
no
attacker
makeup during the
drones out, scanned feet, and moving on our merry way.
Cobblemon, because I
not
woke
anymore.
up really late
All right.
because I only had 3 hours of sleep.
I'm a bit surprised Bobby's not
and
gaming
then I
in
had
the
a
suit.
Roblox.
I mean, obviously he submitted
of
that
a
photo,
sponsor right after.
but I feel like when you got that much drip, you gotta show it off.
He does have a lot of drip.
Just
He,
I don't
he's
know.
also a fantastic
don't
caster in his own right. I've shared a booth with him a couple times.
He loves these high fire rate weapons. First he was on the SMG-11, now running on the F2, which is the FAMAS. It is an incredibly fast gun to fire. And you pointed it out earlier, because of the one-shot headshot mechanic, a lot of players like to favor the higher fire rate guns because you have a higher likelihood of hitting the head one time.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Definitely reward a little spray and pray at head level. Shotgun seemingly a problem for Bobby to deal with, though. He gets taken down by the one pump and gone.
Just so it makes the timer go quicker.
Diffuser has been planted. Don't let the enemy break it.
Right here, red team.
That's a logic bomb that just went off here in the post plant. So diffuser is down and they win the round. That was relatively easy. I mean, when you've got FPS veterans on your team and you've got people who know the game in particular, because just because you play other first-person shooters doesn't mean you know the actual like ebb and flow of a round of Rainbow Six Siege. You're gonna have a pretty distinct advantage. And I mean, when you got guys on here that are, you know, Rasco, Marley, Spoit, they're all the highest rank that exists in Rainbow Six Siege, so that's going to translate to mobile. Even if you don't have the best mechanical ability, your knowledge is going to carry you quite a lot, and you can see it firsthand.
Yeah, I totally agree. And for those that are
TNG
maybe
stream.
very
Good
efficient in the
afternoon,
mobile category,
Kashi.
like
What's
Vade,
up?
he roams to the outside of the map, doesn't even let them rappel up, and just says, goodbye, I'm trying to win as fast as possible. Sorry, I'm in a tournament. You don't understand. I'm going to kill everybody. And that's exactly what he does. So, nice little start.
Oh, well, go ahead. No, I was gonna say, realistically speaking.
Our first time seeing Border, another one of the earlier maps added to the game. It came in Dustline, which was in the second season of Rainbow Six
I
Siege.
think like last
That's when Valkyrie, the operator we mentioned as well, came out. She's present, so somebody on the
either this
non-streamer
Monday or
team is
last
going to be playing
Monday.
her in the top right. Again, a smaller pool of operators available
But
here in Rainbow Six
been pretty
Mobile.
good. It's
Not
free to
expecting
play,
the 70-plus
available to
operators all
download
to be
on
added to
iOS
this
and
game the moment it launches.
Android,
That I think would
so you
be
can
a
go
little
to
extreme.
Exclamation
But I think they
mark
did a great job of
R6M,
picking which
the command in the
operators
chat. It is
fit
also
this game.
pinned,
Lots of
and click
trap
on my
ops,
link
good
to
fragging
download.
potential, good intel ops.
Otherwise, you
And look at this, we're not
can
even,
also,
we're 50 seconds
I'm
into the
pretty sure
round,
that
and basically everybody's
sometimes
dead.
in
Okay,
the
they're dead,
block
they win the
party,
round. So
like the
54
tournament, they
seconds,
have like
Nighthaven
the
gets the
QR
job
code flash
done.
up, and if you
If
already
you're
have the
familiar
game
with the map,
downloaded,
Garrett,
they're
you can
doing
just run in,
giveaways
just start
for, like,
killing,
certain,
because
like,
there's a
in-game,
good
like,
chance you might
packs
be
or
playing against some
currency,
players who
so
don't
you
know their
definitely
way
want to
around
have the
it.
game
Yeah,
downloaded
100%,
so you
especially
can
with some of these players that have been playing
snag those
pretty much
codes before anyone
nonstop
else
since
because they
launch.
are one-time usage. It is very
four other
clean.
teams.
It's very
Wind shouting
well
us out a little
optimized
bit.
for
That's
mobile.
my goat. I love this guy. He's talking to his chat. He's telling him to check out the main broadcast. He's also saying, hey, I don't know who's in first because I don't have time to check the leaderboard. I've got to get as many wins as possible in a 3-hour time.
That's true. It's
Any second
I think a
wasted,
win race at the
well, it's
moment.
frankly potential
the
win that
format
is
of the
wasted, so
tourney.
they're locked in right now.
I feel like we don't even need to place this crap down. Like we're winning so fast.
He's got a great broadcast voice as well.
Yeah, I've shared the booth with him a couple times as well. When has stepped into the caster booth whenever he likes to, and then other times he wants to compete because he usually wins. Frankly, he's got win in his name, and that is for a reason.
So if I put win in my name, will I just win constantly from now on?
Be nice. He's got the tech here. Look at that. Kavera is an operator that has a secondary pistol with some of the highest damage in the game. I admittedly don't know if they've tweaked it for mobile, but this pistol is incredible. And she has a secondary ability called an interrogation, and we're going to see one front and center from Icy. It reveals the position of the remaining attackers. Now, if you are new to Rainbow Six Siege, and there is a Kavera on the opposite side, and you run into the building without droning, without any information, without any backup, and you get interrogated, everybody on your team will hate your guts. So, make sure that you are playing properly. Everybody has access to a drone. You gotta use it. Doesn't matter what your skill level is. Drones help. Drones win you rounds. And if you don't drone out the cav, well, you're gonna be punished for it.
Folks, this is why you're tuning in to today's broadcast. It's all about learning the game. It just launched, and Intero is the perfect expert to help us out with it. What a great explanation. Interrogation is brutal for your team. Don't let it happen to you. You heard it here first.
And believe it or not, my name, Intero, has nothing to do with interrogations, though I realized that when I first started playing Rainbow Six Siege, one of the most commonly asked questions to me was, oh, does it mean anything to do with interrogations? No, actually, it has nothing to do with it. Originally, I went by the name Intero Bang, the grammatical character, and then just shortened it to Intero because that's what everybody called me.
We're practicing for a tournament.
Fair enough.
Trying to lock in for that.
Aerith on your screen. Fantastic mobile creator as well. She is a straight shooter, I'll tell you what. See if she can showcase some of that skill here on main stage. I'm sure she will at some point, if not right this second. Teammates flying through the map right now.
What is a Candela?
Candela goes off.
Is it like a nade?
It is so strange the kill feed is on the left side of the screen. It will take me quite some time to get used to that. I'm so used to just looking in the top right, but of course, cannot obscure the action, especially with their hands being in that position.
Yeah.
So many of these rounds, Garrett, are being won flawlessly. Not quickly, but flawlessly. Sometimes both. And boy, oh boy, again, these teams are making such quick work of their opponents. But I mean, that was Space we were watching. Vague was another player that you highlighted earlier on in the show for just how good he is. And I mean, hey, he's doing it with pistols.
When would you use a
so
pistol
he's
over
handicapping himself to a certain extent and is
like
still overpowering his opponents.
He's just having a dang good time.
Is it when you're close quarters and you're like
and
trying to
the game,
reach a
so
site or
makes a
defend
lot
a
of sense
site
to
or
me.
what?
Yeah, it is interesting to watch these teams. You know, it's probably worth mentioning. I doubt they're playing against any other 5 stacks in the game right now. So obviously a clear advantage, probably helpful for getting a flawless win. I will say the question that I always have with these types of formats is I just hope and I pray that these teams will actually queue in against each other at some point, so we do get a chance to see that, because it can happen. We're all playing pubs, but they're all playing pubs at the same time, so you never know what could happen in terms of servers or lobbies that you load into. Could see something get real sweaty real quick.
Come here, bro.
Are most of the
That's a great
loadouts
point.
like
I mean, I imagine with most mobile games, there's quite a lot of people that are
assault
playing this, but yeah, having them do
rifle or
battle against each
SMG,
other
and
would
then,
be
like,
really
the
something
other
special.
pistol?
Bank now on your screen, one of the biggest maps in the game. It looks a little bit smaller here, which makes sense for a mobile setting. I don't know if they've actually shortened or shrunk the footprint of some of these maps. It would make sense for me. Bank is big. So you've got 2.5 minutes to try and navigate one of the bigger maps. You've got drones at your disposal. The defenders have cameras. You just saw them hop on it right there, and they're just going to jump out of the building. They do not care that it gives their opponents wall hacks. That's how confident they are.
Yeah.
I think their confidence is
In what
maybe a bit
situation
misplaced
would
because they
you
do
use
suffer the
pistols
first death.
over like your
No, that's a
SMG
strat,
or
but I think he
assault
baited you for the clip.
rifle
That might be why.
or LMG? Do they even have LMGs in this game?
You gotta wait.
You're trying to queue something up together, but hey, even in a 5-stack, sometimes the team chemistry is not perfect.
One button for, by the way.
And all of a sudden,
Yeah,
at a
they
slight
have.
disadvantage.
Oh,
They
okay.
do have
I've never
a round
seen
win.
one yet. I don't
They
think.
could still close it out right
I
here.
know they
Pocket
have
the Slayer.
shotguns.
He said he's the top
I don't
fragger
know
for
whether
the
the
team. Let's see if
shotguns
he
are
can do
very
it.
OP.
Oh no.
Like
If
in
lobby
some
is the
other
call,
games.
Parker the Slayer couldn't be farther away from lobby than he is right now. He's on blue stairs, staring down towards server.
Oh, okay.
No, this is a creator
He's playing
showdown.
it slowly.
I don't think they have, because mobile just released, so
Yeah,
I
no,
would be
he's known,
surprised
like,
if they
he's
have
known.
like a
Already
competitive
accusations of
super
stream
mobile
sniping. This
quite
is
yet,
perfect.
but who
This
knows,
is what I
maybe
like to
they'll have,
hear.
like,
Everybody who beats me is
some,
cheating.
That's right.
Original Rainbow Six Siege pros go
The server
into
stairs
the
position is
mobile
really
pro scene
critical
as
if you're
well.
defending the bottom floor
Yeah,
bomb
but
site.
this is a creator
they're
showdown.
just within reach
I'm
of
sure
the
there
Teller's
are some
Archive
pros
site.
or
The
former
diffuser
pros that
has
are
been
on these
planted,
teams
so
as well, but
two remaining
right
players
now,
on Nighthaven will now
I
need
think
to
the win
get into the site, figure out whether it's
literally
A or B,
win
where the
race.
case has gone down. Good coverage from the window will unfortunately eliminate
Whoa.
Bella Fox.
One to your right.
And Parker the Slayer will need to slay. He gets
Wow.
all but one.
Unlucky.
They lose the round. Still one more to go, but my oh my, a competitive show.
I don't like me an OP shotgun.
I mean, guys, hold on. Wait, hold up. Hold up now. That was almost a clutch.
Parker's energy is electric, man. He's feeling really good about his gameplay. I think the vault into hipfire may have been. It was on purpose. It may have been a little bit of a happenstance that he was able to take down that first player effectively.
This
but
game,
we'll
though,
take
it seems
those.
to favor
We'll take whatever we can get. This is
ADS
actually a pretty big round for them, you know.
It's a common spot.
This is a pretty competitive event of everybody trying to get his wins as fast as humanly possible, and losing around here that goes all the way
ADS
to round
just
3
more
is
accurate
actually
in
quite a bit of
general?
time sink.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Well, it's more so Owen Park wanted you to like wait until the grapple.
Mobile players are cracked no
That's
matter
change
the
right
game, so I
there. So
wouldn't be
usually there's a
surprised if
parking
pro league
garage
happens
where
soon.
all of these
Yeah, I
players
wouldn't
just
be
spawn.
surprised
Instead, there's
either.
some
Isn't
excavation
Rainbow
work.
Six,
So I
like,
guess it
pro
was
scene
before
pretty
the parking
big?
garage was actually built.
I feel
so
like
we now have some Rainbow Six lore that
Rainbow
we
Six
can dive
pro
into.
games would probably be really fun to watch.
I mean, even in video games, there's construction. We can't avoid it. It's everywhere.
Yeah, I live in the Nashville area, and talk about construction. My goodness, I think the bird of our state bird is the crane, and it does not fly. It is just literally a crane.
It's a common saying in both Toronto
time
and
I
Montreal
played
that
was
there are
5
two
years ago.
seasons. There's winter and construction. So, yeah.
So maybe I'm more of an expert than
Sometimes
you,
if you're
even
lucky,
though I've only
you
played
get them both at the same time.
days
So,
of Rainbow Six Mobile.
Wait, did I not see him? Am I blind?
The guy on
he was
shield.
there the whole time. What a weirdo.
okay. Okay, that's a good entry. He went down the skylight, a bit unorthodox. Deployable shield to mantle over, and then to the right of it, there's an evil eye, which means there's a Maestro on the board. He's dead, so you can't use the evil eye cam beyond anything more than
Would you say-
information, but it will be able to tell you
Yeah,
where
I
the
don't actually
attackers
know
are
whether
coming
I'm
from.
supposed to mention other titles, but Pro Rainbow Six. Whoa.
Oh, that is a missed opportunity and a nice attempt over the deployable
Yeah,
shield.
I also think
but
these games are getting
defenders
harder,
are
like the more they play, because then the
Choke.
matchmaking is
Pretty
pairing them up
entrenched
with,
at this
like, actual
moment.
players
Oh, you see
instead of
lasers?
just noobs and
Still a numbers
bots.
advantage for Nighthaven as
So
they get
now, like, we're starting
ever
to see
closer
instead
to
of
this
just
Tellers and
2-0,
Archives
like,
bomb
they're
sites.
going
You don't
towards
need to get the
one
diffuser down. You just got to kill all of your
against these
opponents.
randoms.
He's one shot. Oh
Wow.
my goodness, 1 HP remains.
Very, very close.
No, you can self-revive though, Parker. You can self-revive. You can self-revive. Yeah.
Only 30 seconds left.
Bella's covering you. Bella's covering you.
Vaulted into a frost mat, so you can pick yourself back up. Remember that they all have access to the diffuse kit. Bella, unfortunately, not able to shoot through that wall.
All right, Bella, you got this.
Bella will have to cover now as Parker the Slayer has the case in hand. One single point of HP remains from the defenders, so if they sneeze, they'll win the round. Had him dead to rights in the other bomb sites. Now all you need to do is just sit on this diffuse kit and wait. Bella's playing this one so perfectly. Just wait for the call. Again, you referenced sound, Garrett. They will hear this defender coming
Play
from a
last
mile
10
away,
to 20
providing, of course, that they're
plus droning
listening
phase, it
intently.
makes it- Ooh, nice.
And there you go.
Predictable as
It
it
makes every
gets,
game
like
get
a
a lot
salmon
nicer, I
swimming
see.
upstream. It's the only way they're gonna go.
But yeah,
Nice
do you
pickup from
know,
Bella.
compared to other
Finds them
tactical
running towards the
FPS,
diffuser because
like
you have
games
to.
such
Great
as
power
the
play there.
one that
Nice win.
starts with
Telling me not to go through that 'cause I'm too wide.
Would you
okay.
say that Rainbow Six Mobile, like, or not mobile, but Rainbow Six Pro
I go back. I wish
games
production
are
could show
longer?
his photo back on screen because, like, look
Why
at
does
in
it
the
look
bottom
like
left-hand
that? What
corner.
are you
He does not look
looking at?
anything like the photo
Not wide. Like,
that
if you
he
look at me, I don't feel
submitted.
like I'm wide. I feel like
I hear
I'm
them way
wide,
better
but I'm
than
not
my
that
voice
wide.
because I'm not eating my mic.
Rasco's not a big guy.
I'm 30 now,
I know,
so
like,
mobile
His
FPS
photo,
games are too
somebody
hard, so
just-
I'm gonna stick
they
to
were like,
it.
"Hey, we need a photo," and somebody just randomly took a
I
picture of him as he
understand,
was like
but
running
also
down the
I think
street or
like
something, and then they
quick
cropped his
play
head
in
out.
Rainbow
Like, I
Six
don't know
Mobile,
what was
honestly,
going on.
not that bad. Like, cause you're only doing a best of
fast
3
I was.
and you're
That's
switching
literally the segment
sides
that they've shown. That's what I'm
every
being told.
round. So if you ever want to get like a quick fix in,
Get
like, I think
absolutely
Rainbow Six
cooked,
Mobile is actually
Rasco.
good for that.
Oh my goodness.
Let's move, team. We've got some bombs to
We
defuse.
do have player cams that we can rely upon
Ooh,
here.
this is
I find it quite
interesting.
revealing
This
that a
like
lot of
tunnel
these,
map.
these Rainbow Six Siege players are all on controller instead of playing on the mobile interface. And
These maps are
I'm
really
not sure how
cool.
it works in other esports and with other games, but there is a massive console player base for Rainbow Six Siege. And a lot of pros in our game have come from consoles. They started on controller and made the transition over to mouse and keyboard. So for some of these players, it might just be old familiar turf, but then going back to playing with controller.
That's a really good shot.
Oh, this is I've been dying on Siege today. Can we get one in the chat?
Hey, they got a nice heady, and they hit the headshot before him. Oh, we have Red Hammer in trouble. It's gonna be a 1v5
Mouse and keyboard on
situation
console or
here.
mobile is basically
Cappy
cheap
last
though.
alive
I don't think they're
potentially?
saying. I think they're saying originally that a lot of the pros or creators they came from console, and then when they wanted to play pro, they had to switch to
matchmaking. I know
MK
that
for the
Ubisoft in the
PC.
past has been a little bit tight-lipped
going
about
back
the
to
matchmaking that they use in some
playing
of their
mobile
casual game
and
modes,
playing
but
on controller
I have to imagine that
is
there's
like
some form of
probably really
matchmaking here, and to
familiar
your
to
point
them,
that you made
and like
earlier,
they're
the
back
more
on
these teams
their
play, the
original
quicker they will
stomping
rise
grounds.
through that matchmaking system.
Why did that
You're gonna
guy just
start
run
fighting up
into?
against
Like, did
really
he
good
not
players.
notice the
I've seen
guy
some
just
clips of people
straight
playing
shooting
Rainbow
him
Six
down
Mobile
in that
on
hallway?
Twitter, and they make my head literally explode. I don't understand how people do this. I don't. It looks like people have like
That's
4
crazy
hands.
to me.
Well, they have 6 fingers at the very least. I was watching chat when we were talking about the different grips that you can do for mobile devices. Obviously, it depends on your device, tablet, etc. But I saw some folks in chat saying they play 6-finger claw, and good on you, man. I am not that good. I am decent. 6 fingers on the screen is quite difficult.
I mean, I'm fairly good at this game on a mouse and keyboard. You're trying to get me to pilot a phone? Are you insane? I am so old. You ever read that thing where they talk about esports players and it's like, look at this, the oldest man that you've ever seen in your life, practically dust, about to die. He's 24 years old.
Refusing to lose a game.
Yeah, that's exactly right. When I talk about the gaming space, I'm like, oh, golly, I feel ancient. 31 years old. It's like, good grief.
We're being told by production that an iPad can handle 10 inputs at the exact same time. That is...
all 10 fingers, baby.
You're working for it at that, but just take the win. Just take the win.
Yeah, you got it. Good luck. If I see
Hi,
somebody
Spectre.
whipping
What's
around
up?
doing 360s and still headshotting me, I know they're 10-finger claw. Not even claw. 10-finger typing, I guess, on an iPad on a tripod.
Yeah. One of the best aspects of Rainbow Six is how tactical it can be. Now, with players that are still learning the game, I assume we're going to see more of this aggression and more frag-focused style of play as they get more comfortable with it. But this is a lot higher paced and a lot higher octane than we're used to seeing from Rainbow Six Siege. Again, mobile gaming is different from console gaming, so I understand that there is going to be some divergence. I have been quite impressed with the amount of gadgetry that we have seen, especially from the defenders. That one Maestro and deployable shield that we witnessed earlier just a couple rounds ago, I thought was a great show of what you can do.
I need to fix my timeline here.
No, I totally agree. Quick look at our timer, by the way. Almost an hour in at this point. We're nearing the third of the way through mark. Not quite there yet, but a nice win here on Bank for Red Hammer. End up picking up a round 3 victory, which is nice. By the way, Intera, I was taking a look at some of the operators and some of the people that you can choose, and from the attackers that defend. There's 25 different characters that you can choose from that you can play in mobile.
It's a healthy amount.
I know, it's a very solid amount with the game just launching a couple weeks ago now.
Yeah.
A lot of options.
That's pretty close to a solid third of the roster that you get in Rainbow Six Siege. And again, it really just comes down to what you're looking for. Both the recruits are in it. You can actually see them both being played in this round. Sentry on defense, Striker on attack. So you've got plenty of flexibility from a gadgetry perspective. What is that? Twitch, Hibana, Ash, and Buck. Lots of destruction that's going to come. This is a very different part. This is
Maybe
not in the
Marley?
regular
I
game.
don't
So
know.
this little staircase that leads
His
down to
name
what's
is just
referred to as
Marley.
oil pit is
But
brand
is
new
that
for
what you
mobile.
guys know
It is
him by?
not
Meaty
present in
Marley?
the clubhouse that you will play on
He's definitely a
any
really good
console or
player.
PC.
I destroyed the trap.
Marley will flash, turn away from the flash. He took out the Capcan trap just a little bit earlier and now wants to escape with his life intact.
I like his
I
glasses.
do like that
the round
staircase. I wonder how that would
glasses.
play
Where do you go?
from a competitive perspective.
Am I marking for you? Marked him. He's a captain.
Diffuser going down from Dad Plays. Gonna force the equation here. Get at least a semblance of a power position. Looks like they've got it pretty well held down at this point. Unfortunately, Flash is himself,
Ooh,
but
very nice.
he's able to pick up the full.
Enemy team is down to their last
Nice. This is gonna be a free one. 5-1, diffuser down. Just hang out here and wait, and guess what?
Kill
Our salmon
hunting.
comes swimming upstream yet again. Nice pickup and a nice win.
You kicked some
Really good stuff.
She was up 5-7.
That is actually a great question. What pistol does the Ash use? I think she's a 5.7. Yes, that is correct. Ash has 2 pistols available, and they are both pretty good. Just depends on your own comfort level.
Update it every hour. Hopefully they update it every hour.
Do you guys choose operators based on like their
I'm assuming he was talking about the
tactical or whatever, or
standings
do
being
you
updated
use them
every
based
hour?
on their available
Yeah, that's
loadout?
exactly right.
Yeah.
We'll get those updated every hour, if not before
Or is
then,
it like a
but
mix of
I am
both?
curious to know. We'll be seeing that here shortly in a couple minutes. Once we get to that hour marker, we'll show you the scoreboard and where everybody's at, how fast they're moving through their wins. I'm sure the players are questioning the same thing.
No, they're all like, there's like 2 right here.
I'd like to hear how they problem solve this.
enemy bombs are armed. Find and defuse them.
Yo, chat, W Madman with the 10 gifted.
It's not exactly one of the main bomb sites that you will see defended here on Oregon on this middle floor. One inside a meeting, the other inside a kitchen. Referred to as a tertiary site at best. Oregon no longer in the competitive map pool of Rainbow Six Siege, but I would argue maybe I would just say I think it's the most iconic Rainbow Six map. So it has to be in mobile. Players will know it very very well and know how to.
I picked the
approach
ones
it
who
quite
have the
effectively.
coolest skins, bro. If I
These
run
rounds are
into
just so
someone
quick.
moving
I
like
just
that
can't
on
get over how
mobile, I'm
fast these rounds
uninstalling.
go.
Sometimes you
Yeah,
just
Big
choose better guns, and
immediately
sometimes you
started
play
roaming
utils
and
and
just
choose the
sprinted
ones
around
with
the
better
map, killed
utils.
3
Hi,
players,
Sid.
and it looks like one of the
Also
players on his
depends
team
on
was
the
able to pick up the other
opponent.
2. So that
But can
was,
you
yeah, about as
see
fast
your
as it gets.
opponents before you
Big
load
does
into the
not
game?
care, and
Because
he did
this
not
you
ask. He
can't.
is going to fly around
Like
this map.
I think like you just maybe know what your like teammates are. No, in quick play, I don't think you know what your teammates
It does
are.
sound like we're talking
Like
a
you
lot
just
about
pre-queue
inputs,
your
controller
operators.
versus mobile touch. And frankly, I
And,
don't know
like,
if there's a
hope
clear
that you
advantage.
get
It
the
sounds like
ones
some
you
of our
want.
players were talking about those advantages. I've tried both. Both feel pretty competitive. It's just about your skill level with said inputs, right? The controller
In
inputs are very
droning
nice,
phase,
but
you
if you're
can
good
change.
at
Oh,
the
you can't
touch
change in
device
this
inputs,
game in mobile.
it's kind of like keyboard and mouse. You can be even more accurate potentially if you're
I
good
mean,
at it.
you could switch when the round
One thing that
switches.
sets Rainbow
but-
Six apart, which was actually talked about there right before we switched perspectives, is that Rainbow Six Siege doesn't have any aim assist. The only aim assist that is present in the game is when you are playing up against the training bot, so in a mode that used to be referred to as terrorist
You can't
hunt.
tell for
If you were
mobile,
playing a
yeah.
PvE
But you
style
should
of
try
game,
mobile, you
there
guys,
is
if
a
you have the
possibility that aim
means
assist is in your game,
the
but in the
time.
PvP game modes, there is none. It doesn't matter if you're playing on controller or keyboard or anything like that. So, unlike other FPS titles that are out there that some of the players were discussing, playing on controller
bad
versus
on
playing on
mobile
mouse and keyboard
FPS?
versus
No,
playing
but
on
I
touch
also
controls,
am bad
there
on
is
mobile
no
FPS,
advantage,
but
whereas with other
controller
FPS
is the
titles,
way.
you're
Like
trolling if
connecting
you're not playing
a
on controller because the
controller
aim
to the
assist is so
iPad.
strong that it overpowers the best mouse and keyboard user, despite the fact that I think mouse and keyboard is more precise on its own. This is entirely why aim assist exists in the first place. So play on controller on Siege. You do not get any advantage, though. I am continuously impressed with some of the champion level plays that we see from controller players. And I mean, hey, some of the players here are playing on controller and they are doing things that I certainly cannot do with mouse and keyboard.
I like that breakdown a lot. We swing back to Dab Plays, who has yet to show us any emotion All he cares about is winning.
He has yet to show
Are they
us
gonna
any
help his team
emotion.
out by taking down some of those cameras? Go ahead and explain, if you don't mind, Interior. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit. It's probably the easiest explanation of your life. We obviously know drones. We've seen those quite a bit right now from the attacking side, right? Drones are a super valuable way to get intel around the map. You can go between 2 different drones. If you're able to keep both of them alive, you get a second drone once you get into the action phase.
Hi,
But on the
Brandon. What's
defense,
up?
talk to me about cameras, how those work.
So every single map has a set of default cameras, and that's what they're called in-game. Default cams is what players will refer to them as, so there's no special name for them. Every single map will have certain cameras in certain parts that will likely be close to bomb sites. Very rarely are they ever in the bomb site itself, but you just saw on your screen there was a default camera. They just look like a regular surveillance camera, a little black half circle that sits on top of a white casing or white housing. Defenders have access to the cameras. Just as the attackers can go on drones, the defenders can go onto the default cams. One of the first things you should do as an attacker is shoot those default cams. There are usually 2, 3, 4 default cams outside of the building. It's not uncommon that the moment a round starts, defenders will go on those cams and they will gain information immediately as to where you're spawning, so they know where your attack is going to come from. So if you're attacking, get rid of those default cams immediately. Operators like Valkyrie, who is still present in this game, right there, she just got a kill on your screen. That's Panda who actually got the kill. If you're playing Valkyrie, these 2 teams are playing each other, by the way. We finally do have this. We do have 2 teams playing each other.
Yep.
So Panda was playing Valkyrie. Valkyrie has black eye cams that you can throw around the map that function very similarly to the default cams. They are a little bit smaller and harder to see, but any defender can use those.
I think this is the first
Information is so
game
crucial
where
because
the
it
creator
allows
teams
you
are up against each
info
other.
on where the attackers are coming from, so you can use your
We're
devices,
watching
you
a
can use your traps, you
tourney!
can use your gadgets, or you can just maneuver your
We're watching a
players
tourney.
towards where
It says so in
attackers
the
are coming from
title.
in
I've been saying
anticipation,
it
or if you feel
throughout.
their
This is a
advances,
watch
where
party.
to not go
Hi
because
Vic,
danger might
how
be
are
right ahead of
you?
you.
Incredible.
Great breakdown. It is
Incredible
very fun to see
awareness,
2 of our creator
Donut.
teams going head to head here in public
Yeah,
lobbies.
because it's
As I
quick play.
expected,
It's
this
best
could
of
happen, and it
3, and they're
already
like
has.
the premise
One
of
of my
this
favorite parts about
tourney
watching
is
Rainbow
like
Six mobile or
a
even
win
Siege,
race.
Online
So they're
is
just
watching how
zooming,
good the
and
players
also
are at
I think
swapping
like
perspectives,
the
by
difference
way,
between
in
Rainbow
the
Six
race,
Mobile
in
and
action.
the
Swapping between their
Rainbow
drones and their
Six
cameras.
like
'Cause intel
Siege
is
on
everything in this
PC
game, and
is
speaking
that
of
like
drones,
the pace
you
is
see
a lot
Panda using his
different.
right now to try to get some intel. His dab has already struck first on the opposite side. We are in trouble if we are down to, what, 3 players?
I don't see anything lobby right now. Check the chat.
Operator who's playing, by the way, is called Twitch. So she, like a couple other operators, gets access to additional drones. So Twitch will have your 2 regular drones, but then also has what are called Twitch drones, or these like little laser zapping drones.
You guys are the goats.
Not
I
usually
hate
good
how
for
YouTube
damage. Their
auto-pauses
job is
streams.
to
I'm trying to watch
disable
your stream in the
your
Call of
opponent's
Duty Pro
gadgets.
League.
So
I'm
if you
sorry about
drive
that.
your drone in and you see a default camera, you can shoot it and blow it up. If you see a Maestro camera, you can shoot it. If you see a Jaeger ADS somewhere, you can shoot that. It doesn't work on everything, so a very popular defender that we've seen a bunch of is Frost. She has these bear mats that you put down that if somebody vaults in or hops into it, they get downed. A Twitch drone does nothing. You can zap that thing as much as you want. It is not changing a single thing about that gadget. So only really electrical gadgets are what Twitch deals with. Not always, but usually just easiest for new players to view it that way.
Okay, yeah, plant the A site. It's completely clear. They're across the map from the map. Yeah.
2-1, Wolfguard ahead in player advantage.
Oh, I have a death drone.
Question is, what is the attack going to do in terms of planting? You heard Noah call it out.
Jaeger looking last alive on the red team.
Zeddy, you can plant that for free. They're right here on my tag.
Need to be wary of Capkin traps, but I think they've cleared it all out.
Is that
Zeddy
camera
getting
shake a
diffuser down. It is
bug?
a
I don't
very
think so.
quick
At
plant.
least
That looks
for
like a second and
Zeddy,
a
I'm
half.
pretty sure she's playing
They'll
like
shorten the
directly
timer
on
of
the
round, and now
mobile,
all
like
they
the
need to do is
iPad.
find the final player.
Active tag.
It all falls down.
So
onto
that's why
Jaeger
hers
to
is
get
like
on
pretty
that diffuse
shaky.
kit, and there is Marley compelled
Oh.
into action. He gets smoked. That's a tough one, but I mean, Panda is just so good, and Panda's actually been playing this game quite a bit in his
thank you,
own
Vic,
right.
for
I
the
was
5-stream
googling
streak.
some
Really
of these
appreciate
mobile
it.
players,
Thank
some of whom I
you.
didn't really know prior to this event. I saw Panda was actually squatting up with some of these guys. I think he played with Spoid actually the other day, so there's some familiarity there on his side of things.
Yeah, nice win there. Honestly, a very fun round. It's good to see our creators go head-to-head. They're a little sweatier than maybe some of the pubs game, the quick play games that we've been watching. But let's take a look at some of the replays from the last hour or so. Any highlight level plays? Sure, there was plenty of them.
You have
Bobby
to gamble
Play showing
something.
the efficacy of an
You can't
SMG that
just
shoots
do
real fast.
exclamation
And
mark
Rainbow Six
gamble.
Mobile, Winsanity trying to do a lot of the same. And even Rasco showing us what he could do on controller. Some fun moments from these creators.
So it has to be
Yeah,
like
I mean, and
gamble
Bobby was playing
all
that
or
one so
gamble a
effectively with the
certain
deployable
number.
shield. That's something you see at high level gameplays. Put down the deployable shield. You've got a little window that you can see through at the top, and then just hide behind it. It's bulletproof.
And then if you
they can
don't,
shoot
if
it
you
as
haven't
much as they
watched
want.
enough
You
of
are
the
safe,
stream,
and
then
you have
you might not
information
have
on your
enough
side. It's a very
points to
advantageous
gamble.
spot to be in. Of course, one of the highlights has to be Icy pulling off the interrogation. You don't get to see them all that often, especially the higher you go in skill level, but boy, oh boy, you know that when pro players do it or content creators do it at various
Those
show
points are
matches,
based on,
the crowd
watch
always
time, I
pops
think.
off, whether it's in the
And
venue
also,
or in various Twitch, YouTube
accumulating
chat,
them.
etc.
See some more fun moments from all of our creators. Dab obviously picking up a final kill there with the pistol, but something we're noticing a lot from our creators is they're also utilizing one of the most iconic things that Rainbow Six has to offer, which is making sure you're peeking your corners correctly by leaning. All right, folks, we'll keep an eye out for that as well. Here's a look at our overall standings.
Wow.
Though.
Why
This
is
after our first
Wolfguard-
hour or so? Looking at our total
They've only
round
won
wins,
3?
it's pretty close. Now, I'm gonna
Really?
wager a guess here that Wolfguard maybe hasn't submitted all of their wins. That's
I hope
just a
so.
guess. It's just a guess. Otherwise, they're having a tough time on the map right now. But Viper Strike is in first. And if I am seeing that correctly, I believe they are still perfect on the day.
Yep, Viper Strike and Ghost Eyes, at least from what's been reported, is perfect. Nighthaven has dropped 2 rounds. Red Hammer has dropped 6. Wolfguard, to their credit, are also undefeated, but they've only won 3 times. Their round differentials +6. So yeah, I have to imagine that they have just simply not submitted. But again, we did hear some player comms coming in about getting things submitted as quickly as possible. So, who knows?
This is the
Speaking of
giveaway
submitting
for
as quickly
the
as possible, you better
in-game,
submit
like,
these
packs of
codes that are on your screen,
currency,
folks. We
so
got more
make sure
giveaways. As
to
per
scan the
usual, we're going to be
QR
rewarding you
code or
all day
enter
today.
these
10
codes
golden bullets.
right
If you can
away
type this
if you
code in
guys would
fast
like
enough,
to
it could be
slurp
yours. It
them
can only
up.
be typed in once, though. Maybe grab one of the middle ones. The outside one's probably already gone. All you have to do is scan the QR code on your screen, redeem it at the site down below that, or at the QR code, and you'll get your 10 golden bullets, which you so desperately need in this game. We'll swing back into the gameplay, though, because our players have not stopped. They have 3 hours, and Rasco goes for a knife, and unfortunately does not connect.
I mean, if you're a content creator, part of this is creating content. So it's not just enough to get the kills. You want a style in the process. So I mean, hey,
Yeah, they're really
I
good.
imagine
Oh, I
like
love your
most people, they're gonna
username,
stream this game and then they've got
Miffy.
editors, or
Miffy
maybe they edit
Lawyer?
it themselves. Who knows? Depends on how
Yeah, it's a
how tight
currency
their
for
time is.
mobile.
But they're gonna have their
Or
editors
it's
go
not
through this and
cur-
find some good
there are,
clips. And
like different.
the more
I think
insane and
Renown
silly
is the
stuff you
currency for
do,
mobile,
the better it
and you
tends
can
to
use
do
that to
on
like buy
social media
operators
platforms.
and
So
whatever.
get your
But then
clips
there's
for
also like
YouTube,
paid
for TikTok,
currency.
everything, and if you can
And
pull off a
then
knife kill or
I
even
think
get
with
your own
that paid currency,
interrogation,
you buy
that stuff's
golden
gonna pop
bullets,
off.
which are like
Yeah, there's going to be a
the
lot of content created from this, so
gotcha
you can see
in
our
the
timer
shop.
now.
So you can
We are
get better
over a third of the
cosmetics,
way
and like
through
the
this.
golden bullets are really
Keep up the
good because you
pace,
can get
ladies and
like
gentlemen.
purple
Still got
items,
2
gold
hours left.
items.
And I do believe, so far, I think all of our predictions have been mostly correct. We knew that the lobbies would get a bit harder. That seems to be happening. I expected that some of these teams may interact with each other. That's already happened at least once. Some fun stuff today.
See, that's exactly what Bobby was doing earlier, where he sits behind the deployable shield with that window in front of him. Window, I suppose, being a charitable interpretation of what that is.
Nitro set. Nitro ignite. Right.
It's a small missed opportunity there with the nitro.
We're almost done, guys.
Wondering when he's gonna go back to the shotgun at that range. You don't want to sidearm out. You
With
just
the
want to
makeup, and then
one
we
pump
can
it.
just entirely lock in.
Rasco's an experienced player. He knows what he's doing.
Patience is certainly a virtue, even though it doesn't feel like it sometimes when you're watching Rainbow Six Mobile today. Definitely a virtue in this game. We do see Savu unfortunately go down, but otherwise this team has a pretty clear advantage. It's actually about even now. Now they have a disadvantage in terms of players with 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Vasco taking this nice and patient, holding his angles correctly. No reason to rush this.
Well, especially if you're a defender, right? One of the biggest mistakes that are committed by those.
Well,
he was a little confused as to what was happening, Garrett, if I'm being honest with you. He shot him with a shotgun twice at point blank range, and the Ash did not die. My goodness, there's two of them right in front of him.
Oh,
he gets
no.
swamped by them. You know, Rasco wants that one back. It looked like there might have been a bit of desynchronization with the server on his end. Hard to tell,
but we might be playing.
I mean, you shoot somebody with the SAS shotgun at that range. Even once, you expect them to die, but twice, he seemed a little confused.
Yeah, I agree.
Back to my point. If you are a defender, one of the quickest ways to bottle around is to not play like a defender. You realize very early on that when you're a defender, all you got to do is just wait for the attackers to bring the diffuser into the bomb site, because if nothing happens, you win the round.
Right.
It is incumbent upon the attackers to get the job done. 25 seconds left in the round. All you got to do is hide. You do not need to take engagements. You don't need to fight. Too many newer players.
Because I'm sure,
like other
I don't
FPS
actually
games
know,
where you have to
but
get the kills.
it's either the
Nope.
creators
If you
are
one of
probably
these two remaining
getting
defenders,
paid
all you
for
got to do is just wait out the time, and the
or
round
there's a prize
goes to you.
pool based on like your placement.
Oh, quick peek
But
around
for
the corner.
someone
That
like
shotgun, little one tap.
you would
Why
definitely
not?
probably
Metal
have to
core
pay
picking
him
up the final kill
to be a
and
part of this
works out well
tournament.
for him,
no?
and I like that breakdown.
And I just think that guy.
Enemy bombs are armed. Find
Yeah,
and
he's
Also,
he's
fun
probably
note in
big
Terra
budget.
2 about, for those that maybe haven't played Rainbow Six, one of the other cool things is that if you do go down as the attacker, correct me if I'm wrong, you can actually still access the drones and still flag players onto the map for your team, so you're not completely just standing in the wings and doing nothing when you do go down.
top ranked.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people will die and then immediately go on TikTok, which is generally bad.
Right.
You know, when you die, you go on cams. That's general wisdom. It applies at all ranks. It applies in the casual game modes too. On a game mode like this, on Bomb Rush, it's very, very quick. I honestly don't even know how much you can gain from immediately going on cams. But the double res, goodness gracious. There's one defender left, by the way, who needs to. This is going to be a rough one. It's going to be a rough one for the sentry. I don't even know where he is, but
Yeah, this Viper Strike team hasn't dropped
Icy's
a
on the hunt.
singular round.
If you're a defender, you can get on those default cams, but you can also get on your teammates' devices. So Maestro brings Evil Eye cams, Valkyrie brings the Black Eye cams, some of these operators bring bulletproof cameras. All you need to do when you die is just hop on cameras, because even when you're dead, you can provide immense value for your team. And if you're first dead, hop on a cam, give information, let the remaining players, 2, 3, 4 players still alive, doesn't matter, give them intel so that you can win the
nice how
round. You
you
still
can
have
still be
value, even
valuable,
if
or
you
like
did maybe
at least
overextend and cost your
useful,
team the first kill.
even after death, by being on cams and being able to comment stuff.
Knife out with the Cav is interesting. I
game
think
for
Solid
me
Snake,
being
the newest
useful
operator to the
all day.
regular Rainbow Six Siege game. Yes, that is Solid Snake for Metal Gear Solid is the newest operator that was added just a couple days ago
other than my
when
lips,
Operation
but I'm
Silent
about
Hunt
to
came
eat
live. Now you've got both
yogurt,
Sam
so I'm
Fisher
gonna
from
save
Splinter
my
Cell
lips
and
for
Solid Snake in the same game. It's very cool. He also has a knife out at one point, if memory serves correctly. So I'm a little curious if Ubisoft, maybe Ubi, if you're listening, are you trying to make knives and knife skins in this game a thing? Because like that'd be kind of cool. I'd support that.
Well, while we've got a moment watching our different space here, blow all of the ceilings apart. Talk to me about
this is Extreme Makeover Home Edition, actually, that we're watching. We've somehow ended up on another channel.
Hopefully, some agave is in
So
here,
why do you do that? That's a very good question. There's
plain
another.
yogurt.
Wasn't there 2 players there? Yeah, there was. He got out.
They're all dead. I'm completely unsure.
How
I think the
did he
opponent-
Hi, Yo-Yo. What's up? Hey, don't lick my yogurt.
Still.
It's mine.
Let's go. All right, so one thing that new players like to do, which is generally quite bad, is they like to reinforce and barricade everything. That's actually not a really good strategy against experienced players. Because if you're going to walk into a room and everything is closed, you know that as long as what's in the room with you is clear, you're not going to get swung from somebody through an open doorway or through an open wall. But as what you saw Space doing in that previous round, if you're an attacker and you vault into that room, the entire floor below you is gone. You now are not going to do that vault without information of what lies below, because if you do it and there's somebody down there and you don't drone it, you're going to get killed. So
I'm eating Greek
sometimes there's a lot of value in keeping doors open, keeping windows open, keeping walls open, because the information that you gain and you give up by doing that is easily outweighed by the hesitation it's going to cause the attackers.
It was a massacre.
But that must have been like 30 seconds.
The stairs and blow up a wall, and the game was over.
Ooh, maple syrup.
that
I don't
again,
know
like,
maple syrup.
I love how much nuance we get a chance to
Any
talk on this
Canadian
broadcast
hookups?
because we've kind of got this time.
Did your mic volume get lower? No, it's because
yeah,
in this
one
mic I
wall's
have to
blown
talk
up,
directly
everybody's dead
into
because
it.
that's how fast we're playing. So there definitely is kind of both sides of the coin here in Rainbow Six Mobile. If you want to play quick play, if you want to get into this bomb rush
Otherwise, you
format,
can't hear me
and you
very
wanna fight
well.
your opponents, you
But I
absolutely
could
can.
also lower
But
the
as the game
stream
develops and
volume if you
player base
guys.
continues to learn, strategic
Is that
gameplay
better?
is everything when it comes to Rainbow Six. So I'm loving what I'm seeing from both sides of the coin there. We have seen some strategic gameplay for sure, and we've also seen some folks just swing corners nonstop, roam the whole map, and win in 18 seconds.
If you're playing up against
No.
a bunch of people new to mobile games, or maybe they're new to Rainbow Six Siege in general, mobile or otherwise, and you are familiar with the maps and the operators, the best thing you can do is just be quick, because your opponents are still going to be figuring out, oh, what's this? What doorway is this? Where does this lead to? What does my gadget do? And you're already inside the bomb site killing people. So it doesn't surprise me to see that these more experienced
What is a
players are taking
magpie?
advantage of the lack of
Like,
experience
what
of
does
their
that
opponents.
trap
But
do?
again, it does seem like these games are tightening up to the point you made earlier, and I imagine over the next hour and a half, it's going to continue to get tighter.
Yeah, I agree. I'm seeing a lot of folks actually run Jaeger, utilizing his Magpie system.
He's good. The ADS system that he has is very strong, especially if nades and flashes are high in the meta, which I have to imagine a lot of these players
Magpie.
will be running them.
Yeah, I
We
know
saw
it's
Marley using those
util, but
flashbangs
what
really
does it
effectively.
do?
Jaeger's gadget immediately shuts down any throwable or projectile that is launched out by the attackers, and it regenerates over time. So the ADS system, the active defense system, Magpie system, as you refer to it as, it'll take out one grenade and then it recharges.
What
Some
it do?
Really nice aim there from Panda, and I think he's a little surprised as to where he died from. And guess what he died from? A single shot to the head. Sometimes, let me be honest with you, Garrett. Sometimes with one shot headshot, sometimes the guy who's most accurate doesn't always win the duels because of it.
That's a really good point.
See, this guy lives
Gotta
in
make
like
sure
a
that you actually
compound.
isolate your
Are you
opponents and
seeing
not show the tip of
his
your head for
background?
Just a brief second.
Yeah.
Your demise. Quick
That
little
looks like
spot
Willie. Okay. Willie is actually using touch controls. I don't know Spoit's familiarity with a controller. Admittedly, I thought he might use a controller, but instead he's just.
Even entered the site, okay?
Yeah, but it's okay. I was using thermite thing over.
We can take a listen to what Spoit has to say here. There'll be some knowledge coming through. Admittedly, only one player left that he has to deal with, and it's a thermite.
Only one.
Oh, okay, no, never mind. It's only one.
If he's up on that ledge on the roof, let me know.
Yeah, it's pushing me.
Oh, so he's inside still.
Oh, he's going in. He's going in.
That didn't kill him.
I can't believe he didn't
My
get him.
exact thoughts.
Teammate of the year. I'm here.
Oh,
There you go.
nice.
There it is.
I don't know if they've nerfed shotguns on mobile. Part of me wonders if they had, it would make a lot of sense, but we have seen a disproportionate amount of "how is he not dead" moments from the shotguns.
I didn't know that was.
Yeah, I will say.
I might be playing
on mobile,
today because I
shotguns
just
seem to have a
remembered
lot
that
of,
Dash asked to
pick
postpone
rate, a huge
yesterday's
amount of
session to
efficacy
today.
because of their ability, obviously,
So,
with the spread,
or not
to do a
Dash,
lot of damage
Ross.
quickly without having to be
Dude, they need to
hyper
have
accurate, so it's
different
very friendly to
names.
some of, like,
I
more
need my
low-skilled
friends to change their
AKA
names.
players that end up playing on mobile. And so I do wonder if they reduce some of the damage and some of the shotguns to kind of balance that out.
Winning is fun. When you're losing, it's not.
Exactly.
That's a golden rule right there. A mantra shared by many a gamer: winning is fun,
Wow,
losing
these
is
guys
not.
all favor like on top of the box, on top of that like yellow crate.
Man on your screen does not lose that often. Space.
Exactly. We already knew.
Very, very good at this game. Let's see if he can showcase some of his skill right now, but they're all having a good time, which is exactly why we're here, right? This is
I
obviously a
feel like
competitive
all of the
tournament, and
current
we're
Apex players,
tracking wins and all of that good stuff, but really just wanted to showcase what
like the
Rainbow Six
skill
Mobile's all
ceiling
about
is just
and
raised a
have good
lot
time
for
doing
like
it,
the
so all the
average
creators
Apex
seemingly
guy.
definitely
Ooh.
having fun as Space barely misses some of those shots through, but looks like Icy's gonna pick that up.
I mean, look at the movement that we just saw on our screen. You're telling me this is somebody doing this with their fingers on a phone? It is crazy how good these mobile gamers are. And I know that there might be a portion of this audience who are not used to seeing mobile gaming, but I will even say, I don't watch a lot of mobile, but look at this movement from Space. It is bonkers that somebody is doing this on a touchscreen on their phone. It is so unbelievably impressive. And I mean, Space isn't the only one who's been impressive. There's been a lot of really good mechanical ability on our screens, but
I'm sick of them like both being monosyllable names, so I always confuse the two.
To be had on a mouse and keyboard, on a controller, on a touchscreen. You might think, oh, it's just a mobile game. You pick up a phone and try to 1v1 Space and see how quickly you get humbled.
Oh, I love that shot. Levenho, a lot of the same. Very skilled player, long history, and well, my bad, long history in the mobile content creation space. Unfortunately, again, with this game, one wrong peek, you didn't clear all of your angles. You have the tiniest of windows of opportunity, and
dude, these angles are so
capitalize on
ratty.
picks
Ow!
as well. But unfortunately, yet again, another player back behind. Lobbies are getting a little bit more sweaty.
A little bit more. I mean, he should have known that there would be somebody on rappel right there. Marley, to his credit,
you can
taking this
Bluetooth
a lot
connect,
more seriously
controller
than I suspected.
To your like
might.
iPad or iPhone.
I think it would be very different if he was playing against other real, like these real teams. Like the fact that they're just playing Bomb Rush, I think Marley is going to take it seriously. But if it was like, say, his team versus Spoit's team, I could see him maybe joking around a little bit, maybe having a couple rounds where they go for knives or something along those lines. Marley has played in show matches before. He's quite familiar with how to have a good time playing Rainbow Six.
Hey, vibes are super important when it comes to these types of games, especially when you're playing for 3 hours straight. Trying to rack up wins with your team.
I don't know. I feel like most shooters, though, like most people play shooters because they want to sweat.
Big content creator. I'm gonna shout him
or is
out
that me
because
coping?
He's definitely earned it. He's played over 1,200 rounds of Rainbow Six Mobile. Now they can go quite quick, as you can see on your screen. Over 1,200 rounds with a 75% win rate. 74.4
Unless you're
to be
playing
exact.
like a
guy doesn't lose
like a
often.
campaign shooter.
Just waiting for summertime, bro. Summertime is where my family thrives. I feel like we go camping, fishing. We're like outside 24/7. But yeah,
good vibes from Dab as well.
Just living for summer. Living for summer, you know? You and I likely in very different circumstances. You down in Tennessee, it's probably a little warm there. It is freezing rain here today up in the sunny beaches of Toronto, so
that's fun.
I'm living for summer too, Dab. I come alive. Drone phase the prep phase is shortened. Rounds are shortened as well. Rounds are 2 minutes and 30 seconds instead of the usual 3 minutes, and defuse time is shortened.
Enemy bombs are
when you Google office chair, you see the chair that was just on your screen. That's the chair you see when you Google office chair.
That's exactly right. Pretty good drone spot, not get hit.
I do think it's hard to shoot on mobile, but
two drones,
like these guys like flick to it really fast.
Maybe not quite as much in this mode, just with how fast it moves, but get that second drone once the action phase is actually started.
But yeah, if you have to track a drone, for me, I felt like it was really difficult.
Absolutely.
And I just gave up. And I was like, just
a second, but
know where I am.
Now
I don't
we have
freaking
Dab
care.
on your screen. Ash is likely one of the mascots of Rainbow Six Siege. It's, you know,
oh
that
my god,
all aim Ash main is about the go-to here. To see that she has her breaching round as an underbarrel attachment is very different from the regular game. She has a standalone launcher in regular Rainbow Six Siege here on mobile. I think very similar to Hibana, it functions like Buck's skeleton key, where it is underbarrel. It's just a little bit quicker. It could be a cool change for the main game. I don't think Ash is in desperate need
flashed himself, I
of
think.
a buff at this point in time, but it is just a little odd. No, Hibana is not. Hibana has her X-Kairos launcher as a separate gun.
Oh.
Jaeger down below, but he's swinging his way now through conference.
Oh,
And he
nice.
gets out-dueled by Kith.
They still got the win.
Oh my god.
That was really close. That was
Meanie
really close,
Marley is so good at Siege. Never mind, he got naughty blow.
rather than 2-0.
Wow, that opinion had such a fast turnaround.
The faster you move in this event, the better. So the faster you can get your wins, the better. AKA, let's play less
So
rounds.
funny.
But we'll figure all that math out as we get closer to the end of the time. So have plenty of time for these teams to start racking up wins and maybe cutting down the slow-paced gameplay that they started with. Now, speaking of slow-paced gameplay, this is a classic Bobbyism at this
Like
point.
gas him too
I think every
quickly.
time we spectate him, he's right here on the deployable
I
shield. He's
mean,
just
our
slowly
heroes
moving
might not always
backwards.
be like what they used to be in their peak.
I mean, this is smart.
It
You are an
happens.
anchor operator. He's playing Smoke. Smoke is one of the most valuable late round operators in the game. You just saw him throw out his Toxic Babe or his gas canister, depending on how you want to call it. It's called a gas grenade, I suppose, here in Rainbow Six Mobile. But those gas canisters do damage to opponents. It blocks line of sight, but it also does damage. So if you're trying to plant a diffuser or you're trying to get through a single doorway, those gas canisters last a long time. It prevents you from taking the map control that you want and does damage in the process. In a mode like Bomb Rush, where it takes 2 seconds to get the diffuser planted, you're not going to find as much value, but it takes 7 seconds to get the diffuser down in Rainbow Six Siege. Those gas canisters last for about 10 to 15 seconds, so you can easily choke somebody off of that plant. He's an operator that gains more value the later into a round you go, and Bobby is playing that operator exactly as you need to. Anchor down a part of the map, sit there and wait, let the attackers come to you and punish them in the closing moments of the round.
Another great breakdown by Intero about the efficacy of each of these operators, and they all have very unique abilities. It's one of the most important things I think about this game is how to use your operator correctly and use all the utility.
Hi,
that they have, 'cause
Bean.
there's
What's
so much
up?
Utility from those breaching launchers to smokes and everything.
Fist
in between,
bumps
so we'll
you.
keep calling those out where we see them.
Every time I see a roaming Smoke, I just... my eyes glaze over with rage. It can work. It absolutely can. It's so suboptimal most of the time that just play safe.
See,
Just
this
play
is
safe.
how I know there's a big difference between me and people, because I always just shot out the entire barricade
Did he
like
just
off the rip.
melee
Ooh.
his way in instead of using the sledgehammer?
Yeah, I was about to say, not using the sledgehammer is one way to play.
What are these guys
I mean, his
doing?
name is Sledge for good reason.
What are
You
they
know,
doing?
They named a hammer after him, for crying out loud.
What are they looking
Probably
at?
one of the most basic operators that exists in Rainbow Six Siege. The Scottish attacker has access to a giant hammer that also happens to be the biggest trophy in our esport every year. The Six Invitational, which just transpired in Paris, awards the hammer. You win the hammer, you get to lift the hammer. It is designed to look exactly
What
like
language
Sledge's.
is this? Guanan?
Great for soft destruction. You can smash open floors, smash open walls. You can
Sieg?
even use it to bonk your opponents if you get close enough.
And despite not using the sledgehammer there, they do pick up another win, so congrats to them. We swing
Is it
back over
stupid
to
if it
Spurs.
works? Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Hey, it's quick.
German,
It's easy.
I
It's
see.
less button pushing.
Hello,
I mean,
Bob
that's-
the Boo.
or, you know, places on your mobile device pushing, I suppose. It's definitely quick. But
Ooh.
we'll take a look at
Oh,
Viper's
you
straight
gotta
here,
hit
rotating back on the
those.
screen
You gotta
and
hit those, buddy.
Unfortunately, missing his shots, but does have quite a bit of intel. And
I
it
think
is
that
gonna
would.
be-
Oh, yeah, you gotta hit
What
those.
can happen? Space gets
I mean, this guy is cleaning up for him.
I
Uh-oh.
will say credit to them for not being outside as frequently as they need to be, but
No, we're good.
you run outside, you get detected. A bit of a change from the earlier games where, again, we didn't expect them to be as competitive. So if you're a defender, you can run outside, you give your opponent wall hacks, but if you are a better aimer, it doesn't matter. There was confidence there from a lot of these defenders that they would be able to just simply overpower their opponents, and I think for good reason, but oh my, this isn't
Nice.
play, they make it work, and they win the round off of it. All right.
I did that same
This
move
Viper
on
Strike
Siege
team
once
has
and
been
just got
near the top
and
of the
got
standings
voted
all
off.
day.
Oh,
I
really?
don't even know what's gonna slow them
You
down.
can
There's just
vote
no
out
weaknesses on this team.
players?
Yeah, agreed.
Then what is
Even
it?
when they
Just
get
a
cut down early and they
4v5
lose
for
first
the
blood,
rest
they
of the
still
game,
are able
or?
to 1v multiple the entire map. I mean, Space is picking up at least a double kill every game, so
Yeah.
picking up all the slack.
Yeah, anything other than English or Korean, I'm just like,
Playing too aggressive.
Well, I can read a
think the
little
only
bit
thing
of
that can actually get in the way of
Chinese
this team
and
is
like
that the lobbies get harder and harder,
way less
and their
Japanese,
ego gets in
but
the way, and they play too aggressive with the roams and get
still hard
outside
to
too
read.
much on the defensive side, so it might slow them down a little bit. But
Hey, Yuge, what's on your mind? Are you
No, I
happy?
think that's a
I
great
mean,
point.
my
There are a
back
lot of
hurts
times
a
where you
little
beat
bit
yourself
today.
in this game. I'll go back to
But
what I said about
overall, we're
defenders defending.
chilling.
The amount of times that I, over the last decade of playing Rainbow Six,
Choco
have had
Taco.
a teammate in a
Ooh, I kinda
1v1
want some ice
situation
cream
where all you
today.
need to do is just hide.
Chocolate ice
Just hide.
cream.
There are 5
That sounds
seconds left in the
good.
round. Stay alive, and we win the round. And then the guy just goes, "It's fun to get kills," and just goes running after somebody and loses. And you're like, "What are you
Oh,
doing?
tacos,
Just
just
hide,
straight up
please,
tacos.
I
Also,
beg you."
wow, did
But
you
for
see the
some,
barrel of the gun
glory
just
is more
then?
important than victory. Again, your ego can easily be the 6th man
Owie.
on your opponent's squad.
Oh my god.
Wow, I didn't even
This is a
see that guy.
slaughter. A minute into the round,
And he
it
was
is
just,
they're- these,
he just
their
clicked his
opponents are
head.
cannon fodder at this point. Yeah.
This guy seems pretty good, this space guy.
goal, baby, nice and easy, another win. We're not
I
playing
think
hockey, but we're
learning
having
the
a damn good
alphabet in
time, no
Korean
question
is
about it.
very
That
I mean, you even called
easy
it
and
a dog play
intuitive
earlier, and I
because
think
that's the
that
way
fit
that
quite
it was
well.
like.
That's right.
Because originally, before Hunger was invented, like Koreans had to use like the Chinese character system, which is obviously like it's a lot. Because you're just like
This is
memorizing
quick.
characters.
This is foul.
I don't know. Chinese people are crazy.
Somebody's trying this game
But
out,
yeah,
but
so
we're
then they
promoting
made a
Rainbow Six Mobile is
phonetic
incredible.
alphabet,
We're
and like the
promoting
way
it.
that
People are from the
Sejong
stream
Daewang,
loading up the
the
game for
king
very
who
first
made
time and just
the alphabet,
happened to
it's
be in
like
these
very
lobbies. They're like,
intuitive based on the shape of the tongue
learned
that is
anything
used to
yet.
like say
Let me try
the
again
word
against
to
not
pronounce
Nighthaven.
the
Yeah,
letters.
Both Viper
So
Strike and Nighthaven are having terrifically
Hunger
good
is
games.
easy to pick up, but
We'll
yeah,
see
you
stand-
might
well,
have
I'm interested to
difficulties,
see what happens when
especially
the
if you
standings come
come
back
from
up.
a
And hopefully Wolfguard, I think it was Wolfguard.
SVO
had a bit of a lag
language,
with some
subject verb
reporting, but
object, because Korean is
hopefully they've been
subject
able to-
object
hopefully they've been
verb,
able
and
to
I feel
fix
like
but
that trips up a lot of
I am
people.
really curious to see if a team remains even perfect. Because
Yeah, so
in
like
traditional
Gia
sports and in esports,
is
it
a
gets to a point where
like
your fate is ultimately out of your hands, right? If you're enough games
Yep.
back, you just have to hope that your opponents
is
lose.
literally
But when you look at the top 2 teams being
2 lines.
perfect in their efficiency, not dropping a
Yep.
single round,
That is exactly how the sound travels in like
I
the
don't know how
mouth.
much I don't know how much faith you can put in your opponents dropping the ball.
Hopefully your queue times are faster. Like I don't know. It's still out of your hands. I don't know what to tell you.
Hi, Shy. What's up? Or Shay?
All right. Well, we've lost patience. Let's get aggressive.
Just go outside, just get kills. Why not?
Main door, main door, main door.
Oh yeah. For these guys, they wanna.
I can't get over hearing my
Because
own
it's
name.
a win race, so they might be propelled to
I
just
will
like
say,
go
to your
outside
credit, it's a good name.
to
I
Congrats to you
appreciate that.
both.
Thank you.
finish out the
Parker's
round as
classic,
fast as
a good one, a
possible.
Strong name. It's great.
Shout out to my mother.
Yeah,
for
no,
choosing
Duolingo is
to name
not
me
like
this.
the best at teaching
My
languages.
dad
I
was
feel
along for the
like
ride. He's-
it's probably a
but
good
he
like
wanted- I think my dad wanted to call
supplemental
me
app.
Michael, and my mom was like,
But
absolutely
I think
not.
I would, if you have like the
Apologies to
time or
Michaels out
money
there.
or
Yeah,
resources, I think I would recommend like tutoring or even like if you
I
have a
like it.
community college
take
near
it.
you,
A win's a win.
just take a class. Like some of them have remote
I
even,
have
so
noticed
that's like
that one big thing
pretty
that is different
convenient.
from this game
Ooh.
than from the console and PC versions is the lack of vertical play. So a lot of floors are hard surfaces. You cannot shoot through them.
But I
you
don't know,
cannot
I'm
sledge
always
through
like
them. That's
a
great shot by Van.
I don't
Wow.
love immersion because I feel like you can.
But there's a lot less verticality. Which again,
Well,
I guess
I don't
makes
love
sense. You want it to
immersion
be
when you're
more linear. You
beginning
want
to
them
learn a
take
language
engagements directly
because
on, so you've gotten rid of
you
some of
can pick
some of
up
the
on like
hatches,
too
you've
much
gotten rid of some
slang or
soft
casual
destruction.
talk,
It makes
and
sense.
you
We're
might
also at the
not
halfway
like
point.
know enough about
Shout out.
formal
We're
speech
halfway through this competition somehow. So
because
dive
that's
very,
really
very fast.
important.
I
And
think to your credit, or to your point rather.
Oh,
as well
owie.
as- ooh, unfortunately, Al goes down pretty early. Should get a trade here, but the other I think thing to that.
so
might
I
be-
really
could be the
like
question
taking
around
actual
field of
classes
view.
in conjunction with
How
like
wide is the field of view on mobile versus
in-person
on PC? You
practice.
still get pretty good visibility, but slightly reduced maybe field of view is one of
A
the other
Hagwon just
reasons.
to learn Korean?
little
Yeah, I
bit
mean,
late.
Hagwons are gonna be really,
Yeah, I mean, there's
really
something to be said for
helpful,
people
and
playing
they'll
a
probably
shorter
help you
field of
like
view or a narrower
learn the
field of view.
language
Others will be
as
playing
fast as
stretched reds.
efficiently as
Depends on
possible.
the resolution you
But I
want to
think
play
you
at,
gotta
whether you
be
play at
like
16
really
by 9,
prepared
16
for
by
like
10, 4
the
by 3.
grind set
Obviously, those
mindset.
options are available for people. I don't
Cause yeah, I
believe that same level
literally
of customization is
I
here
did
on normal,
a
just because of the way
Oagwon,
the game has been made, and it
which
stands to
is like
reason that that
Ono,
wouldn't be
like
the case,
language,
but
and Hagwon, which is like the cram school for like one semester, like one summer semester. And it's like normally the international students who are about to enter into the university, like depending on their like language proficiency in Korean, they have to take this class. Or they might like want to take it like during the summer in order to.
Another big point of conversation.
I actually don't really know how the school system works, but yeah, I was taking that class and it was like
You can get knocked, right? You can go down and crawl around, but you
it was
only
like
get picked
quite a
up
bit of
once.
time per day.
Yeah, so if you're an attacker,
And I think it was at least 4 hours, 3-4 hours.
Down but not out. DBNO
But
is
that
the
was like the
status, where
only
you'll see,
thing I
like, a
did,
little health
so
bar,
it
it'll
was
be
like
a little circle
doable.
with a little plus, the typical
But
HP or whatever
yeah, I can't
safe
imagine if
aid
you're like
you wanna
an
call
actual
it, image that
student and you have
everybody
to take
uses.
multiple
If
classes
you're a
and
defender
or
and you pick up
you
Rook's armor, and Rook
have a
is in
part-time
this
job
game, he's
or
not one of the 5 operators being
you know
played
you have
right now
friends
by
and
the
stuff. I didn't have
defenders,
friends
but
there.
it's,
I was alone.
he's available. Basically, what happens is you
Ooh.
get knocked, and then you can get picked back up. And
This
there's a
guy
spot where
is
you will
carrying,
bleed
no?
out if they do not
This
get you
Isios
in
guy?
time, but you can still crawl around, and you can still give
Holy, a
information too. That's the
3K.
other thing. While you are knocked, you
The
are still
Isios
able
and
to
Space
help
guy are
your
doing
teammates by
incredibly
telling them
well.
where the opponents are. Garrett, this has been interesting.
Is
I
it
think Viper
Isios
Strike
or
are in a bit of trouble. Is this the
Ikios?
first round that
Any
we've seen
knowers?
Viper Strike actually drop?
Yeah, they've lost a round and a potential to lose the entire map if they lose this round. Reminder, it's just a best of 3. First 2 wins, and we're in trouble. Space, fortunately, taking a decent bit of damage. Their armor looking quite weak, but does get the cleanup. That's that knock condition we were just talking about.
He was down, but he was not.
Oh, what a
Captain will
move.
join him, so they're staying alive. They've dropped around.
Good call on that.
I would be shocked if we managed to go all the way through this creator showdown with a team being perfect.
Okay, they did
3 hours
drop
of
one
not
round now,
losing a
finally.
single round? That's something else.
Yeah, if it's not Viper Strike, who is it going to be? Maybe Nighthaven. I don't know. Technically, we'll have to take a look.
Oh, they're all
at
like
their scores.
YouTube.
Either way you look at it,
Does
though,
Rainbow Six
if you go
Siege have like a
perfect
big
on
like
maps,
YouTube
that's still a
space,
very
YouTube
impressive
creators?
feat, even with the skills and the chemistry that some of these teams are putting together here on main stage. But yeah, not perfect anymore.
Prefer smoke. I think smoke is broken in this game, to be honest. I think mid's good, but I think smoke is just like insane.
I'm in now.
It's because one of them's playing on an iPhone 4.
Just hearing how they strategize. The beautiful thing
Yeah,
is
but
that
I'm
we can
surprised
hear
like
team
nobody has
comms.
TTV in their
What's wrong with iPhone
username.
4s, bro?
It's all just YT.
Sometimes where, as casters, we just need to step back because there's nothing they can really learn from us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's see.
Right now, they're talking about what type of devices can run this game, and frankly, it is quite a wide variety of devices. You don't have to have like the most perfectly optimized device in the world to still be able to run the game, which is honestly one of the biggest factors on success.
Mobile
of games
creators
like
do
this,
better
so
on
big shout
YouTube,
out
I
to the team
think.
behind the scenes for optimizing
They
where can, even
do.
for lower end devices, but
I met
obviously,
this
if you are somebody
girl.
like Winston Ivey or a content creator,
Do you
you'll
guys
be running
remember
on
the HyperX level
the super
reforge
maps, if
event
you
that I
will,
was
of any devices out there, as Chaka does get cut down and trade ones out.
level
but
reforge
down but
event
not
that I
out.
was a part
Just
of
to make
like
sure they
last
get this
year?
cleaned up before the revive comes through. And
Oh,
hello.
what was that guy doing?
That's that skylight rappel has been seen before. Maybe not to the main.
Oh,
floor. Usually
wow,
that
really?
is a fight Space should have won. I'm sure he's gonna want that one back, but.
Another one to your right.
Chaco was
Yeah,
playing
but
on
I
the
met a
I'm assuming
creator
it was an iPad,
there,
a giant tablet in front of him. Looked like he was trying to order something. at
But
one
she
of
was
those
telling me
restaurants where they
that-
don't have servers. They just hand you a computer and you do most of the work yourself.
Sorry, I keep getting
I actually will say
distracted
too,
by this game.
About devices, I
But
actually just
she was
upgraded
telling
phones.
me
I was
that
rocking a Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra for like
mobile gaming is
5
really
years.
big in India.
And it would get hot playing very simple mobile games.
Like, much bigger
So
than
I
even
imagine trying to
console.
play this game on it, my phone would blow up. I just upgraded to a Pixel, and I gotta say, it handles this like nobody's business. It's great. So if you've got a relatively
I don't
new
know
phone,
about
your phone
every
doesn't get
part
hot,
of
it handles it
Asia.
well, and I'm amazed at
I
how
mean,
good mobile games look these days. It is absurd to think.
when
of
I think
how
of
far we've
mobile
come.
gaming, I'm thinking
Yeah,
of things
totally
other
agree,
than
man.
just
Yeah, I'm
like
playing on the opposite side. I'm playing on the iPhone.
your
It's been
typical like
fantastic
gotcha
and
games,
no
right?
overheating issues. Quick look at the replays, by the way. Some fun moments, obviously. With
Gotcha
Sanity
games, rhythm
showcasing some of his skills, which is
games,
great. But all of our creators doing
like
the
the things
same.
that you kind of
Sabu
expect to
picking
be
up
on
double kills, and
mobile.
again, this is one of the reasons our teams have been winning so often. Is that most of our creators are able to win.
Yeah, I think it's like the League of
on this
Legends
title. They are that
alternative.
skilled. It is what it is, and even Bobby Plays can get a little aggro, not hide behind his shields, get aggressive and get some kills.
Yeah.
Again, it's just it really just comes back to if you're watching this,
Doodle
and you've never really watched
jump.
any type of mobile competition. These are extremely.
I see people
talented
playing
players.
COD on
These
the
are
train, so
extremely
we're
experienced
really.
players. Some of them
Wow.
are at the top of
What
their
a shot.
of their respective games, and it shouldn't really surprise you with how well they're doing. If you were to watch, say, like me play Rainbow Six Mobile, it would be a gruesome affair. It would look nothing like this. So don't. And if you try to play it,
It's
you're
huge in
probably not
Korea
gonna look like this either,
too.
so don't be a little. Don't lose spirit. Don't lose hope.
I didn't know that
Definitely a
for
learning curve in the
mobile
game and
League
playing
of
on mobile,
Legends.
but certainly worth the time. It is a lot of fun to watch, and it has been
My
a blast so far.
favorite
We're over
mobile game
halfway
when
done
I was
already, which is
younger,
crazy
it
to
wasn't
say. We've been moving
even. It
through
was on my
very quickly.
iPod Touch
So
that
I
I
wanna
played it the
remind you
most. It was
now, are you
Scoops.
not
I really
convinced
liked that
yet? What's
game
going on? It's
because it
time
was
to
so
download the
satisfying,
game,
and I was
folks.
such a
Go get
big
your
bag
hands on
for
Rainbow
all the
Six
ice
Mobile
cream
right now
scoops
for
to
free on
stack on
iOS
top
or
of each
Android
other.
Google Play Store.
I really
You can
liked
head over
that
to the App
game.
Stores by scanning the QR code on your screen, or just head over to the app stores yourselves. You can screenshot this. I'll give you a smile. Boom, and then you can hit that QR code as well if you're on a mobile
You can
device,
also
so you don't
use
have to
my
have multiple
link in
devices open to scan the
R6M,
QR code.
guys.
Makes it
You
nice
don't
and
have
easy
to
for you
use this
folks. Get your
QR
hands
code. You
on the
can
game.
use
It is a
my
lot of fun,
link.
and make sure you drop a follow on all major socials as well. You can see them all down below, all those amazing icons.
Okay,
because
let
there's
me
a ton of
put
things
on
coming to Rainbow Six
some
Mobile. Not only from the
chapstick and
operators right around the corner,
and
but
then
they're
finally
always
put
talking
on
about
the
things that maybe asking for feedback from you. What do you think about the game? Go drop a follow on all major socials. Maybe drop a follow wherever you're watching as well, because there's a lot going on with this title you're not going to want to miss. Let's take a look at the scores, though, with over halfway done in the competition, which means looking at the scores, how close is it truly? So far, so good for the teams at the top. Viper Strike, Nighthaven, and Taro. Everybody else starting to lag behind.
Yeah, they're just not getting games in fast enough. Again, we say this based on the information we have. It is incumbent upon the teams to self-report their scores. So maybe Wolfguard, maybe Red Hammer, maybe they've played more games, they just haven't gotten around to it yet. Viper Strike, no longer flawless. Same with Nighthaven. Both of these teams have dropped at minimum 1 round. But Ghost Eyes and Wolfguard are still undefeated. Will that change as we start to see the volume of games increase? Again, I kind of think so. I would be shocked if we managed to go through this entire showdown with a team remaining undefeated. And defeat just means losing a single round. It doesn't even mean losing a game. It just means losing a round. Red Hammer's not been very efficient. They should be at a plus 24, so they're at a plus 17. So Red Hammer's having some
I don't
struggles.
look like that when I
But beyond that,
do I?
all of these teams doing a very good job of keeping
Do I look like I'm
themselves
hacking
in this round by
when I yawn?
round. And of course, Viper Strike and Nighthaven just a cut above at the moment, but still about an hour and 15 minutes to go before we crown a champion.
Yeah, I may have to start talking about some of those tiebreakers soon. It is very close at the top. We'll see. But folks, we've got a giveaway for you. Like I said, we've got giveaways throughout this entire broadcast all day today for 10 golden bullets. You got to move quick. I saw chat talking about it. It's not just quick. It is lightning fast. Type in these codes as fast as humanly possible at redeem.ubisoft.com/rainbow6-mobile or scan that QR code to get to the site and type in these codes ASAP. It is a one-time use, but we've got more coming towards the end of the broadcast, and we're somehow already moving that way, over halfway, and right back into the matches here, Taro.
That's pretty good.
Just can't get over how all the guns look so different. I mean, if you, I'm not entirely certain your tenure with a specific game, but having just watched Rainbow Six for 10 straight
Your mom
years
has
now,
been looking into getting a
seeing
new
an
cat since
operator
your
with
cat
a gun
passed
that
away
looks
in
different just
January.
does
Are you
something
sorry
to
to
my
hear
brain
that
where it
about your former
disconnects for but
cat?
a second.
Yeah, that's exactly
It will
right.
take
But
some
I
getting
hope she
used to. Like,
can
this is what the
find another
UMP
furry
looks like. Like,
friend.
I've seen that UMP model in other games, but that's not how the UMP looks in Rainbow Six. What
For
game am I
the
watching? And you guys, oh,
companionship and cuteness.
it's actually the same game. It's just, it's a new game.
Yeah, there's a bunch of skins already in the game, too, for a lot of the different weapons. You can get them through the Battle Pass. There's kind of like a free Battle Pass, and then also one that you can purchase as well. Some fun stuff in there. You actually can get an operator from the Battle Pass right now. I believe it's Demos that can be added into
Demos.
your... Deimos, yeah, he could be added
Deimos.
to your operator pool right now through the battle pass, and then if you don't want to,
Mancoons are beautiful, but they're so big. They're really big.
I'm told. So fun stuff there.
You are not alone. I still mispronounce operator names from time to time, and there now and again there are operators who I'll look at and I'll be like, how on earth am I supposed to say this? A good one is Rorora. She's a Maori operator from New Zealand, and I just look at it and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I pronounced your name 4 different times in the span of a single broadcast.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun watching the
Dude,
creators.
the way this
also do
guy
a lot of
plays,
those,
like,
hula
I'm
hooping,
surprised he's
jumping.
not
That's
playing
not a
on
thing, but it is
MK.
now, because they
Like,
do the same
he's
thing.
just
They're
so
like,
quick with it.
Yes, we've got Jaeger now that I'm playing with. I'm like, nope, not quite, but hey, close enough.
I don't know how. Okay, just
The skins have been getting a very
You
positive
don't have an
reception,
Android
and I'm
link?
glad that you
Is it
mentioned them
only?
because
I mean, I think
Ubisoft has made other games.
link
Another
should
Rainbow Six game that was
direct
made
you
semi-recently
to
was
being
Rainbow
able
Six
to download it
Extraction.
on
So it was a
either
PvE shooter that was made.
App Store or
It was an offshoot of a game mode in Rainbow Six Siege called Outbreak. The skins were incredible,
not?
but the thing was that it was a PvE game, so a lot of Rainbow Six players were like, we
Oh,
want these
dang.
skins in
It's
game, we
only
want these
Apple.
skins in game. The problem is those skins are not exactly balanced for competitive play. So in a game like Rainbow Six Mobile, you know
that
that
was
it's
the link
competitive.
they
You
gave
know
me.
it's
I'm
already
sorry.
balanced. You can very easily just bring those skins into Rainbow Six Siege as is from mobile. The skin team across all of Rainbow Six has always been very, very good. And I'm glad as well that you mentioned the fact
No,
that...
don't cry. I'm
Watch out for that
sorry.
Captain Trap look.
Your cat turns 4 this summer, and I can't wait to spoil him on his birthday. Well, why not spoil him now?
Standing right behind, just watching this happen.
What are you waiting for?
Trap, no! Oh my goodness, what a mess! I was gonna compliment Ubisoft for how long they tend to support these games. Rainbow Six Siege would not even exist. There would be no Rainbow Six Mobile if it wasn't for some of the early guys like Alex Remier, Xavier, some of the earlier guys that worked on this game believing in Rainbow Six, because this game, when it launched back in 2015, was considered by many to be dead on arrival, and yet the team at Ubisoft persisted. They kept with it, and now it is one of the most popular and most played first-person shooters on the market.
Nighthaven's
Ubisoft
struggling
has
a little,
great
it
track record of
seems.
supporting games that have success behind them. And
Oh
even
my
games that haven't.
god, not
They're
the
still
not the
supporting a
face
game
over
like
the
For Honor. It
hand,
still has a
man.
dedicated community. The Division is still getting updates as well. Credit to Ubisoft for that. So if you do play Rainbow Six Mobile, it would not surprise me to see them stick around supporting this game for quite some time, as is the case with a lot of Ubisoft titles.
I totally agree. It's been really fun to see already the success that Rainbow Six Mobile's been able to see, with the public opinion being overwhelmingly positive. So you're right.
BRB
Obviously, Rainbow
Ogie.
Six Siege has been such a mainstay, not only in esports but also just gaming in general. I'm sure we'll see the same here with mobile. Now, the team on screen, Nighthaven, actually may be in a bit of trouble. Another dropped round from Nighthaven. A big burden of responsibility to win this round.
This is you gotta figure out where your frost mats go. Do or die for this Nighthaven team. Them and Viper Strike are the two squads that have been leading the way in our standings, and
Took a little
very
bit for
experienced
that,
and very talented players
that
on those
drone.
rosters. But I mean, you're in for
No,
a
it's
fight of
a
your
filter,
life.
like a Pixar filter.
Parker with the
Whoa!
ball,
Oh my
finding one.
goodness.
Hip firing in Rainbow Six is not ideal, and a lot of these players are used to FPS games where you can hip fire and it's just as accurate as if you're aiming down sights. Rainbow Six is not that game, friends. You need to be ADSing or your bullets are going to the other maps. Also saw
very
how
good.
important those default cams were just a second there.
Okay,
Garrett in Vegas
this
gonna
guy's kinda
capitalize
frying.
off of that, getting almost all of them in the process.
When you
He's got
gotta
the
stop,
Dokkaebi in his sights. My goodness.
Oh, he's just pushing the
stop and reload
smoke.
both guns in order to win the round. Good grief. Wipes the whole lobby and even more too, with a couple shots missed.
He
Great
clutched
win
there,
overall. Vague
this
getting
vague
aggressive
guy.
pays off.
I love what we're seeing from these teams. That was Summit again, one of the maps. There's two maps that we were going to see originally, which is Restaurant and Summit. They are in Rainbow Six Mobile. They are not in Rainbow Six Siege. Maybe one
Flawless
day they will
win.
be brought to the main game. It's hard to say. I have to imagine there'll be some crossover support here. If it works in Rainbow Six Mobile, I don't imagine there's too much to tailor it to regular Rainbow Six Siege, but you never know.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, I don't think restaurant is included. Somebody could
It's not.
correct me
It's
if I'm
restaurants
wrong.
not.
Bro
in this
needs to
game mode,
chill.
no,
The
but it is
screen
in
might crack
regular-
is crazy.
Regular Rainbow Six Mobile, just not.
I'm
in
sure
Bomb Rush.
the phone or
Oh my god, that
whatever
would be
mobile
actually,
device they're using
that'd
can
be
handle it.
crazy.
Armor on the floor.
It could come down to the last game. They're actually right. One dropped map, one dropped round could be the difference maker in you being the champion or not. Still very close, but so far pretty solid. And again, I don't think anybody's really been.
I don't know
perfect,
how
so
long this
it'll be fun to see if
win
anybody can
race
clean up the rest of this lobby.
is
Again, we're
supposed
just
to
a
be.
little over an hour left in
We've been live for
broadcast
about
here.
2 hours
All of
now.
our creators, by the way, we said this at the top of the show. All of our creators, folks, are.
But they said it was like a
currently
little
streaming.
over halfway.
So if you're hanging out here in the official broadcast with Taro and I, then fantastic. Thanks for being here. Feel free to hang out with us. We got more giveaways coming, but all 25 of our creators are also streaming. So if you've got your favorite creator playing in this competition, you can take a look at their channels. They've been streaming.
Yeah, if you
Rainbow
want
Six
to
Mobile.
watch
They've been playing Rainbow Six Mobile on the
directly,
side.
it's on
They've been practicing with their teams.
twitch.tv/Ubisoft, UBISOFT, or I think it's also streaming live on YouTube on the official channel.
Really good Rainbow Six Mobile videos as well. Big shout out to Noah Sunday, one of our creators. He's got a great beginner's guide. A lot of our creators have put up beginner's guide to the game as everybody's trying to learn the title. So if you want to learn more, besides just listening to myself and Taro kind of explain it all, definitely check out all of our creators.
Another one?
All of their beginner guides.
Another guy
Great
repelling.
resource, as does look like Space is going to continue to put on a show for us. Let's listen into the comms of this team and see how it's all going.
This guy's just holding it down.
Nice.
No fancy movement, just an angle and a dream.
Oh, no. So, yeah, run him down. Hey, don't worry, I'll jump out.
Oh, slowly inching.
He's
Wow, I can't believe he didn't get it.
I'm running down.
Go quickly. Go quickly.
Yeah, this is great.
Go quickly.
I love it.
You've got wall hacks.
He's
You need
so
to use them.
Slow and steady wins the race most of the time, not always.
Never mind, I'm tripping. Wait, he was
It's just
outside.
me.
I didn't see him on the interrogation thing.
I mean, I'm gonna run out, and if he kills me, then we'll know where he is.
From the ceiling.
No,
Freaking
it's fine.
Spider-Man, bro. What is that?
Dude.
Do you think they? Because I feel like
Nice
also
clean,
sometimes in
another
tourneys, like
2-0
whoever
from
gets
the
like the
Viper
most
Strike
kills
team.
also gets like a
Looking
bonus.
solid.
Bonus
This
money?
is quick matches, bro. This is the lowest.
You think they got
lowest
something
elo
like that going
possible.
on?
I don't know why they have us playing quick matches.
Trying to get in as many games as possible. That's the reason.
Yeah, what do you mean? I don't know why we're playing quick matches. That's the whole purpose behind the event.
Space wants to sweat, man. He wants to play as competitive as humanly possible. He's the guy that's already got over almost 1,300 rounds played now, from what I can tell.
You ready, Parker? Yeah.
1,300 rounds on mobile.
Good job, Parker.
Thank you.
Other one though.
Oh,
This
he's not
game has
talking
only
about me.
been
I'm
out
not
for
on the
like
team.
barely a week, and you're
I mean, we've
1,300
now
rounds.
arrived back at the
Crazy.
same position we were in 2 hours ago, where you have no fear. Just run out of the building.
Yes,
Dare them to engage with you head on. That's that skin right now on that secondary is the Black Ice skin, one of the most highly coveted skins in all of Rainbow Six. It
That's what I'm
launched with the first season, which was affectionately titled Black Ice.
brother.
A nice nod to the Canadian roots of this game. Of course, Rainbow Six Siege, developed by the Ubisoft Montreal team.
Which one is a Black Ice skin?
First two operators were Buck, who's French-Canadian, and then Frost, who's, well, not French-Canadian. And of course, the Black Ice skin has the maple leaf on it, so it's a nice nod to the Canadian heritage and roots of this series and this game.
I'm just gonna check spawn them. Whatever.
They just added a bunch of new Black Ice
It's not
skins,
Remy from
but they're not
Ratatouille. It's
Black Ice now. They're like red and green and pink, and they look funky.
dude. I totally forgot his name.
Definitely Black Ice denotes a certain color, I suppose.
Yeah.
Remy's the rat.
Another win under the belt of our Red Hammer team. Yeah, I will say, speaking of strategy, I know this is a fun event. It's definitely competitive, with showcasing everything that Rainbow Six Mobile has to offer. I suppose one good strategy that some of these teams are showing.
Yo, this
not
guy
this
is
team,
like
they're still
eating his
fighting inside the building
screen.
now, but as a
His
defense,
neck be
why
bent.
not just run outside, tell all the attackers where you are, attract them all your direction, and then kill them all. That's definitely a fast
Call
way
him
to end the round.
chef.
In terms of strategy for the competition, As long as you win your gunfights, that might be
Is
the
my
fastest way
memory
to
that
get through the
bad
games
that I
quicker.
can't remember?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, there's an objective to be done.
I can't
but
remember
Who really cares about the objective?
the
You just kill your
characters.
opponents.
Cosette.
We got a doobly
I think
in
that
the
was his
stream.
girlfriend's name.
Doobly in the stream, please. Yeah, for sure. Listen to Rasco, everybody.
Join a sponsor tournament, man. Thank
Let
you,
me
thank you,
look
thank
it
you,
up
brother.
real
Appreciate
quick.
that. in the chat.
Ratatouille.
Wait, chat. Solo queue to champ. You think? I think it would be. I haven't done one in ages. I've just thought about that.
He's got the Rainbow Six itch. He's got the Rainbow Six itch. He wants to grind all the way to the top.
I love it. I'm in. I'm
Linguini.
tuned into the stream, folks. Be a good time. All right, showing us some of our wire going down, our magpies going down. We talked about these earlier. Really nice if some of your opponents start throwing those throwable utility in. Stop those on the way
Alfredo Linguini. Oh my god, I never.
Lock into the 24 hour.
His name is just pasta name, no?
I haven't played in the
Linguini
tournament, that's why I'm
pasta
being about to
Alfredo sauce.
He's locked. That's you got to be locked in when you're playing in a tournament. Come on.
How did I not realize
I mean,
that all this time?
They're playing for keeps here. They're playing for glory. They want to be the best.
That's right.
I don't blame them. This is a new frontier for some of these players. Think about it. Like Rasco, Meaty, Marley, Spoit. They don't usually play mobile games. So this is an opportunity for them to show to their audiences that they can hang in more than
You
just...
hate Alfredo sauce with a passion? I don't
environment.
think it's that bad.
Nice. Is that double injure? Come on, Sav.
Reloading. Cover me.
As our production team is saying in the background, by the way, you can't hear it on stream, but we can. Being the first official Rainbow Six Mobile Tournament champion, there's only one first, right?
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot on the line here. I mean, ego aside, that title, I mean, that could change everything.
Enemy spotted a friendly. Just one enemy left.
Do.
Bring it on, home team.
Ratatouille was your
changes,
first
just hearing
Blu-ray
the announcer
movie?
in
Damn,
game's
you
voice being
remember it that
different.
vividly?
outside?
From the game I'm so used to playing is just, it trips me up.
A friendly.
It's nice. It's just, it's an adjust. Oh, you found him.
So somebody was in their settings. You know what I mean? Somebody was in their somebody was changing their HUD. First time player. We're getting everything fixed mid game. It's fine. Spray and pray. Not a bullet fired opposite.
Hey, what is that window?
Incredible.
You guys are just shooting that one. I'm not too sure if you guys are.
Those two big holes.
Oh, hey, wait, one roof on top of
They look like, you know
off
what?
this hatch. Bella,
hit.
right on top, on my live ping, alright? Yeah. He's still there being a weirdo. Nice, good shot.
Nice shots from Bella over the top. Pick up one for the rear to make it nice and easy. 4v1 to finish things off yet again. Nice and free round win.
You never had a
was
Blu-ray
kitchen, was it?
player, really?
Yeah, he was kitchen
Yeah,
over
I think the PlayStation 3 has Blu-ray playing
Again, just outside the
capabilities.
building. So unconventional to see this, but if it's a strategy that works, again, why not? 1 minute left.
I just got
Ash
a Blu-ray
on the attacking
disc
team is
thingy
saving
for
KD at the
to
moment.
plug into my
Listen, now,
PC.
Right above you, Bella, going inside this room right now. On this window, he's like looking at it. Bella, right above you, he's not looking at you.
There they go. They got him done.
Nice. Good comms.
A position that is often referred to as highway in game, or well,
Attack
I mean, there's
recruit, you can have
specific comms
multiple
for it,
of attack recruit on the team, right?
the voice doesn't match the face. I think that's what I've come down to here, Garrett. I think that's what it is that the face looks like it should sound like a small, like, boy in like a Pixar movie, right?
That's
but
right.
the voice is deep and bellowing.
I knew for a fact, I can't see your face, a little peek behind the curtain here. I can't see your face in the production room here. I knew for a fact your gears were turning on what was happening. You heard the voice, saw the face,
Scooby-Doo
and you're
Zombie
like,
Island
wait a
was
minute.
always playing in my
This is
VCR.
crazy.
I don't know that
Part of
one.
this,
I remember
fantastic
like
content.
the
I said it just a
Halloween
moment ago, folks. I
one
do want to
where
remind
they're
you,
at
all of our
like
content
the
creators
hex
are streaming.
switches.
That's how we're watching their perspectives, so definitely go check out
Because
their
like I really
streams.
like the
I'm sure if you look
hex
up any of these
girls or
creators,
whatever
you might
they
even
were
be
called.
surprised if you don't know them of how massive they are. Some truly gigantic content creators and stalwarts in the mobile space and PC space for Rainbow Six or otherwise. So really fun stuff today to bring everybody together. A nice community event.
Yeah, it's great to be able to show off people who help
Is it that movie? I don't know. I don't recall like the.
It's the freest kill alive. It's always good to show off the people who help keep the game alive, right? Streamers are entertainers at their core, but they're also advertisers, really. If you really like a gamer and you like their content, you're going to trust their opinion, right? Like I for example, I'm not the kind of guy on a broadcast who's gonna fluff up a game that I don't like. I will be very muted in my praise. I think integrity is important, and I know that a lot of content creators are in a very similar boat, right? So when you hear somebody say like, oh, Rainbow Six Siege is actually a lot of fun on mobile, you can take their words to the bank, and you know that they're not just saying it because a check got deposited in their bank account, for example.
No, that's a great shout. One of the things I'm hearing from a lot of our creators too is that there's just not a title like this on mobile as well. The amount of strategic gameplay, tactical gameplay is kind of the buzzword oftentimes used. It's something that is very different about Rainbow Six Mobile comparatively to other mobile titles. It's just how strategic, how tactical you can make the game. Now today, as we beat down our enemies and sprint outside and out-frag our opponents,
Hex Girls was Witch's Ghost.
May not seem quite as tactical as
yeah.
it can be.
Which one did you guys like the most?
I see making it look very
out of the Hex
easy.
Girls. Let me take a look at the Hex
Regardless,
Girls real
though,
quick.
there's not really a competitor in the space that's similar to this title, and that makes it very unique and very fun to play, I'd say, for a lot of our mobile players.
I think for me, I was pretty
Rainbow Six
basic. I like the red hair one.
I don't want to say the most unique first-person shooter on the market
I like
because,
the
frankly,
main
I
singer.
don't know every single first-person shooter, but it's got to be one of the most unique. There's no 2 rounds of Siege that play out the same, whether you're playing on PC, whether you're playing on console, whether you're playing here on mobile. The operators that you bring, the bomb sites that you're attacking, the bomb sites that you're defending, the maps you're playing on, the destruction that is offered.
Yeah, she
from
was
both a
black
vertical
haired,
and
but
a
like it had like a
horizontal
reddish
point of
tint.
view.
No, I really like that.
The game is different every single time you go about it, and that's what makes this game so addicting and also so refreshing. You know, every round is different. There's a thrill every time you load in. You have no idea what you're going to come up against, and it makes the replay value of this game so insanely high. But we're seeing it on mobile. You know, obviously mobile we don't know that much about because it is a new title. It just launched a couple weeks ago. I think it's a week and a half ago at this point. But even the way that these players are going about attacking these maps, whether they're roaming, whether they're anchoring, what operator lineups they're bringing, it changes every single round, and it's great because there are a lot of games that once you've seen it a few times, you've seen it all. Rainbow Six is not that game.
Yeah, I was about to say the gameplay loop can be so different, even just with the teammates.
Yeah, I feel like the gameplay loop can be so different, but at the same time, like, oh my god,
Playing casually.
That guy was just
way to
running
work,
into her
playing your
teammate.
way back from school on the bus.
Yep.
Can do it all. A lot of fun.
You're lying in bed next to your wife, who's probably like, go to sleep, and you're
with
like,
the audio off.
Daddy's got a frag. Okay, so
listen, you said it better than I could have, even though I'm the example that you're giving. I was fragging for a moment until I couldn't hear the person swing the corner on me with the shotgun because I'm playing with no audio, so I don't wake up my wife up. So, you know, you can do it all.
Cyber Chase was really good, but it was legitimately like kind of scary to me as a kid. Like I was just like,
really all you need.
So
they are not gonna catch this guy, and he is gonna kill them.
Win race. And we're going to watch the clock. It feels like New Year's. We're going to watch the clock tick down to sub 1 hour away from our win race ending. No more wins after it will count. You have to complete your last game within this timer. This is a very important part of the game is how many wins can you fit within our 3-hour timer. And in our last hour, now that it has started, it is a race against the clock and our opponents to win the game as fast as possible. Gotta go 2-0.
I mean, yeah, right there.
You guys can plan.
This Wolfguard team has really been lagging behind in regards to the standings. They are obviously immensely talented, and we've seen them doing very, very well. I do think despite the fact that they played fewer games, they were still undefeated, but we will have to check in with our scores when that is available.
I feel like Kolioka was a gay panic, bisexual panic between what's his name, Oz and Yumi. I really liked Yumi. I liked her so much that I named my my Naruto OC that I shipped, my Naruto self-insert OC. 3
game.
that I shipped with Sasuke after her.
Getting into the lobbies quickly. We're gonna see if we can get some sort of like scenario where we can get some fish.
I like her so much that I named my my Naruto self-insert OC that I shipped my Naruto self-insert OC that I shipped with Sasuke after her.
Still going perfect would be nice.
The you did really well, but not well enough award.
Yeah,
I think
that's
is
right,
what we
yeah.
got to give them at that point. You know, you were
Your
more efficient than
Spotify
everybody.
playlist? Dang.
You just
What's that
weren't fast
playlist
enough.
called?
That's right.
I'm at plat.
Or is it like theme songs or
I love
anime
it,
songs
just as a
or?
small like Rainbow Six note here, and I'm gonna get called a nerd by people in chat. I remember the early Rainbow Six games, your Rogue Spears, your Raven Shields, etc. The way that the reticle, the way that the optics looked, they had like these circular kind of red glassy
I'm
appearance to them.
Curious
Rainbow
about
Six
what exactly
optics have not
he's
looked like that for
holding.
quite some
Like,
time,
do you
but
see
they're
like
back on mobile.
bottom,
The pistol
like
that was just
right
being
of
used by
his
Panda looked that way.
camera?
Now you can
He's
see
like,
the same thing here.
is
before
that
you
a
just
phone?
aim down sights.
Yeah.
It is nice
Phone
to
with
see
like
something
a
that
connecting
reminds me of a
thingy or
Rainbow
what?
Six game I played quite literally 20
You
years
didn't miss
ago.
much. I mean,
So
they're
it's
still
nice to see
doing
that
like the
familiarity
win
back in the game.
race. I think Viper Strike
This isn't the first
is
time you said that,
like
too,
pretty
talking
on
about some
top
of
of the
maps or some of
leaderboard at the moment.
I think that
utility or the way they're designed. Weapons, skins, like very cool to see kind of a nod to the predecessor that is the PC game and some of the history that it has even in mobile.
Like, are they just better, or are they going up against noobs? Because I swear, like, a lot of the times these teams, they're like aiming down at someone, and like that person is not even looking back at them.
Rainbow Six games. Then obviously, then you had the Rainbow Six Vegas side of things where it almost like completely departed from the original Rainbow Six. Then of course you kind of came back to its roots a little bit with Rainbow Six Siege, but even Rainbow Six Siege has gone through a bit of different identities over the years. Now with them announcing that the Calypso map is coming back to the PC and console version of Rainbow Six Siege, it's like they're embracing the old Rainbow. And you can see some of that here on mobile too, and it's really nice when all of
I know they're
identities
playing
of Rainbow
against
kinda
random
converge
players,
at the
and then
same
a
time.
couple
So
of times, like
whether it's
some
on
teams have
mobile,
gone
whether
up
it's on
against each
PC,
other,
whether it's
but
on
in
console,
general,
whether
I'm
it's
just
the
like,
mobile game, whether it's
yeah,
the
I
Rainbow
don't
Six Siege game,
know.
whether it's Extraction, it's
Like,
nice
are they
to
just
be
the
able
best to
to
ever
embrace
do it?
ideas that helped build Rainbow Six throughout the years.
Or
And,
do
you know, this
these
is a
randoms
series
of them have
that
like
is
absolutely no
multi-decades old
awareness?
at this point. Rainbow Six Siege just
You're
celebrated
gonna
its
take a
10th
nap?
year,
Have
and
a good
obviously
nap,
mobile
Vic.
will hopefully have many years to celebrate as well. So
That's a really good shout. A lot of fun history in this title, and I think a lot of folks, which is crazy to say, but I bet a lot of folks that are playing mobile maybe for the first time, maybe you're trying out Rainbow Six in general for the first time. It's such a
Oh, does the
cool
PC version have a lot of
game that has
cheaters?
so much history, but maybe we're getting a bunch of new players that are trying out the title in general because it came to mobile. It's just a lot more accessible for a lot of folks.
Bots? What do you
Almost
mean by
everybody
that?
has a mobile device in their hand that can run the game, and therefore,
Oh,
boom,
that's
even wider
unfortunate.
net of folks that can try out Rainbow
I mean,
Six,
I know
and
what
Rainbow
that's
Six Mobile
like.
is a great place to get started too.
you know what one of my favorite words in the entire language is?
What's that?
Free, which is
Did
what
you
Rainbow
guys
Six
hear
Mobile
that
is.
Apex
So,
though
you
is
know, there's a barrier to entry.
has
Download
been
it,
finally
try it.
cracking
If you
down on
don't
Zim?
like it doesn't cost
That
you a
made me
thing,
so
but
happy to hear. I was like, it might be
I
time.
suspect people will enjoy it because again, I never really thought I would play a shooting game on mobile. I installed Rainbow Six Mobile because, you know, I'm in the ecosystem and I thought, I'll see how it goes. And I've been having a good time. I've been enjoying watching it, and the game is very fluid for something that you're playing on a phone. I never thought I'd see the day, and yet here we are.
Here we are indeed.
Dude, the thing about Rainbow Six,
To your right, who's
nice little play from his
especially
opponent
this
that
mobile,
even
is like,
comes
wow,
plus
you
into
gotta,
the,
you gotta
active
look
bomb.
everywhere,
Picked up two
every
pieces there.
angle on the
That's a rat spot.
ground,
That's
like
nice. That's a rat
close
spot.
right, close
I will say
left.
that's another kind of unique thing about Rainbow
I feel
Six
like
is that you
just
can go
swinging a
prone, but actually
corner
lying
is
your
like
back. It's not always the case in a lot
throwing.
of other titles, so fun way to kind of play the corner there.
Stream sniped. Like, definitely stream sniped.
More accusations of stream
Yeah,
sniping. Shamelessness.
can I get a
Shamelessness, Gary.
purge on
Love it. Let's see what
Tom's
Vegas had the replays from the
comment?
last hour or so. There's certainly some fun highlights, especially as we left the building,
I
or
don't
even
think-
slow peaked corners outside the
Listen.
building. If you're Choco Taco,
I don't
Stream
mourn the
sniping
guy,
otherwise,
but it's
a nice
also
pick
like
up
I
there
don't
from
think that's an
Choco and
appropriate
Marley
thing
and
to
others.
say.
Rasco, all of our PC creators actually showcasing quite a
Fuck
bit
it,
of
we
skill, whether it's
swing.
controller,
Fuck it, we ball.
touchpad, whatever it looks like. Everybody's playing fantastic and flying through the competition right now. When Sanity showing us why he's one of the best mobile gamers out there.
Are there a lot more headshots in like
Everybody, and so far, a lot of wins.
Whoa.
And not a lot of losses in Taro.
MNK Pro play
Oh, I mean, these guys have been
or
doing
like
a great
PC
job.
Pro play?
These guys and gals. in fact, because we do.
That's right.
I mean, some of these guys are
quite
like
a
most
diverse group of
definitely
people that are
like
playing
headshot
these games,
shooters,
and,
but
you know,
I'm just
again,
wondering if there's
mobile
like a
games are
higher
great.
percentage
There's a very little barrier to
based
entry. Do you have
on
a
mouse
phone?
and keyboard
Do
accuracy.
you have free time?
Yeah,
You don't
it
need a
runs
device, you just need a
pretty
phone and internet
smoothly, I
connection.
will
Download the game,
say.
try it yourself. And you'll learn very quickly. You might get farmed like a bot when you install this game for the first time, because Rainbow Six Siege is a notoriously difficult game on any platform.
That Goj
But
guy,
again, there
his
is a
top
reward
teeth,
at the
they're
end of
so
it. Once you
straight.
start to get good
It's kind
at
of jarring.
Siege, you're gonna feel like a god.
That's right. Rainbow Six Mobile, folks. Check it out. Let's take a look at our scores, though, as we are now well past the last hour mark. It's time to get into the nitty gritty. How are we looking? We finally
Oh
have a
wow,
clear
it's so
leader
close
in
between
wins.
Nighthaven and Viper
Nighthaven
Strike.
ahead now by one singular game, but the round number is the same, which is interesting because that means Viper Strike could theoretically pull away if they can speed things up a little bit here in Terra.
Yeah, and I mean, just again, being the math
His
guy
eyes are
here,
so blue. I
breaking
wasn't
my
looking
rule
at
of
his
doing
eyes.
math
I was
on
looking at
broadcast,
his
both
teeth.
Wolfguard and Ghost Eyes are perfect. They've yet to
What color
drop
are
a
his eyes?
single
I don't
round.
freaking know.
Viper Strike
I
has
don't like
dropped
looking
one
at
round,
people's
3
eye
rounds dropped
colors.
by Nighthaven, so
Or
you know,
just eyes
again,
in general.
efficiency is important. This is the time where you need to start getting
Maybe,
games in.
maybe
right?
like
Wolfguard
Arcanine
obviously quite a
Enfield.
ways behind. I don't know if they're going to be able to pick up the pace. They are 7 victories back. That is a tough one. But again, if you start to strategize and you're playing for fun or you're playing more competitively, this is where your fate is kind of out of your hands. You've got less than an hour to go. You need your opponents to start losing. And with the way teams like Viper Strike and Nighthaven have been, I don't know if we're going to see them lose. They've just been really, really good this whole day.
Yeah, it feels like a race at the top for sure. Out of our 5 teams, 2 are starting to pull away. But one mistake could change everything. You never know. We'll keep our eyes on the prize here with about 50 minutes left, as Vig yet again sprints around the outside of the map looking for any kills he can get his hands on.
Nice one, good job.
One
One
on
dead.
staircase, one on backstair.
Staircase, okay.
Got him.
Nice. Oh, good job. bro.
Oh, nice shot by Bella.
That was good.
Yeah, Bella's a great shooter.
Flawless
I
victory.
think traditionally, Bella in a lot of titles has been kind of a sniper especial, which obviously requires quite a bit of consistent aiming, frankly. But doing really well today in Rainbow Six. And from what I could tell from Bella's streams too, really enjoying the title. Has been playing quite a bit since launch as well. One of our content creators has kind of been grinding since launch.
Good thing you didn't flat shave your
Remind everybody that
teeth
there
to be
is
even.
no auto aim in
You can do
this
that?
game, so you're just you're yourself.
I know
That's it.
some
There's
people
no
like they
devices
shave
that
their
are gonna help you out.
like canine
If
teeth
you
to
can
be
aim,
even
great.
pointier,
If you
so they
can't,
look more like
Godspeed and best of
vampires.
luck. Hopefully you improve.
Yeah, I think like
fun
if you
note on that,
didn't
by the way.
care
This is something that's often in
to
mobile
change your
titles, and they've included it
username,
in
you're
Rainbow Six
gonna be
Mobile as well.
agent
If you
like
are
whatever
brand new
number.
to mobile shooters in general, and you're like, wow, I really struggle to aim and shoot at the same time. There is a setting you can turn on where if you aim over someone's head,
Yeah.
it will fire the weapon. So that is one little small kind of handicap that can help you in the game. It is a slight delay though, so if you are a skilled player, you obviously won't see that setting on, but it's something to maybe toy around with if you're learning the title.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want the game to play itself. At the
Your
end of
mom
the
was
day, you're
almost a
here to
dentist
play
and told
on
me
your
weird
own,
stuff
but
about
I know in
teeth.
certain
Ooh.
titles, especially some FPS games, you know, if you're playing with a
The
controller,
dental care
you're
is
gonna
actually
get an
so
advantage. One of the
important
players
though,
in this-
especially
in
like
this lobby was
later
actually
on in
talking
life.
about
You
it
really
at the
do want your
very top
teeth
of
in
the
order
show,
to.
where, you know, if you're playing with
Oh,
a controller, you
that guy was
have
just
some
crouch
seconds there.
walking into her.
Ubisoft
What a
wants you to
weirdo.
learn, and Ubisoft wants you to do well. So if you play this game with a controller, if you play it on mobile, if you play it with a mouse and keyboard, you're on your own. So you got to learn. And well, I mean, one guy who doesn't really need to be taught, Space has been hitting shots. Icy's been hitting shots that, you know,
Still going
you would
strong, no
expect people
cavities. I
to
think I had a
be making
cavity
as
like
hardened pros. They are doing this
2
on
years
mobile. And they're
ago.
doing so incredibly
2-3
impressively.
years ago.
Yeah, Kith has had some nice highlight level.
But honestly, having
Look at their
had
stats,
not
it
gone
looks
to the
like
dentist for
same
like
goes for right now. It looks like another kill goes his
6,
way.
7 years prior to
2-1
that,
in the opposition.
I think that was pretty good.
Let me plant.
It's kind of
6,
been a gameplay
7.
loop, I think, for a lot of
6,
these teams. It's
7.
like, hey, can we sprint around the map and kill everybody immediately? Cool. Don't worry about dropping a diffuser. Sounds good. Oh, hey,
Well, I
guess
was
what,
gonna
folks?
ignore
This
it, and
game's
then
for
I saw the
strength lobby. It's a
Cartman
little bit more
emo, and
steady.
I was
Let's
like,
play around
nah,
this
I
diffuser. Let's
gotta
force equation a
gotta
little bit. Let's
commit.
give ourselves another advantage. Force our opponents to do one thing so that we can bide our time and make sure to win the round. I think this is pretty smart gameplay from these teams.
Yeah, of course. There's a bunch of different ways that you can go about winning a Rainbow Six round, right? Like people talk about certain single-player games, and they love that they're like, well, the decisions that you make in the game can impact the
Who was
end
the guy
result
that
of your single
expected
player
more from Meaty Marley
journey.
again?
Well, this is not a
Clouds?
single-player game.
Was that
your
you?
whole point is to either kill
It's
your
your boy.
opponents, or if you don't want to kill your opponents, there is a way to
Getting
be a
my wisdom
pacifist
teeth
and
removed
still win a
sucked.
round in Rainbow Six, and that's just
Mine
get
also
in,
sucked,
plant the diffuser,
but
and get out, and
it's
then
because I
hope
didn't
that
go
none of the
under.
defenders counter disable it, and then
So,
you ultimately win the round. As a defender, there's a
the
pacifist
first
way
time
of doing
around, it was
too.
like
You just
okay.
need to wait for
They
the timer to
injected
hit
my
0
gums
in
with
this
like
mode, in
numbing,
this bomb
and that
rush mode
hurt.
that we're watching.
But after like
2 minutes
injecting
and 30
it, like
seconds is all you need to
obviously
do.
I
If
didn't
your
actually feel anything.
opponents are not able to
In my mouth.
successfully plant the diffuser
I
in
could
that
kind of
2-minute
like
and 30
hear
second
stuff
timer,
and
you
like
can
feel
go
the
hide
vibrations and
in a
whatnot,
far-flung
but I didn't
corner
feel
of
like
these
pain,
maps
so that was good.
and just not fire
But
a
the
single
second
bullet. As long
time,
as that timer hits
because I
0
had to
and
do it
no
in like
diffuse kit has been planted, you win
2 rounds of
as
2,
well. There are lots of tools
because
at
I
your
had
disposal,
4
and if you don't
total.
wanna fire a bullet, you've got gadgets that do it
It
as
was
well.
really
Frost
scary
traps,
because
Gatling
like
traps,
they had to
there's different things you can
drill
do to take
one of my
down your
teeth
opponents
down or
without
shave
having to
it
use the gun in
down.
your hands.
Oh, that wall's open on your left.
Yeah, I think your goat is washed. Well,
Well, that's a great shot from the
I don't
opponent
actually
to
think he's washed,
finally have
but
advantage go to the
we have
way
just
of our
been very
non-streamers
unfortunate. I feel
that
like
are-
we
they don't know they're
haven't
in a
seen like much
competition,
of
they
his
just
pop
think they're
off
playing a game,
moments.
but they've entered into a tournament
Oh wow, I
already,
can't
and
believe
now
that
they are leading
didn't
as
kill.
Kith also goes down.
is there two?
It'd be a 5v3 now. against
Yeah,
our
so when
streamers.
they drilled my like impacted wisdom
go of it,
tooth, I like
but the
they didn't really
5v3 now,
warn
and
me
now
about it
3v3.
beforehand.
It is still winnable here.
So
But
I
a
was just like
5v3 always
extremely
seems to be the
startled,
scariest lead.
and
That's when
like
when you were on the 5, you're like,
afterwards
"Oh, there's only
I was
3
really
left. We can start
scared,
being
and
a
then I
little bit
started
cute with
crying,
how we
and
wanna go about this,
I
and
mean when I say I started
Kith's
crying,
not
like I was
bad,
literally
but
like
sometimes it's a bit much.
17, 18 at the time. So I was a full.
Metal Claw's now in a-
Yeah,
I was old enough where I don't think I should have been crying at the dentist, but after that I developed a fear of the dentist because prior to that I had no fear.
Different. This is like the usual SAS shotgun. Timer's gonna get a little bit shorter now as diffuser does get planted, Garrett. So I'll do a little bit of normal casting now as Metalcore will drop, pulling out the sidearm. He has no information whatsoever. He'll open up a line of sight, catching one enemy in the process. Out goes that nitro
Whoa.
cell. He's done
Good
some
C4.
damage, but not able to finish off that player. Still 3 remain, and he is desperately running out of time. That shotgun is good at close range, maybe not quite that
Okay.
far. Gets swung by
Is he
the
just
Ash.
gonna
His
stick
only
it? No,
hope
they're
now is
still.
to hop on that
Ah,
defuse kill.
NTNT.
The shotgun give it, the shotgun take it away. Metalcore surprise is our surprise as well. And the attackers will stick the landing.
Honestly,
to a fabled
I would have stuck
final
it.
3rd round.
Yeah,
I
it
would have
looked
stuck
like
it.
Maybe as much as the shotguns have,
Hi,
they've looked like
Jamesy.
they've done a
What's
little
up?
bit less damage. It does look like
I just
actually
noticed
Reticle
a
might
new
have been,
profile
like, top
picture. Yeah, I mean, I
shoulder blade.
literally
Only
just
picked up
uploaded
48
it.
damage on that
Do you guys
shot
like
on his
it?
bonnet, so maybe the bullet spread didn't all connect. But either way you look at it, was going to run out of time regardless, most likely. Very close though. It is 1-1 now in this round, so this is kind of a must-win scenario for them. They want to keep up some decent pace. Ghost Eye's not one of our top teams necessarily, but they were still technically within somewhat of a striking distance on our leaderboard.
Thinking of changing
as
my
long as they don't
YouTube
lose any more
profile
rounds going
picture
forward.
too, but I don't know
I
whether
mean,
it's
to
too
quote
much
the
to
great
like
copy
change
pasta that
all
is
my
used
social.
in many
Well, I already
first-person
kind of did
shooters.
it.
Shots 1 through 5 clearly missed. Shots 6 through 9 missed due to recoil, bad spray control. Shots 10 and
But
11
yeah, we'll see.
very close, but recoil and accuracy make these reasonable misses. And then of course, shot 12 missed because well, Metal was dead. So you know what can you do there at that point?
That's exactly so applicable to a one-tap shotgun bullet spread. I love that. That's perfect.
we borrow things. We borrow things from other games. It's fine.
That's right.
There's nothing wrong with it. Well, do or die now here for this Ghost Eyes team. Ghost Eyes was one of the teams that had not dropped a round. The other, I believe, is Wolfguard, if memory serves correctly. So with Ghost Eyes dropping that round, they are no longer undefeated. They do no longer have a perfect record. We are fast approaching the point in time, Garrett, where we might see no teams still undefeated.
No teams undefeated.
Wolfguard might still be undefeated. We don't know yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's probable that that's the case, but you never know what Wolfguard can pull out. They are moving a bit slower than everybody else. And again, that round differential is actually only applicable for tiebreakers. It's more of kind of a fun note if one of our teams could go perfect. It's about your overall map wins, which everybody has been winning almost every single round, if not all of their rounds today. Or sorry, maps rather.
Okay, YouTube is just a
But-
selfie.
We
But
say
I'm glad
matches,
I'm
maps, and games
changing my profile
interchangeably
picture
without
because
really
it's
thinking
been
it through
so
quite
long.
often. So welcome
Some
to
of
the Rainbow
these-
Six
some
casting
of
sphere,
these
my friend. You are
pictures.
already well experienced and well equipped.
I love it.
No, he's one.
That's a rough one.
On the front entrance.
What's happening?
That's the one you want back.
What's
You were
happening?
hyping
I'm
up
a
Bella Fox
savage.
earlier with
Classy,
her sniping
bougie,
capability. She's been
ratchet.
drones, so they know
Yeah.
exactly where she is here on this Villa Library portion. She does have some backup. Only factor
She is
remains
just
for the
tapping
attackers.
straight
Plenty
up
of
on the
time left
iPad.
for
I
him to
respect
walk in
this.
that defuse kit because again on Bomb Rush, every single attacker has access to that case. I think it's Bella who found him.
Oh,
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
he's shooting
Sana with a
at
couple
the
body
body.
shots. That insult to injury in pubs? My man's locked. Holy cow. I like it. Gotta go for those wins.
Dig this one as well. Villa is a map that is no longer in the competitive map pool in Rainbow Six Siege's esport, but was announced that we'll be receiving some buffs and updates.
Watch out when you go through those.
Oh, yeah. That I got the frost.
Still a very competitive map though, and one that if you are an experienced Siege player, you will know very well.
Downwards and
Yeah.
It's been in the game for quite some time here.
nobody's covering library. There's one
Recruit
person
with
right
shield
here.
is OP. Yeah.
This library bomb
I
site
like
is
being given extra
really
shield. I
suboptimal.
don't
And I
mind that
gotta
at
assume
all.
they don't pick the bomb sites in Bomb Rush. I'm assuming
Yeah,
it's just
that's right.
randomized because there's no sane individual who would say, you know what's a good bomb site? Living room library on Villa. It did start to become a tertiary bomb site, but it was quite suboptimal for defenders. Very easy to attack. You can walk through the door, immediately walk through a second door frame, get that diffuse kit down. There's lots of ways the bomb site works towards you once you're in the post plant. They've done a great job of clearing out some utility now. They've found an opportunity to get that diffuse kit planted, but their numbers are dwindling down to a 3v5, so they've lost 2, but everybody is the case.
Nice one. 3v2.
Excellent shots there by the Deimos. That's the operator that you were mentioning earlier that can be unlocked through the battle pass, getting spotted by the defenders, but still with some site control now, and the numbers will continue to get better for the attackers. Plenty of opportunity for them to plant the diffuser, but, you know, objective be damned. Let's just go for some kills, show off the skin in the process, and ultimately win the map because of it.
Very well done. I'm Al, showcasing some skills here. PC creator that's showing out a little bit in mobile. I like it a lot.
You guys pay me to
Ivana
play
with the
Dual
fidget spinner.
I can say
What
that
does
to
a
you guys,
fidget
you guys
spinner
will appreciate
do?
me for it.
Oh,
I'm
it's
really
not
gonna
actually
sit
a
in my
fidget
stream and
spinner.
play
I
Dual
thought you were being serious, but I looked at it and I was like, even though it resembles it, I'm pretty sure it's just a device, a gadget.
Yeah, it was one time when I had no audio, I think.
Rasco's locked in right now. He's preparing everything, making sure everything's good to go, telling his stream that he's here to play Rainbow Six Mobile for sure, and gonna be playing quick play all day today. We've been flying through rounds, and this one I'm sure is gonna be a lot of the same. Let's see if Rasco gets active outside, or likes to play a little bit more strategical approach, or maybe even just normal gameplay loop, I suppose. Playing inside, playing patient, and hey, look, it's Bobby behind a shield. Nice.
I feel like I've seen this before, many times over, actually.
Weird.
And just as a Bobby's got to have some experience playing Rainbow Six because that quick little jiggle behind the shield is exactly what an experienced Siege player would do. So I got to imagine Bobby's familiar. Bobby knows ball.
Yeah,
Bobby is
definitely knows
dead.
ball.
Bobby
You know-
just got absolutely smoked.
Well, you know what Bobby's other nickname is Bobby Buckets. So he knows ball. There's no question about it.
You familiar with Bobby Bottle Service? He'll be popping some bottles after all the victories his team has done. Now it's up to Cappy to live and gets killed through the smoke, likely at the hands of the Glaz. Glaz, of course, a Russian sniper who can see through the smoke.
It's a
Insane
bummer.
stuff.
I can hear
A
my
bummer loss for
laundry
this
machine
roster. Red
whirling.
Hammer losing a round.
Twitch
Match is
live
not over,
updates like
though,
that?
so we'll see what they can
Yeah.
do on the
Thanks,
attacking
you
side,
guys.
as Bobby Buckets himself is going to try to serve up some of those bottle services right now and maybe pick up a few early kills. We'll see what he can find with the drone first.
Our production is telling us that Bobby tweeted earlier that he hired the #1 rated Rainbow Six mobile player to coach him for this event. So Bobby investing some serious coinage in here to prepare, and of course showed a photo right away, a screen grab of the video that will be posted on Bobby Plays channel later. Might even be up at this point in time. We don't know how old the tweet is, but I mean, it's funny because the screen grab that we got is him playing behind a shield, and it's just like, well, do one thing and do it really, really well, and it seems like Bobby understood the assignment.
Hey, just like any other title, there are metas inside of Rainbow Six Mobile that have been probably already figured out by a lot of the players out there. Big shout out, by the way, I'll shout him out, top player Solace7R6, even in the name there, one of the top mobile players in the game, if not the #1 rated player when this tweet was put out. So shout out to Solace for helping Bobby Buckets out. So far, it seems to be working for the most part.
One on a shield right here.
We are also getting confirmation. I referenced it earlier, but it was speculation on my part, so good for production being the adult in the room, so I don't just say things without confirmation. Production, of course, confirming that Ghost Eyes dropping a round in their previous game. That was the one we were spectating.
I have not seen much of this team, the Red Hammer team. I think they're like squarely middle of the pack, right?
Fewer games.
Just ordered Domino's. I'm so jealous. What toppings did you get so I can be even more jealous?
But either way, they are still undefeated, so one does remain, albeit with a lot less games played, and under their belt. That means that while they likely can't win the whole thing, we are going to give them the "you did well but you didn't come close" award, I think is what we call. I can't remember. We'll just change the name every time we need to.
I just got a comm in my ear, and Taro, we're hyping him up, and as you're talking about it, as you're describing that, Wolfguard is undefeated.
Don't break my heart, Garrett. Don't you break my heart.
They just lost. They just lost the last round.
Hi, Joey.
So after all of that, it literally happened.
Any plans for the weekend?
They submit the round, and they are no longer undefeated. Not
I think
a team
tomorrow
out there
might
that
be
is
my
undefeated as expected,
day off, and
unfortunately doesn't have a
then
lot to show for
I mean,
it
I
'cause they
already
are
took
down at the bottom of the
multiple
leaderboard.
days off
I
this
do
week. I'm
believe
not
they've
gonna
had some
lie,
longer queue
but
time, so it is what
I
it
do
is
have
for
to
them.
take
They're still
one
having a
day
good
off
time,
of the
still
weekend,
showcasing
and
their
then
skills, but
Sunday
sorry to break your heart.
there's this friend's housewarming, but low-key because I didn't stream
recover from this
enough this week,
you know what they say.
I fear I might have to
that was
cancel
your teammate you were
and
looking at there.
then
That was smoke outside of the
stream
building.
or do
That
some
is an
content
unbelievable
with and
nitro
for
cell.
you
All
guys.
right,
so
then.
we'll see.
There is a nitro cell, which is an
but yeah, and
explosive
also
that
thank
is
you.
tossed, or a C4 as you will
Bacon,
hear it get
barbecue
referred
chicken
to as.
bites,
The terms are used
Italian
interchangeably.
sausage,
C4
and
nitro
green
cell doesn't really
peppers.
matter.
Oh,
Same secondary gadget.
that
It's an
sounds so
explosive that certain
tasty.
defenders get access to. It has a very short throw range because it's considered a heavy item. But when you throw it, there's about a second or two after that you can blow it up, and it usually is good enough to kill everything in the area. It's thrown it on the barricade. The problem with that is that the moment that the barricade gets broken, the nitro cell usually disappears because it also gets destroyed. Again, maybe a bit suboptimal, or you're hoping that somebody will punch it and then you can just detonate it. Rasco's in a rough spot here. He's got a target-rich environment, but just because you have the riches doesn't mean you know how to use them. He has to figure out how to capitalize off of this. The smoke's concealing the advance of the attackers, and will use the carbine of Jaeger to fire through that smoke. Not finding anything, at least not yet.
I need help. I need help.
And the Dokkaebi lined up almost dead to rights, but no, the Dokkaebi will persevere, and there's some trouble in the water here for Red Hammer, Garrett.
Definitely some
What is
trouble.
Lion?
Still have player
Is
advantage
Lion a operator or
actually able to take down the
a
rest. Bobby playing a bit of
gun?
support there, but a nice win. We take the wins where we can get them. A 2-1 win
Hi,
is still a
Jojo.
win,
What's up?
folks.
Ah,
Looking
I see.
for
What does
overall match
Lion
wins,
do?
and that team is able to secure it there. The hands of Savu. Great job. Let's take a look back at some of the replays, though, from the last 30 minutes or so, because, again, we've had a lot of highlights. Our players showcasing how to play at an extremely high level, especially when your sense is that high. Space. Roscoe also
He's the one
showing
that scans for enemy
that he's really
movement.
figuring out Rainbow Six Mobile quite well. Imal says, I'm going to
Need
get
a real
aggressive and pick out some
lion,
people repelling outside. Maybe they're all going to line up for me. Maybe they're changing their settings. I don't care. We need our wins, and we're going to get them the best way we know how. Sometimes it's with a shotgun, metalcore, and sometimes a little lever action from distance. Either way you look at it, it's been a lot of fun to watch these players figure out the game and execute it at a pretty high level, Adero.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are obviously getting more and more comfortable. We're seeing aim is tightening up. The way that they're learning the maps certainly increasing exponentially. We're seeing more gadget use as well. I mean, heck, go back and watch the first couple games that we saw in the first hour of gameplay, right? And it was abundantly clear that many of these players had some familiarity, but we're still trying to figure out the map, still trying to figure out where to use their gadgets, still trying to figure out how to use those gadgets at all. I mean, we saw a roaming smoke die with all of his gas grenades in pocket, and it's like, that is objectively not a good thing to do. But I mean, when you're playing up against newer players, hey, you're a gun,
It pings you when you
can
move
frag,
and
you
don't
can
get
roam,
pings your
it's fine,
phone.
right? The teams are
Wow,
learning,
it's
they're
so
making
close
adjustments,
between
and with it,
Nyhaven
we are
and
seeing the skill
Viper
level go up,
Strike.
and that's exactly what we expected, and it's good to see them learning.
We'll take a look at our standings. They're about the same that they were the last time we checked in. Round differential the same, even though Viper Strike is down 1 win. That spells good news if you're a Viper Strike fan. They could technically win this on a tiebreaker if they can slowly but surely cut down on probably the seconds or a minute or so that is separating Nighthaven.
There's not many
to Viper
games
Strike
as stressful,
with 25-24.
good way as
Everybody else, a little bit lagging behind.
R6. Did you used to play,
next up
Ross?
in terms of striking distance, 21 wins in
Did you play
total.
on M&K?
41 round differential is still fantastic, only dropping 1 round overall. But still, the question is, can they pick up the pace? I doubt it, but you never know what could happen. But folks at home, you got to pick up the pace as well. 10 golden bullets could be yours. You got to type in these codes as fast as humanly possible. You know they go quick, so you better move fast. Scan the QR code on your screen for quick and easy access to this website down below. You can head directly to that website if you would like as well. Codes have been different every single time we've shown them, so make sure that you type them in as fast as possible. These are single-use codes, though. If one's gone, try another one. Try all 5. Who knows? Maybe you can get more than one if you're very, very fast. But fun things happening here with Rainbow Six Mobile, and we have one more giveaway left towards the end of the broadcast, which we're not very far away from, by the way. So make sure you tune in, stay tapped in, and listen for my voice to get really excited and start talking very
Back
fast.
in early 2020s, I was him. I suck.
I'm glad you keep putting the codes up on screen. I reckon I have about 250 golden bullets at this point. I've just been using the codes for myself. That's what we're supposed to do, right? Like
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, sorry viewers. Sorry viewers. I'm here. I'm just grabbing them first. That's just, you know.
The 500 millisecond lead that you have is really changing everything.
Could you imagine getting hired for this event and just stealing from the viewers? Just for legal reasons, chat. It's a joke. Go claim your golden bullets. We're not trying to take them from you. Don't worry. Yeah, we are fast approaching the end. This has sped by. We went live about 2.5 hours ago, give or take. It feels like we've been watching 5 matches. This has been great.
Wait, where'd you see that?
Posted the chat from a Discord server. Somebody said Q snipe noticed in the Ubisoft stream. Bro, some Ubisoft executives like.
That's actually sad.
Oh my god, that guy just killed Eric.
Yeah, this guy
Get him
is
on the
goated.
phone.
10 seconds left.
Incredible conversation happening right now. Look, we had some accusations, as we always do with pub matches, of some streaming sniping, and well, it sounds like maybe some of our stream snipers have been propped up.
We're just the bait.
Trying to get aggro here. Why not? See if you can take down your favorite
How can you
streamer.
play mobile at a desk? Can you use your
Funny stuff
PC?
here from
I
Mercedes
think
Crew.
most of these players, the
Viper
way that
Strike
I was
team.
playing it during the
very strong
activation
team,
is that I had
been
an
loving watching what this
iPad
team's
and
able to
then
do,
you
but
can
30 minutes
they
on the
have
clock,
an
folks.
adapter for the
countdown is
capture
real.
card. So you use like an
feels like we just got
Elgato
started,
capture
but
card or
only 30
whatever
minutes
capture
left.
card, and then you can
couple
put the
seconds to change.
HDMI
And again, the
as
rule
well as like a
states you must
USB-C
finish your
charging
game
port
in this
into
timer. There's
an
no timer
adapter
cheese.
that
You
then
can't load
is
up
like
with 1
USB-C
second
and then
left.
plugs into
You gotta
the
finish your
iPad,
game, so you better move
and
quick.
then you are able to transfer
And
like
this is a very serious competition.
your
We'll be holding these people accountable.
like
So
gameplay
don't dare
into
try to pull one
the
over on us
PC
or the
without like
admins.
delay.
In particular us, because we
Because if
ultimately
you're
know
like
how the admins have
screen
all
sharing
but
or
we take
like
it very personally. So
airplaying, there's
take it
gonna be a
personally,
little
or
bit of delay no matter what.
Taking it very personal. There was 3.
I will never have a chance playing on my phone. No, I think some of these people are playing
Look
on
how
phone
look at his
too.
aim.
Like they're playing on
I am-
phone with
again,
like
I've said this so many
like the
times.
little controller
I am
attachments that you can put on
consistently
your phone.
impressed with how precise these gamers are. It's incredible. It's incredible to watch.
By the way, this is Viper Strike, and they are down a round. This is kind of make or break for them. They're a top team. They could potentially throw a lead here. If they're not
Ooh.
careful.
Oh, he's AFK.
This is crazy for mobile. Looks good. Yeah, it runs really smoothly. By the way, for like a mobile FPS game, I'm like quite surprised. I think whenever I've had difficulties like with this game on mobile, it's for sure like my fault because like my Wi-Fi is not entirely the best as of late. But even then, like the shooting feels really good, the movement feels really good.
I mean, the top
There's
two
no
right now
screen
are
tearing on the
largely
actual
running away with
device.
it. And
I think my
again,
chat
there are
saw
a
my
lot of
screen
factors
tear like
that,
a little bit for
let's
the
be honest,
capture
are a
component.
little outside your control. The
But I
caliber
had
of
no
opponents you
issues like
get, you know,
on
the size of the maps.
mobile
If you're
itself.
constantly getting maps like Clubhouse or Bank, you're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage.
I don't think
touchscreen
touchscreen is impossible, but I think you have to like have been like a mobile gamer from the get-go, if that makes sense. Because I think there's a couple of people in this creator showdown that are like iPad touchscreen only. Yeah, and they seem to be doing well enough. But I personally, yeah, I think I would struggle.
Maybe you get a turtle-style attacking team that just want to wait it out as long as possible. And you can sit around for 2 full minutes waiting for the last guy to just kind of plot into the site and then die. Sometimes you don't ultimately get to control the pacing of the game.
Well, that's a great shout. Some of these rounds taking quite a bit longer than others. And again, I think it's about gauging the strength of the lobby that you're in too. It'd be very valuable to dictate how you should play it. You're trying to be hyper efficient in a competition like this, but neither here nor there. Just got to get the win. Aerith is swinging corners quite aggressively, roaming the map, trying to find the last couple players.
Well, they got the diffuser planted. They've got site control, but Aerith is keeping up her pace from the previous rounds. The last one left is the Ying. Where is the Ying? Inside a dirt tunnel would be my guess.
Nice. Okay.
Nice you.
Nowhere to be found.
I think I'm rooting for Viper Strike. I would like Viper Strike to win because I think their players have just been doing exceptionally well. Whenever I'm like spectating them closely.
Before finally getting taken down, so giving his team.
Yeah, this Bella Fox gaming person, I'm pretty sure she's like primarily just the iPad.
And again, every round feels like now a pretty
iPad
big
touch
burden of
controls.
responsibility to be perfect. I mean, Nighthaven and Viper Strike are two top
Are you
teams.
trying to say Starlink,
Nighthaven,
like the
team on your screen
Elon?
right now, technically have
Yeah,
the
but the
lead,
thing
it's
is,
just
I don't
been,
know how to much to
guess,
trust it
tied
for
up.
like
And I believe
PC
our
gaming.
Viper Strike team still is winning in our tiebreaker round differential.
My internet got fixed a lot because after I issued a formal complaint to the FCC, like Spectrum actually got up off their ass and did some stuff, and they were still not transparent about what they changed, by the way. But they were like, yeah, we're gonna have it fixed ASAP.
Next window.
But I think, I don't know, for some reason, like the Wi-Fi, I have a feeling it's like, if I don't like reset my modem and router from time to time, the Wi-Fi gets kind of spotty. Or the download.
Just in the nick of time.
I would consider that cheating. I feel like if you're playing on mobile, like, you should be limited to just like the controller. Yeah, controller or touchscreen. I think MK on mobile is like, that's way too precise.
Lose a round, you know what I mean? Losing a round is another 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that is genuinely a great way of putting it. You do not want to be giving up these rounds at all because it is killing you on time. If your opponent wins 4 rounds just like that, and you lose a round in each of your matches, you've now fallen a full map behind just based on the timing of these rounds. So again, when you look at the standings that were on the screen, when it comes down to a map or two separating these top 3 teams, even losing a single round has a much larger impact on the overall standings than just 1 round.
That's a great shout. Definitely something the players have been talking about and trying to make sure that they pay attention to. So we'll see if the pace of play slows a hair in order to save the time that you could potentially lose by playing more risky.
One's close right here. One's close right here.
The right side on the right.
I'm planting.
Plan going down in 30 seconds. I mean, that's efficiency, right? I think some of these teams realize that their opponents are not always the most how do I say this politely, aware of the way that these bomb sites and these maps work. And I do think some of these teams could stand to be a bit more efficient by just running in, getting the diffuser down, and no matter what, you're shortening the length of that round. Some of these bomb sites are accessible within a 10-second run of the outside of the building. Break a single door frame or a single barricade, break a single window, and boom, you're in the site. Everybody has the
Yeah, I don't
diffuser.
think there's any
Get
team
all 5 people
damage.
inside the site, get
Maybe
diffuser down right away,
damage
and
if you
suddenly what should be a
need,
2-minute round
but
has now been
I'm pretty
shortened
sure
to just
if your
45
teammates walk
seconds.
across like your traps and stuff,
That's a
they don't
really
get
good shout,
damaged by it.
especially
Hi,
with-
Mafia.
Again, Rainbow Six Mobile and Rainbow Six in general is such a unique game because you have a preparing phase. You have a phase that you can send your drones in, get the intel to know that that path is theoretically open. So,
they're coming.
great shout from you in terms of strategy for a competition of this scale. It's been fun to see all of our creators have fun, but now the
Thought you were
rappers moving
playing?
early,
No,
but
we're just doing a watch
it's getting a
party.
bit sweatier. Definitely can pick up the pace by doing exactly what you just described.
A lot harder when you're a defender because, again, an attacker can take their sweet time. Doesn't seem like the opponents that Ghost Eyes are dealing with are really quite that intent on taking their time. Marley's already met one over on Blue Stairs. Will now work his way over towards Garage.
Swapping mags.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like
I think that's
friendly
how the
fire
Hibana must have
would
come in that he-
be really
or the
bad
Vivi that came
on,
in earlier
especially
didn't look
mobile,
like
because like
an
so many
ash charge
people like
blew that
probably
up. Maybe
misclick
that
their
one right
inputs
there.
and all
No
that.
Hibana pellets either. Hard to tell what the secondary gadgets do for soft destruction because the animation is different. Down goes Thermite. Who is the last one? Last one is Ying. Oh my goodness! And Marley's face says it all.
Okay, okay, Marley locked in.
Come on! We can do it, team! Go you with the 20! Bruv! I was too locked in, mate, but I saw it. I don't know if you saw my mouth wide open, catching flies. Thank you so much.
You flip flop so much, Clouds. You're funny.
Having a dang good time, showing some skill and getting support in his own stream, folks. I want to use this as a quick reminder that all of our creators are streaming, and yes, we are watching their streams. Mr. Marley, that is correct. We did watch that on broadcast. Go check them out. Some fun PC creators as well as mobile creators all playing Rainbow Six Mobile together in this fun competition.
That'll be a big screen. We made it.
They shot me.
Gouchin, mate, brother, thank you so much for the.
Obviously, I'm not as familiarized with the mobile creators as I am with some of the Rainbow Six folks that are taking part, but I gotta say, they've got personality that can match the best of the best that are being brought over from Rainbow. So if you are somebody who's here who knows Meaty Marley or knows Rasco or knows Spoit, and that's who you're primarily here
I
for,
don't think bullets
your
would.
horizons.
I don't think
Just find
bullets
your
hurt your
favorite
teammates,
streamer,
but I
of
think your
course.
teammates can
There
get
are
flashed
23 other
by your
competitors, 22 other
flashes, and
competitors, rather,
I'm pretty
other
sure
than the three
nades.
that I mentioned that are competing in this, all trying to vie for glory, and glory awaits us in, well, under half an hour. Just about
Yeah,
20 minutes
Spoit.
left for us to figure out which of these squads is able
Spoit
to
is in
beat up the
this.
most teams in this bomb rush
I don't
game.
remember which team he on though. Is he on the Ghost
You
Eyes
got the ash
team?
charge? Lev, have you got any kind of bleaching?
This
dye?
skin is cute.
Just one more, just one more. He's on the stairs. I got him.
It does kind of remind me of a water gun.
Charge ready to blow.
Pop it.
Stay clear of the blast.
Nice team chemistry there.
Oh,
There's somebody
owie.
waiting on the other side of the reinforced wall, but we go through soft wall, find an
Ooh,
angle.
very nice.
Marley, peekaboo.
Ooh.
Two. A little bit of help of a teammate. Marley is looking strong on mobile here, playing on controller, and picks up 3.
Is he gonna get a fourth one?
Yeah, there's one guy left. If
4K?
he's on you. He's on you. I can plan. Nice.
Nice. Wow.
I think they're a thing. Oh,
Yeah, but you saw he's like playing
Again, I'm
on
gonna try to say
controller.
this and be nice. I do think they're overthinking it a little bit. It's a 4v1. You all have the diffuser.
So
you
true.
don't need to wait to plant. By the time Marley looked down at his controller and looked back up, you could have had that diffuser down. The plant timer, I think it's just 2 seconds. It's not very long. You can walk in,
I
get
need
that
to go pee
diffuser down,
real
and you are
quickly,
off
guys.
before
BRB.
anybody knows what has hit them. But again, when you play at a top level, a lot of times you dot your I's, you cross your T's. You're very strategic about the way you go about this because you expect your opponents to be on that same level. Well, if you think your opponents are, then yeah, of course, do your due diligence. But as we're seeing, players are just walking in, killing people. They can easily get diffuser down a little bit quicker if they really want.
Oh my, there's two.
Oh. Little target acquisition error. Fortunately, too many players to deal with, and when Sanity just goes in and sprays from the hip, says, I'll see you in the afterlife. Nice and easy. Pick up there, and a diffuser going down, so this will speed things up quite a bit for the remaining, I think, singular player that is left. Good luck.
Hostiles have been wiped out.
Reminder for everybody watching, hipfire, unlike other first-person shooters, is not accurate in the slightest in Rainbow Six. It does look like the hipfire spread is a little tighter on mobile, so I will say that hipfire looks more viable on mobile than it does in Rainbow Six Siege on console or PC. But if you're playing this game on console or PC, maybe don't do that. Maybe ADS. Maybe just look down the sights. It'll help you quite a bit, and you won't then come away from it looking a little dumb. The only, of course, exception is guns like shotguns. If you're playing with a shotgun and you want to hip fire, that is usually fun.
That's right. There is also some other mobile settings that are helpful. Like there is a touchpad setting where you can, every time you ADS, you fire as well, just to get used to that mechanic of making sure that you're ADSing while shooting.
Ooh.
So some fun stuff here with mobile to help you out and learn the game along the way, like we've talked about all day today. We've had our teacher, our great maestro Intero, teaching us the ways of Rainbow Six, but in mobile, it is quite similar. There are some small nuance differences, but overall, very fun learning curve, albeit there is a learning curve, which makes the game even more entertaining.
I'm backing.
A small change. This is playing as the Caveira operator again, the one that can get the interrogations, and her pistol has a sight on it. Iron sights only on PC and console for regular Siege. So again, smaller changes, just as Ash has that under barrel mounted launcher, whereas she has a standalone launcher in the PC and console version. Of course, you've got to make changes to adapt for mobile. I do like that they brought leaning over. This was another thing you mentioned earlier. Leaning is something that is not in a lot of first-person shooter games, but in Siege, leaning is very important. Perspective in this game frustrates a lot of people because it doesn't function the way that you'd think a game would. So you can look around a certain wall and be completely visible to your opponent, but you won't see your opponent again just because of the way that the camera setting in this game plays. So knowing how to engage players around doorways and
interrogation.
Another interrogation. Ooh.
That's an OP skill, bro.
Giant red glowing bodies. Those are where the players are. And last one left. Can't shoot through that. Cannot shoot through that.
Nice. I didn't know we had a scan going. I looked. I'm like, oh, I have wall hacks. Okay.
There you go.
That is Caveira's ability, interrogation.
Yeah, it's a very useful, obviously. Anytime you can get wall hacks in your opponents is very useful. One of the ways is, of course, they just run outside as the defensive side, but interrogation is extremely useful for that very moment. By the way,
Rainbow Six has so much legit wall hack. Yeah. It looks kind of fun though. If you're the one with the wall hacks, it looks fun. If you're the one with the wall hacks against you, it's probably ass.
Listening in. Let's watch what Roscoe can do.
Everyone's dead. I'm meleeing them. I'm meleeing them.
If I was in this tourney and someone shot my body, all you would see is a fist flying at the camp.
Yeah, that's what we do. Double melee. That's what we do. Wait, let me mold.
There's some like creators that get like famous for abusing a camera after. What is he doing? Is he doing like the Riz hands?
I don't know what to tell you. I've just had 3 DMs asking me if I want to go pro in R6 mobile. Let's go.
I'm not super familiar with the terms, but is that not?
That's cool. I love the ego, man.
Like, look, I mean, you're not Morgan, brother. You're jester maxing. Okay, let's get over yourself here, Raph.
Jester maxing, indeed.
We're both over the age of 30. The fact that you just pulled out jester maxing on broadcast is insane work. I tip it. I tip it.
I mean, we live in an era, you know. Oh, and he's struggling too. He couldn't get any. He's not getting any of these drones. Bro. Says I just got 3 DMs saying asking if I wanted to go pro in Rainbow Six Mobile. Can't shoot out the 2 drones in front of him.
You are supposed to be inside the building, and yet you have found yourself Outside,
Hi,
dancing around the
Wix, what's
drones, you
up?
have found 3 kills. The drones are still moving, which means people know this. The laughter says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, and again, I think they gauged the strength of lobby and said, let's have a little fun. If they know where I am, they come to me and the round goes faster. Yeah, all right.
Well done, team.
We take those.
Did that guy try to knife?
The match is yours. That was
Okay, these guys are good.
Bobby says we'll take those whenever we can get them, all right? They've had some sweaty games, I can't lie. Bobby's been playing strategic all day, so when you get a chance to breathe and get a nice 2-0, that feels good.
This
Ooh,
Viper
a
Strike team has been in the hunt
2v4.
for the top of the standings all day. Aerith obviously giving a huge
Oh, wow. That was so
on
unlucky.
Clubhouse earlier and unfortunately falls victim to some sloppiness.
There's no one else in supply. There's no one else in supply.
You think
that felt
you
like one of those
can
moments that
1v
you stop
whatever
firing
this?
your gun because you just assume they're dead, but then they're not dead, and then you have to try to refire the gun, and then you're all discombobulated, and then all of a sudden
Whoa.
No one right here. No one in servers. No one in servers.
I'm good to
No one left.
It's a 1v2, right?
All right. Both right sides.
This is very winnable, by the way.
anyone in B or no?
Maestro is still up with those evil eye cams. Has to be wary about Capkin traps. Is aware of them.
Both right. Literally.
Can hear the carbine close by. Space having some issues, but still with a minute left on the clock, can make this work.
Oh, yeah, he has a... Whoa.
Finds the Jaeger. Last one's on the
Whoa! He had a whole minute, dude. This guy is insane. Yo, thank you, Wix, for the reset for 11 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That space guy must have a tiny left thumb because his button was small. You think so? I mean, I think, if anything, he probably has one of those attachments to his phone.
I want more Summit. I want to play Summit.
Maybe that's the way
Like,
to become
watching
a
this
pro
has just
mobile
made me
gamer is
want-
you
like,
gotta
this is
have
the
a
same
small
thing. I
phone.
watch and I cast. I don't know about you, but it's like the moment I'm done
Oh,
broadcasting,
oh
I'm
my
just like, I
goodness.
just want to play.
Yeah, for sure.
Just brings that itch back. It's an unscratchable itch.
Yeah, especially how long you've been in the scene and doing it. It's definitely unscratchable. I am the same way 100%. I'll finish a broadcast. It could go 6 hours, it could go 10 hours, it doesn't matter.
I mean, I've been playing Siege now for just shy of a decade, and I'm talking specifically about the PC and console version at the moment, but I'm having so much fun playing Rainbow Six Siege these days, and I suspect that if I started playing mobile, my whole life would just completely disappear. It would be owned by
iPhone
Ubisoft
6
and
is a
Tom
superior
Clancy.
phone
So
then? I don't think... I'm pretty sure Rainbow Six Mobile can't
prefer to
run
be
on
free.
iPhone 6. That's like a little bit too old.
Waiting for the bus, Rainbow Six Mobile. Waiting on dinner, Rainbow Six Mobile. Done with work, finished a broadcast, sitting in chair, doesn't want to walk downstairs.
I
and put
literally
up the
bought
PC,
an
Rainbow Six
iPhone
Mobile.
like 6S or something though,
Angering
just for the
my sleeping
photos.
wife while I play with
Because that's
no
what like
sound,
some of
Rainbow
the
Six Mobile.
like ID baddies be doing.
Well, I mean, I wasn't gonna,
This
I was
guy's
not passing judgment on
sense
your-
is so high
your
for a
ability
mobile
or
gamer.
what your wife frankly thinks.
Like, it literally looks like he's playing
Space is
M&K.
being very active here with Smoke. Again, you can use utility well. He
I
actually
can't believe
did
he's
use his
not playing
utility
M&K.
effectively. Based on the calls he was getting, he smoked off that supply window, and he held the attackers
Really?
at bay while they trickled in elsewhere.
Can one of you guys ask
Obviously,
him if
with
he
the
can
rounds
hold
being
his
a little
thumb
bit
up
shorter,
to the
those
camera,
smokes aren't
and so
as
we can
impactful
see
as the
whether he
longer
just
rounds,
has a
but
small
you still
thumb
made
or
it
not?
work.
Oh,
Take a
and
look
the
at our
difference
standings.
between Night Haven
Some
and
aggressive
Viper
gameplay,
Strike
but
has gotten
Night Haven is
bigger.
starting to pull away. They're just moving quicker than their opponents. Everybody over 20 wins now, but Night Haven at 29, nearing that 30 win mark after a couple hours now. I think our timer is quite low as well. We're going to check in on that shortly. But with 2 wins differential between
The
the top
smaller
2
the
teams,
thumb, the more room you have to
we're
move.
officially in the territory of Night Haven.
So you
needing
think?
to
Okay,
make a
I think my
mistake
thumb
in
is like
Taro.
average size.
They've got to mess up if they want anybody, if anybody else rather wants to win.
Yeah, and I mean, there you go. The timer's on your screen. Less than 10 minutes. Now, if this were a regular game of Siege, you'd be saying, okay, they've just gonna
Do I
wrap
look
up
like a
their
number
match
2
and that's it,
pencil?
right?
Oh,
But
my
no,
my
in
thumb's
Bomb
not
Rush,
skinny
the whole
though.
idea is that it is a rush, and some
Yeah,
of these
I guess I'm
matches
just not meant
can
for it.
easily
Oh,
be
we
done
only
in
have
3,
like
4, 5
9 minutes left on the
Some even
timer,
say
maybe?
7 minutes if you're really pushing it. So with this, yes,
6,
you're ahead by
7.
2 maps, but it is far from over. There still exists a
Wait, I want to see
possibility that a
whether the chat says
come-from-behind
6, 7
victory
there.
unfolds.
Golly, the brain rot is killing me.
They did. They are.
I respect it. Listen,
I'm I got quotas to meet.
No disrespect. I may crash out though. We'll see. Night Haven, again, your top team. This is the team that can't afford to make any mistakes, and frankly, they've hardly made a mistake in 3 hours, which is insane to say. In a strategic game of this caliber, but
No, she on Dokkaebi,
they
I
have been
think.
winning a lot of games, playing nice and slow, playing support for the team, playing backup. As unfortunately, their top fragger, their entry fragger, even Vig loses a fight, and so does Bella Fox. Parker the Slayer.
Hello, nobody you
He's
know.
gonna get animated if he wins this. Gotta clutch up.
I'm playing risky.
I got Master
Oh, this
Sanho.
You can always tell. You can always tell when they start to focus up, and it gets towards the end of the rounds. The comms fall off, and you can.
He's shooting around that trap.
So they are encountering
How am I
Maestro's
doing? I'm
ability.
doing
Maestro, the
okay. We're
Italian
doing a
defender,
sponsored
he has
watch party
evil eye
for the
cams that he
Rainbow
puts
Six
down that are
Mobile
bulletproof.
Creator Showdown
If he
tourney that's
opens it
happening
to
right
tase
now.
you,
It's
you
been
can
a lot
shoot
of
it and
fun
then
to
blow up, but
witness.
most of the time, it's just going to sit there and be a bulletproof camera. That is a rough loss for Nighthaven, an unexpected loss, some could even say. And again, we are in the twilight of this event. Time is running out. You cannot be dropping rounds with only 8 minutes left.
Did you tell them that you got kicked out? Like, do they know?
I'll tell them after the game.
Okay.
Oh, this is a bummer here. To lose a round like this, but hey, they still technically have the lead. I am being told, by the way, that the margin for error, or the difference between first and second place, if you will, is really more like a game and a half, kind of, with the pacing of submittal. Definitely a must-win.
It's so shaky. Her camera?
Can't afford to drop a map right now. Could potentially tie things.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, she's playing on like iPad touchscreen alone,
She
so
was holding her tablet. I can barely hold a tablet to navigate Chrome like that, and yet. Like when I go to use
yeah,
my,
it's kind
I
of
use my
crazy
iPad
like
usually
how
for
she's
taking notes when
holding
I'm
up
casting,
like
and
the
I
tablet
look
too.
like I've
It's
never
like
seen technology ever. I look like the monkeys at the
with
beginning of
one
2001: A
pinky
Space Odyssey,
behind and
figuring
like
out tools.
the rest of her
And then
fingers on the screen.
Everything I'm saying is making me sound so old right now. But anyway, I'm gonna keep going. And just seeing the way that she's able to navigate the game.
Or no, I guess it's like
Taco, both
in,
of them. I'm like,
she's playing with her
okay.
thumb and index, and maybe her other thumb and index. Still really crazy.
Brain rot and
Gyro.
Space Odyssey is insane, by the way. This is just.
What is gyro?
You're a man of many talents, my friend.
I try to look. I try to transcend time and space. So
sure. It's a good goal.
Sometimes I don't succeed.
When you try your best,
This Ying has
you
been a major
don't
thorn in the side
succeed.
for this Nighthaven team now. Is
When you
he's
get
still
what you
posted up
want,
on that weight room window, watching the jacuzzi breach. No Jaeger present on the side
Okay,
of Nighthaven.
he got the
Easily
kill
best counter to
finally.
Ying and all these other projectile/throwable operators that you see. Ying able to flash an entire room. I think it was Parker the Great flashed his or Parker the Slayer flashed his entire team, if we recall, way back at the start on Ying.
That's right.
There's one on my side as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of Parker the Slayer,
Blech.
still engaged now over towards Cash, holding down this incredible cut point.
He doesn't see you.
Just hold.
There's only 2 left.
You move the device to turn
5 minutes
around.
left in this
Gyroscope.
Creator Showdown.
Oh,
This is definitely
that's
a slower
interesting.
match
Okay,
than
it's a
they've seen in the past.
4v1.
This could
They probably win this
actually give their
game.
main competition
You guys won?
an opportunity to close the gap here. Even if they win this, a slow match is exactly what Viper Strike needed to potentially catch up. We'll see.
Wait. Okay, we just camp. Let's just secure the win.
Yeah, just play comms.
Whoa!
It's okay.
Well, I don't think he has time though. 11 seconds.
A brutal loss. They still have player advantage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's go.
Great.
Ejected Mira gives you such a small window to hit, and unfortunately for their opponents, not good enough. A big victory.
They might not have time to.
Now it leaves Viper Strike in a position where
I think we got this.
top two
It's still 7 o'clock.
within their grasp. They gotta make it.
Okay, I mean,
They
these
gotta
guys
make
have to
this one a quick
finish
one
up
if they want any hope
at least
of
one more
preserving the lead and
game,
ultimately winning
and
this
we only
Creator
have 5
Showdown.
minutes left.
Okay, there is a guy.
I think the game plan, frankly, is regardless of strength of lobby. Look at this, 4 minutes on the clock. I think you gotta fly. I think as the attack, put down the diffuser immediately, shorten the length of the map.
My hands
as a
aren't
backup, and
too
then fly your
shaky, but they
opponent
get
to the roam. You can do
shaky
whatever you
under
need to do.
pressure. So
Just pick up
then,
pace.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe the gyroscope setting would not be good for me.
No comms at the moment.
Oh my goodness.
Viper Strike's been doing most of their talking in the server anyway, but
Wow.
oh.
Yeah, we're gonna let the gun do the talking, I suppose. Space picks up 3 and plants the diffuser to shorten the length as well.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, good job, guys.
Jeez, that was such a fast round.
Nah, bro, I ran it straight freaking down.
I played so slow.
They're
say,
really
and they
gunning
won
for
in
it.
like 40 seconds. Oh,
Hi, Octave. Gotta go.
Yeah, I think
Gotta
Space
pick
is
something
right.
up.
Just
Okie
said, let's just see
dokie.
how many I can pick up to make this
Be
go
safe.
faster.
Wait, that'd actually be tragic.
It is worth mentioning too, you have to finish, we've said this a couple times now, you have to finish the game within the timer. So we'll watch that timer. This round, this match rather, is going to end within that time. There's no question about it. As long as Space and our opponents don't grief. Does it leave enough time for another match? Probably not.
Can you shoot through your own shield?
I'm just opening that. I'm just gonna shoot it open.
No, wait for them,
I guess there are slats, right? No, so he has to peek above it.
They've learned how important these deployable shields are and how powerful a position it gives you.
Alright, you can shoot it. You can shoot it too.
A nade rolled under that barricade will clear both the,
okay.
the barricade and the deployable shield, but I
Oh,
don't
he's just
know if
vaulting
their
over his
opponents
shield.
have that knowledge.
Already a 5v3.
Earth has picked up a couple, but gone down in the meantime. Still a nice player advantage here. This is a nice play. Very
Nice.
aggressive play. That's a fast one. Oh, they might be able to re-queue. We gotta check that timer.
You always put the shield in doorways, so you use it to like block the door. Like you don't, you're not using it as an off angle like they did.
Teams maybe wrapping up their final game, or maybe just wrapped what would be their final game. It couldn't get any closer with our timer. I'd love to see if we could just throw it up on top of Intera's face right now, because we've got to pay attention to the clock. Gotta see where we're at.
1
There it is.
minute
A
left.
50
Oh
seconds. Okay.
jeez,
Don't
I
have
don't think
time
they
for
can.
another game. Make sure you finish your game. So is there anyone else in lobby? It looks like as we go to game, somebody, it's Nighthaven in game.
They made it in.
Chance. They've got a chance, but it is the first round.
Yeah, they might not be able to finish their game in time. They only have 55. Yeah, they're definitely not finishing it in time. 50 seconds left, and they would still have 2 rounds. And they still have droning phase.
I just don't know if they're going to be able to do it, especially when they hunt for this final player. No, because the prep phase is about 40 seconds. There is just no way that they're going to be able to pull this one off.
Just wasting his time. Yeah, oh my days.
Wow.
Right here on my steps, bandit.
It looks like we will finish with both of these teams tied at 30 wins, but with Viper Strike ultimately winning the round differential. That is a wild finish if that's the case, Garrett.
Yeah, it is very, very close. And
Oh jeez, what the hell is going on?
Okay, no, they do pick up the round win. I don't think, like you mentioned, because of our prep phase, I don't think we have enough time for another round. And each of these rounds are the difference on this team winning or losing in this competition. Folks, our timer has hit 0. The rest of this game does not matter. What an
I was
incredible
a frost
showcase.
main.
of Rainbow Six Mobile for 3
I might
hours
try
straight,
out like
banging out
a
win
couple
after win
hours
after
of
win
Rainbow
after
Six
win,
Siege.
hardly a round lost between
We'll
most
see.
of our
This is
teams
kind of
today,
making
Taro.
me want to
What a
play, but I
fun
have a feeling I'm
competition.
just gonna be
And
ass.
somehow we come
Is
down
the
to the
sexism in that
most
game
razor-thin
rampant
margins you could
or
possibly have in
nah?
a format of this kind.
Yeah, I mean, Viper Strike winning 30 matches with a plus
At least they're
58 round
having fun.
differential,
You
that
think they're
means
having
that
fun?
they
I feel like
literally
when money is
dropped
on the line,
2
most creators
rounds
do not have fun.
30
Most creators
games.
they're just
That's insane.
blood
Let's take a
hungry.
look back at some of the replays from this insane competition. We knew they were gonna be good. That
I'm not
good
talking
is
about mobile. I'm
bizarre,
talking about
and Aerith had some
PC.
fun moments here in the final 30 minutes of this showcase. Vague as well. Several
Yeah, that was an
multiple
excellent
situations they're
round
cleaning
from
up
that
with
vague
ease.
guy.
Straight shooters, also knowing the map well, and also kind of just sprinting at their opponents faster, catching them unaware. It's the name of the game. Rasco doing a lot of the same.
As a Frost main, dying to Frost Trap used to have me tilted.
But there were people who
It's like
impressed
me if I
even
if
more.
I
Aerith, for
got
example, a great one.
sniped
Space,
by
Icy,
advantage.
even Choco Taco had some really good moments, despite the fact that I know he plays mobile games, but I don't know how much he knows about Rainbow
Choco
Six.
Taco
Bonnie on your
was
screen
literally
right
the
now,
slowest
paid
shooter out of
to
everyone we
coaching for this
witnessed.
event,
I
and the
questioned his
amount that he was
age,
able
and
to
I feel like
retain
I'm
and
not
act
ageist
upon
like
is
that most of the
so
time.
impressive. Bella Fox also having some great moments too. And then, of course, the number of interrogations that we had, something that we seldom see, and yet there were 2 on screen for you today. There was lots of good that happened here, and of course, don't forget Aerith getting the ace as well on Clubhouse.
That's right. We also saw 2 of our
Oh
teams
yeah,
as they were queuing
your
in to
Go
quick play,
having a
end up playing each other
3-piece this
too, which made for
game.
a very hype moment, and definitely a difference maker on our overall scoreboard too for both of those teams, winning or losing versus your main competition. It's kind of like double the points, right? Or
Dude, both of
subtract
these
those
guys
points.
have
So,
like
really fun moments throughout the course of the last 30 minutes and
full
the rest of the
beards.
competition. We could
Is
go
that
for
a
3
requirement
hours,
to be a
like you said,
Rainbow
there was a
Six
team that dropped 2
caster?
rounds on the day. It was ridiculous stuff.
You
from
just
our
gotta
creators, and
have
it
the
showcases that all of that grinding that they've
ability
been
to
doing on their
grow
streams
like
is well
full
worth it. So
facial
while
hair.
we've got a moment, our admins checking the map, triple checking. This is a very important title we are about to dish out of the first champion of Rainbow Six Mobile event. We gotta stay patient for that for a moment. And so I want to remind you to drop a follow on all of the creators.
Choco
socials
Taco
as
is
well.
an OG.
They
Oh really?
grinded all day today.
On mobile
30
gaming
3
or
hours rather, 30 wins apiece from a couple of our teams.
Oh my god,
a lot of
my
games
abs
played. Go drop a
hurt
follow.
from
Their shooters
sneezing.
all over the place. You've seen their names all day
PC
today. You've seen some
FPS?
incredible action.
Ooh.
If you're from maybe the Rainbow Six PC or console side, check out
Bless
some
you,
of our mobile
thank you,
creators.
thank you,
If you're from
thank
the mobile
you.
side, check out some of our Rainbow Six creators. Some really fun stuff today. Now, as the admins continue to check the math, and we double check everything behind the scenes. Just kidding. I was going to lead us somewhere else, but guess what? Intero, our champions are ready. Let's bring them in. Who are our champions? Who are going to win this
I
competition?
hope it's
The
Viper
Creator
Strike, but it might
Showdown.
be Night Hate.
The
Let's
first
go!
champions of
Viper
Rainbow Six
Strike! They
Mobile.
actually played
It is
so
the tournament.
well.
It is Viper Strike team. They led the charge all day today, and they
Nice
finished on
you.
top
Oh
as
wow,
well.
a
Look at this
2-round
razor-thin margin at the
differential.
top
Let's
here.
freaking
That's
go.
unbelievable. I'd wondered if the round that was won by Nighthaven ultimately would count, because if it had, and obviously this is up to the admins to decide.
Yeah, thank you,
it literally
Lil
would have come down to a
Patrick, for the
single
resub
round.
for
58 rounds to
66
57 rounds would
months.
have
Welcome
been
back to the universe.
absolutely
Thank you, thank
bonkers.
you. I
Even
really
still,
appreciate
58 to
it.
56
And
is
thank you, King Chung, for the
insane.
3
Some
stream
quick math.
streak.
Viper Strike won 60 rounds and lost 2. That is
Dude,
their
they're
score
still
line for
like
the day.
really
That is
close.
unheard of.
Like
If you tell me that, you said it, I'll
the
be like,
first
yeah, you
team
know what?
versus
I
like
think
the
they're
fifth
cheating
team.
too.
Like there's only like an
Of
8-win
course,
difference.
They're not. This just goes to show you their familiarity and how damn good they are. They are proficient in this game. They're proficient in Rainbow. They know their way around a mobile game. They were very poised. Congratulations to Viper Strike. There was no weak link whatsoever on that team.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff, and I don't think that last round.
Yeah, I feel
ended
like
up
Viper
turning out
Strike
to
for me
submit
was
a
like the
complete
most fun
game.
team to
If
watch.
they would have won both of those
Sorry
rounds,
to your goat,
that would have obviously
Marley.
taken them up to 31 wins, and they would have won it all. So it was so dang close at the end of the day. Also, nearly identical kills as well, which is the next tiebreaker. A lot going on behind the scenes, but Viper Strike are your top team today, and it was a difference of 2 rounds at the end of it with our first tiebreaker. So very fun stuff from all of our teams. They all did fantastic, by the way. The pace of play was unbelievable from the top 2 teams. The rest of the teams also went nearly perfect on the day as well. Intero, is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't any bad performers here. It really just came down to who could ultimately grind out the most. And of course, You're at the mercy of your opponents. You're at the mercy of the maps. You're at the mercy of whether you're starting on defense or attack more. There's too many variables, right, that you can't perfectly plan out. So the fact that all 5 of these teams entered and were able to keep pace the way that they did goes to show you that credit to the admins for picking really balanced teams, because they honestly deserve the most praise of anybody. But it also goes to show you that these people are all 25 literal world-class competitors. They were all good.
They're really
all spawned in,
good.
They all did their job. Nobody looked lost today. And all of these teams were evenly balanced that under normal circumstances, I honestly don't know. If we play today over again, I honestly think we get different results. That's how close I think they all are.
Yeah, and as the day got a little bit later and new folks were maybe hopping on the game, the lobby started to get a little bit more sweaty, which was fun to watch as well, putting the creators under a bit of stress, them having to slow their pace of play down, play a bit more strategically, also very fun to watch. But we have to interview the man of the hour, the man that was a difference maker for his team, the entry fragger, Space himself. Dude,
Ooh,
you are a
MVP interview.
crazy man on the map. Space, can you hear me? If you can, I gotta say big congratulations, man. You are a champion today. How are you feeling about today's competition? You absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, I'm feeling good, bro. I'm honestly extremely surprised because we were like tailing behind the top team by like I want to
See,
say
this
like
guy
2
can
rounds
one
per
day
round 'cause we had
become a
few
caster
hiccups.
too, because he has
We
facial
actually
hair
made a
growing
mistake. We
in
were
as
trying to go
well.
faster, clicking
And
the
we
play
all
again button,
know
and then we forgot to
that's
click
a
the play again button,
requirement for
and,
Rainbow
it set
Six
us back.
casting.
So I'm extremely surprised that we actually won that. That is crazy.
I mean, I was impressed
Look
watching
at his
all of
tiny
you. How have
thumb.
you
Was it
enjoyed,
that tiny?
Rainbow Six Mobile so far? I guess that's like the first question that I should ask you. It's just like, what do you think of the game? How are you seem to be having fun?
I am loving it, dude, because like I don't know, there's just something about a game where like
His
there's
thumbs
something
look
about this game where
normal
you just get
size.
so much dopamine from outplaying someone and getting rewarded for it. You know what I mean? And it's hard to get that in a lot of games nowadays.
Dude, I totally agree. Go ahead, Intera.
I was just gonna say, have you played the game on
Good
console
evening,
or
DJ
PC, or is this your
Sneaky
first
Snake. How
real
are
experience
you?
with Rainbow Six?
So I have touched Siege X a little bit, but I've played maybe less than 10 hours. I've only been playing Siege mainly on mobile for about a week and a half now. And it's just been so much fun, man. I've actually been
He doesn't have
grinding,
any
grinding.
Rainbow Six Siege experience.
Dude, it is impressive.
He's
Your
purely
grind has
just
been
the
crazy.
mobile-
We may or may not have
What?
pulled your stats from behind the scenes, and the fact that you've played over 1,250 rounds with nearly a 75%
Hair looks
win
nice
rate.
today.
You're
Thank
crushing it, dude.
you.
And the same was
I've been
today. I mean,
struggling
you
with
guys
my
dropped,
hair
what, like,
lately.
2
I
rounds
feel like
on the
my hair's
entire
been like
day?
really
It was
frizzy.
unbelievable. What do you think was
Fl-
the like key to your success?
floofy.
Obviously, you were
I don't
playing
really
quick
like
play,
it.
we're playing pubs, and you all have a 5-stack. But what worked well for you all today?
No wonder
Honestly,
his
like, I gotta
movement
give the
on like
biggest shout
mobile
out
alone
to
looks
Icy.
insane
Icy
though.
has been grinding
to be
this game
fair.
pre-release for over a year now. He hooked us up with strats. He told us what operators to use. He gave us everything we needed to like honestly just have in general in order to win this tournament.
Who's he
I was
talking
very
about?
impressed with how quickly you all learned that.
I missed it.
What would you say to
I was
a new
yapping over
player
him.
is the hardest thing to learn? What is the single aspect? If you have more than one answer, that's okay. But to you, what has been the biggest struggle with Rainbow Six Mobile so far? And what would you say to somebody who wants to learn this game? Be a bit patient. It's going to take you some time to get the hang of this.
Yeah, so Rainbow Six Mobile, in the very beginning, it feels really slow, but only because you don't know what you're doing. And that is the biggest hurdle. Like, once you find out what you're doing, once you start learning the maps, learning the default camera locations, learning the hatch locations, learning the operators, the game literally, like, it gets your heart racing. If you don't know what you're doing, you're just like, well, I'm gonna sit here and wait till someone walks by.
This was a
But once
good
you start
person to
understand
pick
all
for
the small
interview
stuff that's
because he
really
is a
happening behind
yapper.
the scenes, man, it is just
I
so much
I
fun.
feel like in some
Dude, I can
professional
tell you all are having
games or
fun,
like
honestly.
showdowns or whatever,
throwing it
sometimes
down
they
quick
pick
plays,
like the most
blasting down
dry,
wins.
like
But, I
shy,
wanna give you a
introverted
moment, too, to
person,
talk
but he's so
content, right?
passionate.
You're
It's like
already
good to
grinding this
hear.
game a crazy amount, and I know you're a content creator in your own right. You're former pro player and other titles. What's content look like with this title, right? Because it is a very strategic game, and there is a lot to learn.
Yeah, honestly, content has been great because there's like a perfect balance of just like having high skill gameplay, but then also you get to mix in all these funny moments. And there's just so many different scenarios that happen mid-round. Like, it's not just rinse and repeat. Every game is just different in its own respective. And it's just been great, man.
Yeah, it's been really cool, man. Your content's really, really strong as well. I want to give you a moment to shout yourself out. That's all we've got for you in the booth, man. But you make fantastic content. So for anybody that doesn't know who you are, where can they find you as you create more content around Rainbow Six Mobile?
Yes, sir. Just search up 713 Space on any social. It'll pop right up. Thank you so much.
Shout out Space 713 Space on all
He looks like the
socials,
guy
folks.
from One
Fantastic
Tree
content, and
Hill.
the
I don't know what
champion
One
of
Tree Hill
Rainbow
is.
Six Mobile's Creator Showdown. Go celebrate and have a great rest of the night, my man.
Yes,
What
sir.
is
Thank
that?
you so much.
Cheers. That was Space. Crushed it. Entry
There's a
frag,
legendary
top
chess
frag,
player,
crushed
Vasily
it. I mean, he's one of the
Ivanchuk.
best
He can
players in the
talk
game
for an
a
hour
reason. We
straight
could
in
tell with his
post-game
gameplay and
interviews.
also
Ooh.
had a great interview.
What's
Yeah,
popping,
I mean,
Myung?
you could tell the enthusiasm that he has, right? A lot of players will come into this, and especially with like creator stuff. Let's be honest.
Okay, I think. Hold on one second. TV show from the 2000s? Oh, is there like a particular character that you think he looks
Leads,
like?
and I gotta say, from my own experiences and now
Or
from
does
watching
he
this
just look like he
broadcast,
could fit within that
it doesn't
like
surprise me that Rainbow
universe?
Six Mobile is succeeding the way it is.
No, I totally agree. He also echoed what you said, by the way. Every game feels different, which makes it so fresh every single time, which is very cool to see. in mobile. It's like
He
you've been around the
clocking
block
on
with
that
Rainbow Six
T.
for a while.
Once or twice.
Folks, we've got one more giveaway for you. This is the most heads up you've had this entire broadcast, so get ready.
Nah, I know what Chad Michael Murray looks like. Chad Michael Murray is a part of a Cinderella story with Hilary Duff.
Enter one of these
He don't
5
look
codes,
like
you get
that.
10 golden bullets. Enter 2 of these codes. If you get both of them,
Oh yeah.
good grief. you might
So
be the fastest
last
typer in the
giveaway,
world.
if you guys
They
haven't
go
already
quick, so make sure you
downloaded
take them in as fast as
R6M,
humanly possible. These
if you
golden
have
bullets are
downloaded
so nice for
R6M,
getting
here's a
all of your
QR code
skins
and
for
slash
your
or
weapons
the
in
codes
game and all the
available
things
for
you
you to
want
get your
and
10
desire
golden bullets,
after
which is
watching
really
this
big
amazing
currency within
broadcast.
that
Very
game.
fun, cool
So
currency
quickly,
and on mobile
Hayaku, hurry,
title.
hurry,
So go scan this QR
redeem
code
it.
in order to redeem the codes. And frankly, they're probably already gone. So hopefully you got rewarded at some point today. And Intero, as we wrap up today's broadcast, I throw it back into your court for your final thoughts for the day. Can I just say, it was great having you in the booth, man.
It was a lot of fun, dude.
Okay, now it's now it's them glazing each other time. So I don't know whether we have to stick around for this. Do 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 do. Okie dokie. We are still streaming, don't worry, but this is gonna conclude the sponsored segment of the stream. Thank you guys for watching, supporting, participating in the Rainbow Six mobile content with me throughout the last week and a half. I really appreciate it. Yeah, if you see the TikToks or shorts surrounding the Rainbow Six mobile content, for sure give that some interactions. It helps me out a lot, but also most importantly, clicking on the link, exclamation mark R6M, and downloading the game and trying it out for yourself. I honestly think, no glaze, that it runs incredibly well on mobile. So if you are primarily a mobile gamer, or you know that like maybe you're searching for like a quick and easy accessible game, that you don't maybe not have like the PC requirements for, or you just are constantly like in transit, or outside of the house, then maybe this is the game for you. Okie dokie. And now we are going to swap on over. Okay, let me change my title and category real quick, but I don't exactly know what we're doing yet, because I don't know what time my Apex lobby might be getting on. Friday. It's Friday, right? Not Tuesday? Huh? No, it's Friday. Why you freaking lying? Stop freaking lying. Okay. Give me one moment. Your calendar is wrong then? Uh-huh. Are you sure you just weren't trying to bamboozle me? Okay, I'm a BRB. Oh, wait a minute. I should probably play some music. That'd be good for you guys. I'm gonna be right back, and then we will get on into gaming some more. Do. I think the delivery driver ate your pizza because you've been waiting forever. Should we kill your delivery driver? That's like my default answer to anybody these days. They're like, oh, I'm being inconvenienced. My boss sucks. Or whatever. And I'm just like, should we kill them? They're like, oh, I don't want to go into work tomorrow. Should we, do something to your workplace? I don't know. Maybe my brain's fucked. Maybe I'm the weirdo. We're gonna have to pull up on them and handle business. That's true. Big business. Honestly, maybe I just do some solo queue. Solo queue Apexo for a little. Let me see how much battery my mouse is at though. Why am I blinking red like that? Oh, it's at 13%. Oh, shoot. Oh, quad. Okay, well, maybe let's not do that then. Okay. Let me charge my mouse for a little bit. Okay, and then let's also... Okay, I wanna... Give me one moment. I'm trying to see whether I can get my game capture to work. I have not tried the Logitech Super Strike. I'm not a really big fan of Logitech mice anymore, especially because like once I realized that the Logitech G Pro was not the only mouse out there, then I kind of realized like I hate the hump. Like I don't love like a big hump mouse. I'm okay with like small hump, but big camel hump? No, no, no. And then I just didn't like how they kept releasing pretty much the same mouse over and over again. Like I didn't feel like too big of a difference between the Superlight 1 versus like the Superlight 2, you know what I mean? Have you played Octane with the new buffs? I have, but like then again, I'm not like I feel like Octane buffs are good for movement players, but I'm not a really big movement guy. Like for an M&K person, I move like a bot, you know? BRB, okie dokie. But yeah, let me try to see. I don't know why my capture card is struggling so much. Is it my OBS? Dear John. Okay, sorry. I'm like trying to troubleshoot the Switch capture card, but it's kind of struggling. No capture device is found. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna kill Ross. I know it's not like actually his fault when he asked to postpone a day. And it's not his fault that my mouse battery is low, but I'm gonna kill him anyways. I've decided. Going to sleep, good day all. Good night. And now my computer can't find my Switch at all, so that's no bueno. Okay, give me one moment. Well, but I don't think we're gonna be able to play Pokopia and or Leaf Green. Pizza's so freaking good. I'm so envious right now. 'Cause it's just not finding my capture card on here for whatever reason. Um Okay, well, let me try one more thing. When I say let me try one more thing, it's usually me just plugging, unplugging, and praying to God that something happens. But that's not working right now. Uh. Yeah, it's not finding the capture device right now. Okay. Windows update and reboot fixed it. But I don't actually have any updates, I don't think right now. Windows update. Yeah, it says I'm up to date. Unless this is like a February 2026 preview update. KB5077241. Let me see whether... this works. Oh. Well, this works, but I'm gonna have to figure out the audio for this. Okay. 'Cause... Okay. Because I can't hear anything right now. Can you guys hear anything? I hear it? Okay, then... Oops. Okay, I hear it, but do you guys hear it? Yes? Okay. Give me one moment. Okay, but you guys hear... Is it echoing for you? I guess you would be able to tell better if it's echoing. Okay. Okay. Wow! That's embarrassing. Hi, Hernies. What's up? First time Pokopia, cause my chud teammates postponed, plus we're not ready. Smile. And then game category Pokemon Pokopia. Yeah, thank you Clouds for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Thank you, thank you. Okay. So you guys can still hear? Okay, let me know if it echoes, by the way. Oh, look at the ditto. That's so cute. Oh, you can't, you gotta wait on that, cause we're not even in the actual game yet. English. No, I do. Wait. Yes. Whenever you see your progress is being automatically saved. How long is it gonna keep? Oh, do I have to? I had to press A. Yo, wake up. No echo? Okay, nice. Rise and shine, you certainly look well rested. Are you looking for something? Ooh, a Pokedex, and this model comes with a camera. Is this the town where you used to live? It's so pretty. Aww, what a nice photo. Is that your trainer petting you? You look so happy. Do you remember what your trainer looked like? I think my trainer looked like a girl. Yeah, like this. Thank you for the $5 donation. Okay. I think the buns are cute. Dude, the little like liquidy, oh, you can't really see it. That little thing on the left, the dangle, I think that's cute. A nice touch. Hair color. Honestly, the blue was kind of cute. I like the... We can be... Let's be strawberry matcha. Familiar hat. Oh, I don't like the cap. I think I like the hat better. Familiar bag. We don't got like a white bag. Let's go with yellow. I wish there was a white backpack. What the helly? Yeah, let's just go with yellow. Familiar sneakers. Yeah, this is fine. I'm so cute! I think you can do purple skin tone as an option, but I don't want to be purple. I want to be a human color. Sorry for the humans out there that are purple. What is this lying title? It was Ross only, also good. Okay, do you guys wanna get to convene on Apex in like 2 hours? Very cute. Can actually, let me just message. You just woke up, you're down for anything. In the meantime, I'll be watching this game because you're considering getting it. Do you have a Switch 2, Dash? Okay. Oh, I love pressing B to run. Yeah, thank you for the resub, Dash. What was that? Who's there? Gadzooks! What in the world is a human doing here? I didn't think there were any left. Yo, thank you so much for the resub for 4 months. Welcome back to the universe and thanks for your prime. I appreciate it. I think you have to gift for the Ditto badge, no? I don't think you get it off of primes. Are you really a human? Should I lie? Or should I say no? No. No, I'm not really a human. So you're a Ditto, eh? What an impressive transformation. Ditto beep! Owner detected. Beginning backup battery boot up. What's that sound? Where is it coming from? Inspect. Oh, there's a whole wheelbarrow of stuff here. You found a Pokedex. It's even equipped with a camera that can take selfies. Ooh, that's a Pokedex I found ages ago. I want it. Is that so? I had thought that Pokedex was beyond repair, but it started working as soon as you appeared. You're welcome to keep it. I haven't the foggiest idea how to use the thing. Your human transformation really is quite impressive, you know. And now that you're holding a Pokedex, you look just like a Pokemon trainer. Could it be you based that look of yours on your own trainer? Yep. Ho ho ho! I'm sure you... I could never be a voice actor. Oh, also... Okay, let me change this. It's like way too zoomed in for you guys, I think. Ho ho ho! I'm sure you and your trainer must have been splendid trainers. Hi, Arthur. By the by, did that trainer give you a name? What's your name? You can't change this later. What would I have named a Ditto? Okay. Chud. Liss. Okay, wait a minute. Chud Maximus. You betcha. That's got a cheerful ring to it. In that case, I believe I'll also take the liberty of calling you Chud Maximus. It's been quite some time since I last laid eyes on either a human or a Pokemon. Then out of nowhere, I come across a Pokemon in the shape of a human. How curious. What happened to the human? Her? mean, you don't know what's happened here? Right then, come with me. This is the very start. Walk toward a block by tilting hills and climb on top of it. Oh my god, you can't mantle in this game. This is a good game. I love the I love the Naruto running. This place was once home to many humans, but now it's, well, what you see. The grass and trees are withered and dry, and all those humans and Pokemon who once lived here, they're gone. But my question is, where have you been this whole... What's that on the ground over there? Could it be a Pokemon? Come on, Chud Maximus, let's go see. Okay, well, let us go see indeed. Haha, get it? Let us, because it's like a kind of like a leafy Pokemon. Water. Well, I'll be gobsmacked if it isn't a Squirtle, and they're nearly all dried up. Here I thought Squirtle were supposed to have an excellent command of water. Isn't there anything we can do to help? Did you notice the speech bubble that popped over Squirtle's head? No, I didn't. When a Pokemon wants to tell you something, a speech bubble will appear above them. It looks like Squirtle may have a pretty serious problem. Okay, buddy. Wanna talk? What's with this place? Where's the water? Usually I can spray all the water I want. If only there were another healthy Squirtle around to help me. It's so fucking cute. It's so cute. I must say, I've seen better transformations in my time, but it looks like you can use Squirtle's move. Can you use that move to rescue Squirtle? Water. What is ER? I'm saved. Thank you so much. I really thought I was done for. I owe you my life. Huh? Something's happening. Oh wait, something's happening. Oh, now they're in the Pokedex. Yippee! Oh ho! Looks like that Pokedex still works after all. Though it truly has been an age since I last saw any other Pokemon. That Pokedex's days of being useful may be long over. Aww. But that was then. Things have changed. I'd come to believe this world was down to a population of 1. Me. But today, out of nowhere, I met the two of you. Hope springs anew. By the way, where in the world have you two been up until now? I don't really remember too well. I always used to take naps next to a nice clear pond, but this time I woke up here, flat on the ground. Maybe I slept a little too much. Oh my god, I don't know voice acting, you guys. Stop it! I'm trying so hard and you guys don't even appreciate my efforts. You keep cringing. You don't think I want to cringe? But this whole area is a total wasteland. I don't know any of ponds around here. Forget about that. Look at this. See, the ground around here is turned green. I bet it grew because you sprayed water around here. That's so awesome. Oh, it's true. The ground was parched, but now it's sprung back to life. It's only a bit, but it looks just like... It's alright. It's alright. Frick you guys, I'm gonna let you read. I'm gonna let you read, and therefore you'll never read because none of you guys read, and then I'll be the only one that knows what's going on, and you guys don't. Okay, I'm down. Wait up a second. I haven't withered away yet, you know. It's the dried up grass and flowers you should be. Well, you were in the way. What was I supposed to do if you're just standing there, bro? Ooh, you restored a pretty flower bed habitat. A beautiful bed of wildflowers. A faint sweet aroma wafts about it. So you can register plants and habitats into the Pokedex as well? You restored a tall grass habitat. 4 tufts of tall grass bunched together in a plot, a perfect hiding place for small Pokemon. Back in the day, there was tall grass like this all over the place around here. Seeing such fresh, green, tall grass makes me feel like a Pokemon might return at any moment. You don't say. Oh, wait, why? Okay, I'm not used to such controls at the moment. Oh! A Bulbasaur! Oh my god. Oh my god, this game is peak. Yummy! Nice to meet you! This plot of tall grass is kind of small, but I like it. I love leaves and grass and stuff, and living by lots of green things. You became friends with Bulbasaur. Oh-ho! Now a Bulbasaur's come around. You know, Chud Maximus, ever since I met you, like 2 minutes ago, Pokemon have been reappearing one after another. It seems you really do have some sort of mysterious power. I don't suppose you could carry on making comfy habitats for Pokemon, Chud Maximus. Doing that might make it possible to see a world overflowing with Pokemon again. Just like the old days. Naturally, I'll help out too. If there's anything you've ever wondering or unsure about, don't hesitate to ask me. He has a speech bubble over his head. Oh, we gotta help. The ground here is too dry and the grass is all wilty and it's nothing like where I lived before. Can you help, Ditto? Would you water the dry tall grass, please? I want to make this place way greener. If you do that for me, I'll teach you something really neat to say thanks. Well, I mean, I gotta do it. I just can't say no. Ooh! We watered a tree. Wow, that tree was dried up, but it looks all better now. I bet we can get berries from this tree too. I can't wait. Yay. Yay. Oh, you watered some dry tall grass. The place looks greener now. Thank you. Since you helped me out, I'll teach you my move. Watch this. Is that Vine Whip? Ta-da! What you think? That move's called Leafage. What does that do? Oh, shoot! Okay! cool as heck. That's really cool as heck. It's actually supposed to send leaves flying at your opponent, but it looks like when you use it, it makes tall grass grow out of the ground. I think that's a very you way of using the move. Yippee! I want a home. The tall grass that Bulbasaur lives in sure looks nice. I'm kinda jealous because I don't have anywhere to live myself. If only there was one more tall grass habitat like that. Well, I mean, we could make you one, can't we? Okay. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. So if it's on dry ground, it's gonna be dry grass. This tall grass looks awesome. Hey, I was wondering, think it'd be okay for me to live here in this tall grass? Go for it. Great, thank you, Ditto. This game is so good. Holy. Oh, I can restore my PP. Do you have a favor to ask? Okay, we're doing it, boss. Now that I think about it, there's not much food to be found around here. The Pokemon who've returned may start feeling rather peckish. Back in my day, there were plenty of Lepa berries growing on the trees here. If you find any Lepa berries, would you mind sharing with the other Pokemon? No, they were supposed to be my Lepa berries. Look at this. It's for you. God, this game is so good. What about you? Do you want one? Look at this. It's for you. You have a present for me? Are you gonna teach me a move? I'd resigned myself to being alone in this world for a minute, but thanks to you, Chud Maximus, it seems Pokemon are coming back. I really can't thank you enough. Hehe. And as a token of my gratitude, I have a present for you. Ta-da! What do you think? My bag's too little. Ho ho ho, this isn't the type of thing you carry around in your bag. It's called a chair. Humans used to sit on these when they were tired. Since you've been running around all this time in the shape of a human, I thought it would be perfect for you. I actually used to live with a human myself a long time ago. This chair belonged to that human, so it's got a lot of memories attached to it. It's a hair small for me to use though, so I'm giving it to you. Please take good care of it. Oh god. Down over here. Oh, so I can't choose where to place it. It's a bit chilly now that the sun's gone down. Shall we make fire? Humans made handy tools to keep both heat and cold out. It looks like you're better at transforming into human than you are at transforming into Pokemon. Maybe that means you'll be just as good as a human at making fancy tools too. I can try. If you could use that special power of yours to create more nice places for Pokemon to live, that would really warm my heart. Excuse me, can I tell you something? I found something weird. Follow me. What do you find, my boy? Oh, it's a chest? I think it has loot in it. Oh, it's a workbench? Frick, we were both wrong. If your tools are like your voice acting, I'm so sorry. Try crafting something. Okay, what can we craft? Oh. Simple wooden DIY recipes. Ooh, we can make some fire. One campfire. Wow, that's so cool. What is it? Do you think the professor will know? Professor Tank? Yeah, Tangrowth seems really smart, and they're all tangly and messy like a professor, right? Well, that's a job of professors everywhere, I suppose. So let's show that campfire to Professor Tangrowth. My word, is that a campfire? Thank you so much. Just as I was really starting to shiver. Could you set it down here? This here is called a campfire. It makes the area bright and warm. Brr. But it's not very warm, is it? Quite right. Now that I think about it, the fire's not actually lit. A campfire needs fire. But it could be a wee bit challenging for us to start a fire on our own. You got a friend who can do that? What sort of place did they live in? The plot of tall grass that Ditto made for me, it was like that. Make another plot of tall grass like the home you made for Bulbasaur? I mean, I can try. So it just needs to be 4 tufts. Wait, hold up for a second. That should do it, right? Or maybe not. Oh, it's in... Charmander! Rah! Charmander! Uh-oh. Be careful around my tail. If you bump into it, you could get a real nasty burn. My friend stepped on my tail once and got super mad because it was so hot. Even though I'm the one whose tail got trampled, it hurt so bad I was spitting fire. Literally. Charmander! Lizard Pokemon! Charmander! You want me to light a campfire? Sure thing. Stuff like that's no problem for me. Just take me to the campfire and watch me shine. Ah. Oh. Wow, that was some range. By the by, I've noticed you've been transformed into a human this whole time. Could it be that you really miss the human you look like? ... I understand. A long time ago, a very long time ago, there was a human I spent all my time with. Beloved by everyone, humans and Pokemon alike. Where are they now? I don't know, but I do have a theory. You've started creating some comfortable habitats for Pokemon, and as a result, they become coming back here, right? I'd wager that it'll work the same for humans. Humans and Pokemon once lived happily together here. If this world grows beautiful again like it was back then, I expect the humans will eventually return here as well. Mark my words. You know, now that we've gotten so many Pokemon back here again, I think I'll share some stories about the whole place. Droning on and on and on. I am not listening. I am sleeping. Eepy. Oh, Chud Maximus, you're awake. You certainly slept a good long while. It's already getting dark. Today I plan to start searching for clues about what happened to the humans. Meeting you has stirred up hope in this old heart. There's a human-made building over yonder. It's in a pretty sorry state, but that's where I plan to begin my investigation. If you don't mind, I could use your help. What's this about? I don't know why, but I feel like I've known you forever. You think there's a reason for that? No way! I've been feeling the same way. What kind of place did you live before coming here? I used to live in a pond and had a lot of tall grass growing around it. Oh, there was a pond by the tall grass I lived in too. You know, maybe we were actually living pretty close to each other. I bet that's it. Oh, and did you used to see a lot of human kids around too? Oh, this is so cute. They're having conversations with each other. Hi, K-Dog. What's up? Hello, are you eating? Maybe maybe I get some berries for my dudes. Who is it that you're looking for? I don't know. I think I'm just looking for any types of humans, really. Right? Humans and Pokemon to add to my habitat. Oh, my dog is barking. Like the master guy they were talking about. I think it's like my trainer. But I think most all of us Pokemon have trainers at some point. I know I'm supposed to go out and look. I'm looking. I wanna watch her. The dry area is Hi, Cow. What's up? I'm kind of running low on water, too. Is there a way to replenish it? The leper fairies? Oh, it's a weed. Oh, no, a weed. Hi, Hopkiller. My day's pretty alright. I mean, it's honestly he seems happy. That's great. At least you had a better day than me. What wrong? Good, my boy? Never mind. I thought you had some conversation for me. Ooh, fresh carrot. Hi, Robin. What's up? Okay. Eat. Ooh, that's a lot of freaking PP reward. Okay, I think this is good-ish for now. You went to the clinic today and you got a shot, your arm hurts, you got your blood taken, and you've been tired all day. Well, that means it's time for But I am sorry. Checking up on your health. Look at the cloud in the sky. I was supposed to go to Professor Tangrove. Instead, I'm just walking. Another carrot. Thank you, Deca, for the 3-stream streak. Appreciate it. This game would rather make you cry. For why? I heard carrots are good for a lot of things, like eyesight as well. I don't know whether that's true. That's what I've been Another one. Okay, most of this area Would that be Bulbasaur? Or is it probably a Charmander? Okay, can you do something about that? Or do I have to go the long way? Oh, the emotes are so cute. Well, I'm trying, but there's okay. Maybe this guy can help me. Okay, so make more grass patches to get more Pokemon. Is that the only way that I can progress here? They are. Oh, so it's... Uh-oh. I didn't realize. That's cool. Shaded tall grass that stays cool even in the midday sun. That's real cool. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry! Oh. I ruined it. So do we just wait around? Just water everything while we're waiting for some Pokemon to show up. Does my energy bar ever get bigger? Habitat building simulation game. Very cozy. I'm almost at 50. No, I already gave you one earlier today. Why are you greedy? Okay, everything's green so far. Over here. Ooh, carrot. I guess this one's a leek. Dang, I can't go deeper. Wait, I could have gone around this way the entire time. Oh dear, it looks so badly broken down, I don't even know where to begin. Oh, here's something I recognize. It's called a PC. I haven't the foggiest idea how to use it, but it always seemed awfully handy. Hi, DJ. Hope you're well. I wonder how this is used. Yeah. Oh, it actually worked. Please use the PC. Please, Chud Maximus, figure out what the PC wants. Displaying results. Environment level terrible. This environment is not suitable for Pokemon to live in. So, booting up PokeLife, the environment improvement app. PokeLife app is committed to creating a comfortable environment for Pokemon and humans. By completing challenges provided each day by PokeLife, you can gradually restore the environment to a state where Pokemon can live comfortably. Go ahead and check out the challenges menu. Ooh. Has it finally calmed down? I mean, it's pretty useful. Okay, what is this? Oh, it's a chest. Oh, that's so convenient. Trace of a Pokemon. This sparkle is a trace of a Pokemon. When you touch it, a hint about a Pokemon's habitat will be recorded in your Pokedex. Boulder shaded tall grass. And that's for a timber. Yay. Yay. Okay. Oh, and we get a Pokeball, one set of pinwheels. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Frick! Inspect. Exercise resting spot. Oh, you can get Hitmonchan in this game. It's so cute. Timber! Hey, why'd he try to whacking me? Let me know if you ever want help building a house. Diddle beep. I've successfully completed a challenge. Cool. get coins. Yay. Okay. Oh, mirror, pinwheels. You can get human items from that PC. I see. It looks like you can use the items to receive. I did not read that well at all. I'm Aquila. Yeah. I mean, I really like this game so far. But I feel like this game is strategically designed to fulfill all my gaming interests, to be fair. My grandchild plays with Tangela a lot these days. They both seem to be having so much fun. Just watching them warms my heart. Tangela shows interest in any and all human activities. When I'm working on the computer, he stares intently at my screen with a curious expression. Trainers who come to visit me also play with Tangela, and Tangela seems intrigued by the items they use. He looks enthralled by things like Pokedexes and Pokeballs. Are all Tangela brimming with curiosity, or is this little one just special? Pokemon really are fascinating. There's always more to learn about them. This is gonna hurt my feelings, this game, no? I can't move this. Collection of Pokemon greetings has been added to your Mincina, Pikachu, and other Pokemon with distinctive tail-based greetings. In today's world, so much about Pokemon ecology has been explained through research. This time we've contained a special set of articles focused on Pokemon greetings. You learned the greetings emote. That's cute as heck. Alright, I think these are trees too. 20 brick border lines. Hi Kirby. It was good. Oh, I'm not meaning to do the fences. Okay. Hello. Let me check in with the PC first. Here's a special request. Please raise the comfort level for one Pokemon living here. Because the professor's notes are referring to the plant growth that we know, right? That's why he acts like a professor, because that was his trainer. Oh man, I wish I had a nice place to sleep. What do you mean? Wouldn't I give you a good habitat? You don't like your habitat? Here, look what I just found. You can have it. Oh, thanks for the leaf, bro. Do you need anything? Something soft to sleep on. They want a bed? Oh, that's cute. A Scyther? Oh my goodness. gotta get your 100 swings in. The sharp sights on his forearms become increasingly sharp by cutting through hard objects. Oh, so maybe he can help cut the log. Storage box, yay. You got any what? Some sturdy sticks. Yes. Sure thing. Oh shoot. That's kind of dangerous, no? That's a little scary. Maybe. Thank you so much. Let's use it on this. Oh, and now I've made logs. This is so cool. Did they want it? Oh wow, it's kind of big actually. Oh, there's another guy here. A bell sprout! This is so cute! I can't wait until I'm all grown up. I'll bet I'll grow into a pretty flower. What do you think? I don't know what to tell it. I don't want to tell it what it turns into. Oh. Yeah, what up? This straw bed is super comfy. I bet I'll sleep great from now on. Thank you. Put things they like around their homes too. I can ask them if they're feeling comfy. Okay. Hey. We've leveled up! Okay. New challenges have been added. So I need to make 5 items, gather mysterious feathers, give presents. Okay, we completed this one. And this one. Find new Pokemon. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of things in this shop now. Whoa. Pokemon don't evolve in this game? I see. You know, Chud Maximus, I've noticed something we lack around here, and I won't keep you in suspense about what that is. A house for you? Wait, but I'm not actually human, I'm a Pokemon. Building kits. Leaf den kit from the shop. Wait, what was that sound? What is this sound I hear? You guys hear that? What is that? Oh my god, it's Ho-Oh! Wait, can I even climb up there? I think I'm too chudly for it right now, no? What is this? There's a little fountain here, that's cute. Thank you, Anonymous Boy, for the reset for 40 months. Welcome back to the universe, thank you. I really appreciate it. Holy. How you doing? Thank you, Anonymous Boy, for gifting Cutie a sub. I don't really know whether he wants to be here and all that, but I appreciate it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Okay, I need to buy... What did they say? This one? Okay, let me go pee real quick. BRB. Okay, I is back. Work over. Congratulations, Miss Nikki. You got the ditto drop? Yay! Wait, can you show off your badge, Anonymous? I want to see it. I have enough coins, right? Where do I want to live, you guys? How big is the kit? Place a building kit, collect the materials. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to. We already have a timber. Okay. Hey, fella. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? He must be near here, isn't he? Nice. They roam. I have timber, the starters, and then scyther and bellsprout. Maybe he's with everybody else over there. Oops. Wait, how do I misplaced this? Okay. Oh, he's right here. He's sleeping. Follow me. You gotta help me out, boss. Oh, what is this? Gently lit bed. Oh my god. For a Noctowl? Dude, he's so bougie as frick. Oh, Bellsprout can help Bill too. Hi, Hikaru. How are you? Is he gonna help? Oh, I need 2 Pokemon. Okay. Ooh, nice. Yeah, oh, that's in like 20 minutes. Okay. Okay, Squirtle, how shall we make you comfy? How's your comfort level? You want food? Let me give you one. What about you, boss? How's your comfort level? Warmer? How do I make it even warmer? Do I just make all the campfires stacked together? I don't know how to do that for him. I didn't mean to do Can you access a map? I don't know. Honestly. Oh. I have no PP. I gave presents. I watered. I think. How do I access my? Okay. Pokedex. So for this, it's saying exercise resting spot. So maybe I have to build a bench next to. Or no, I can just bring this. Nice. Okay. Oh, and then I completed the quest. Yay. Okay. New items are available. Log bed. What is this? Oh, wait, I want this. How how much more does it fit? Oh, like one more row? Nice. And then we get our money back for completing the life coins. Okay. Wait, there's another person here. Who this? Oh, Combi! Cute! Hello! Nice to meet you. I am. See you around. Sounds good. We have so many new friends here. Okay. Boxer Pokemon? Oh, you mean like Hitmonchan? No. I think he's only gonna spawn around the exercise resting spot. Gently lit bed. I gotta craft a bed. Okay, I can't craft very many things, apparently. Yeah, he is gonna spawn, I'm pretty sure, because we finally set up the punching bag next to the bench. First time chatter, how's the game feel? It feels fantastic, I ain't gonna lie. But then again, I am a big Pokemon fan and I really like sim games like this, so... It just feels like it was made in the laboratory just for me, you know? Also, hello, Nimbus, the SS Nimbus. Even laying down these tiles fills me with a great sense of purpose. Wait, no, that's so sad. She lost her world. That is really sad. Oh, he's here! Oh my god. Why do they keep wanting to fucking dick me? Yay. What do you want? Wait, I want to know what you want. You got any stones on you? I can give you some stones. Yeah. I got you. Oh. Sorry, guys. That's my cue to post a TikTok. Thank you, Oasis, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your Ditto badge. Yeah. Oh, we learned rock smash. Oh shoot! I got some hands now. Oh, maybe we can. Okay. You think if we smash this water thing, it'll give us some water? Yay! Yay! We got a little. Oh, we got a little pond going. Hold on. Yay! Yeah, I keep misclicking on the wooden fencing the most. So we got some water going on, the fountain is running. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Oh, there's a new guy here. Pidgey! Oh my god, too cute. No, I'm not actually a human. Very docile. If attacked, it will often kick up sand to protect itself. We have a new friend, though. Wait, don't worry, Squirtle. I got you. Soon you will be super happy. Is Squirtle happy? I think he should be. Bro, he doesn't even freaking care, bro. What was all that for? It's so cute. This game is so cute. One small rock? Yeah. Sure thing, boss. Hi Vince, what's up? Check out this rock pile. You think what I'm thinking? I think I can smash it up. A rock smash champion. Interesting. Did I just suck everything? All at once? Oh, very good. What do you need again? Wait, but I smashed them all up. Wait, I smashed them all up in what? What more does he want? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What does he want? I did it! Did I not? Oh my god. What the frick? I have to smash even more? Really? The yellow ones? Welcome to the club. Okay. Ow. Did I complete any challenges? Nope. I guess. Hi Nova, what's up? My house is done. Treasure hunting time. Grab a dowsing machine and let's get to it. I don't have one of those. Oh, it does look kind of sick. Cute! I like this game a lot. Can you tell I'm having fun? That's a wrap. Really? Why not? Some furniture, 3 pieces. Pick up any I find on the ground, or I can make it at a workbench, PC shop. Okay. I'm just crawling inside. Oh my god, it's so cute. It's like the secret dens in Emerald. Oh my god. No problem, Dobaxy. Hitmonchan, very cuting. Well, honestly, more cool than cute. But we like him. What's he asking for this time? Stacking terrain blocks like blocks of barren ordinary soil. Oh, it's just like Minecraft. Oh, and then I turn into a... Wait. Ooh, I got a dowsing machine. Oh, it's here. He's up here, the ho-oh. Straw stool. Very cool. Thank you, I really appreciate it. My face? Are you asking why I'm making that face? It's just my face. Ooh, we got a storage box from up here too. The character? Oh, it's cause I'm a ditto. Look. I'm a ditto posing as a human. Thank you, Nico Boys. Give me those berries. Elevated flower bed habitat. Field of flowers habitat. You can have 2 habitats in one? Or does it like just become the bigger one? Oh. So I don't take fall damage. This game is so heat. First aid kit. Wooden bed. Nice. Inspect. Team R Grunts Journal number 1. I've decided to give this social media thing a whirl. Today is my first go at it. Why? To bring new recruits for our organization. We may not be the heroes of the story as far as most people are out there are concerned. To be completely honest, we're kind of the villains. But if you forget about all the rules and common sense and stuff, we live how we want to live, and I think that makes us a pretty fun organization. Since we don't have the best reputation, I can't really give out our name, but it's kind of hard to talk about it without a name, so let's go with Team R. Got it? So anyway, give me a yell if you're interested in being a member of Team R. You think my trainer was a member of Team R? Might be entirely possible. Me being a Team Rocky grunt. Oh, I abandoned him for so long. Ah, didn't mean to do that. There we go. I want to see whether I can find the Ho-Oh feather. Shellos report. Shellos changes its color and appearance based on its diet and the environment it lives in. Oh, the yellow Shellos is apparently very rare. Thoughts on the game? I'm an old school Pokemon enjoyer. Newest Pokemon I bought was Sword. I like it a lot. I mean, I think most of the Pokemon so far are like OG members. I think there's like one Gen 4, one Gen 5. If anything though, it's more like habitat sim than like an actual Pokemon game. But if you have a lot of fondness and nostalgia for Pokemon in general and love the idea hanging out with your favorite Pokemon and like building homes for them and conversing with them, I think you'll like this game. I like your hair. Thank you. Puking on grass. Okay, I'm not puking. I'm spitting. There's a difference. A Rowlet clock. Ooh. Do I go into the cave? Wow. This map's kind of big, no? Walk Patooey. I'm just prioritizing. Thank you, Mafia, for the reset for 7 months. Welcome back to the university. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. I got a CD. Yeah, because there is a through-line story, which I think is really good. Like, I want to know the mystery behind why the Pokemon are no longer here as much, as well as like, all the humans go. Oh, I missed. Yeah, but I'm prioing watering trees because they give lepo berries, which will restore PP, so I'll get to do more things in general. There's also a quest for it, I think. Yeah. So I think you start off with 2 lines in your backpack, but I bought something at the Poke Shop after completing some quests. So then now it's 3. So you don't take fall damage, you can turn into a widow to mitigate the impact. Sure did. I found a dowsing machine. Oh wow. Wow. That's cool. This does sound handy. Oh, and you can buy like accessories and stuff too. think you can farm even, maybe? I mean, these are pretty cheap and we have a lot, so I feel like it's okay. Did I already buy a candle? Yeah, I did. Ooh, level 3! Yippee! I have a lot. Okay, let me eat some berries. Oh, we got some honey here. Getting more logs. How do I make Charmander's habitat? Maybe I just put a campfire on it? Now that I think about it. We made a wooden bed. We're gonna make one campfire. And then one study. Yay. Oh, what is this? Huh. Interesting. Recipe. Oh, a picnic basket! Oh boy. Oh boy. Wait, that sounds so cute. This is Bulbasaur. This is Charmander. in my abode. And then I don't actually know whether on a flat wall, okay. Also on a flat wall, alright. It doesn't look that nice, whatever. How do we celebrate? Okay, let me try to set up a place for... Oh, what is this? Tall grass, oddish, okay. But I want to... Yeah, so Noctowl will probably spawn here. Yay. Oh, handbag is like... I see now. Handbag is like, not what I thought it was gonna be. Get your camera. Interesting. Oh, hydrated flower bed. Then you'll get an Illumice. Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, let's ask the professor. Hey, thanks for a sub. No problem. Oh, thanks for the sub. Somebody's gifted you a sub. Very good. We want to do something to celebrate. How do we do that? How does one celebrate? Thank you, Sid Jr. for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Please make sure to share Twitch notif so I can do something. Thank you. Wide variety of berries. Cloth? Does he even have a cloth? Oh, he squished them. Aw, poor Charmander. So much. Don't worry about it. Oh, that's so cute. I got a Ditto flag. Good idea. They're so freaking cute. I can live together with my favorite Pokemon! Oh my god. Oh my god, this game is fucking peak. It's about this broken down building. Just wait till you hear what it was. It was a place where many humans and Pokemons used to gather and interact. This was the Pokemon Center. I knew that. Yo, thank you, Suki Boy, for the resub. Please make sure to share your Twitch channel more properly. Thank you. Hi, Spooky. I just saw you open this. I'm pretty sure. Are you liking it so far? Bet I could. Thank you, Suki Boy Choi, for the resub for 28 months. Welcome back to the universe. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Important request underway. Rebuild a Pokemon Center. Yeah, I'm Chud Maximus. Don't wear the name out. I mean, you guys who are hesitating about buying an entirely new console for this game alone, I'm gonna just be upfront with you. Like, it's been a while since the Switch one was released. Like, consoles aren't really meant to, like, they're meant to, like, be upgraded eventually. You know what I'm saying? And also, with the way that the world is and the resources and whatnot, honestly, you should probably get your Switch fast before it becomes impossible to buy. Because you know that Steam Decks are, like, sold out and whatnot. I'm not saying, like, if you really don't have the means right now, like, to, like, go in on it. But if you're hesitating, like, did you want something, Pidgey? How's your comfort level? You want decoration? I mean, it's just like, if you complain about it now, I fear you might be even more dissatisfied later when there's just like no supply. And I feel like out of a lot of the games available for the Switch 2, exclusive for the Switch 2, this game probably has like a long like shelf life, you know? Like you can play it for a lot of hours. There's a lot of content. How How you liking this? I like this game a lot. Dude, people are shafting Daft for like saying it's a game of the year contender though. I was like, geez, like there's no reason to go that ham. Have a good concert, Miss Nikki. Wait, there's a new hint. Oh, you can also get Noctowl from it. Cool. Oh, they're admiring my hymn. Ooh, Chansey plant. That's so cute. Oh, yeah, I want to look that. Also, which one is Pidgey's home again? Bulba's home. Pidgey's home is this one, right? I don't like How's your comfort level? More decoration? Even more decoration? Wait, but I gave you decoration. This son of a... I can't curse out Pokemon, even though I'm not that heartless. Honestly, controversial opinion, I think this is better than Animal Crossing because I think the Pokemon seem to have like way more personality. But I did play a lot of Animal Crossing New Horizons when it came out, especially because that was like during COVID era. I feel like everyone was just playing that game. If I eat the carrot, ooh, full recovery. That's biggest. What shall we craft? Hello, what's up, Ghost Sprout? How's your comfort level? Everyone just wants more decoration. What is it? Sure. Least favorite flavor? Oh. That was already a tricky question. What the helly? How was I supposed to know that one? Hi, What's up? No. Oh shoot. Thank you, Clapback Kev, for gifting. Whoa, this Chansey. This is way bigger than I thought it was. I'm not gonna lie. But thank you so much, Clapback Kev, for the 10 gifted subs. If you received a sub from Kev, please thank him for his generosity and welcome to the YouTubers. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh wow, that is huge. I need to put down the picnic basket too. And I want to add berries. Okay. So the Pokemon can eat at their heart's content. Very good. Should I water this a little bit more? I think so, right? Because this is where the Noctowl is. Oh, also enjoy your Ditto badge if you got it from that. Hopefully. Hi, Void. How are you? Look at me. I'm spitting. Game is good. Do you not have it yet? Very relaxing. You were gonna start this weekend, but I have a very busy week. Brag. You're important at work. Brag. I'm just kidding. I hope you get to chillax soon. It's been so long since I've hung out with you, Void, in person. I gotta hang out again soon. I wish I could spray more water down at a time. Spoilers on whether we get that. Wow, this place is starting to look real nice. Hi, Doran. What's up? Yay! Yay! Okay, maybe one more layer of water per layer? Hi, Squirtle. You want food? Well, I gave you food, didn't I? I guess he wants me to hand it to him hand deliver food to him. This guy only ever wants food. That's like the... I'm pretty sure that's the only 2 requests he's ever made of me. And they're both food related. What a big bag. He's a hungry turtle. I'm a hungry turtle too right now, I ain't gonna lie. What a nice home. Thank you, Phone B. I didn't mean to do that. But you know what? Okay, we can live together. Well, now I feel like an asshole if I don't let them live with me. Can I kick him out? Okay. New items are available. Okay. What does this do? Oh. This is really good. Okay. And we have enough of this. Yay! Enjoy your time. Request. This week's stamp card. You can begin a stamp rally after receiving a stamp card from the PC at the Pokemon Center. Every Friday, you can exchange the stamps you've collected for life coins. Wait, this is so cute. Vulpix stamp. So cute. Bulldoze. Large and hard like a boulder. Like Golem. Okay. Really curious about where it leads to. Let's go. Take them. Okay, here we go, buddy. Why is he going off on without me? It's a big, huge beach. It feels so nice here. I'm glad we made it. There's a cave over there. It looks way too scary though. I think I'll stay here. Rare mushrooms? Cool. Drifloon! Yippee! It's the kidnapper? Oh wait, you're right about that. It does kidnap children sometimes, doesn't it? Where should I live? Nice chill home. I'll make you one. 3 riding warm updrafts. Okay, I just need 2 campfires. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Let me just water some trees real quick. Open. Thank you, Watermelon. Please make sure to share your Twitch notes so I can more Thank you, Chris Troy, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Thank you. Enjoy your Ditto badge. Suck. Okay. Okay, let me get the stick and then let's start crafting Drifloon's habitat. Oh, there's another clue here. There's 2 clues. Pretty flower bed for Pidgeot, I think. Bench with greenery. Oh, Ivy Shore. We can get Ivy Shore. Ten stones. Nice. Okay. Okay, carrot time. And then, oops, left it there. Is that not good enough for the habitat? Or did I do it wrong? Oops. Car. Greenery. Oh, a hedge. Oh, it can't just be a patch. Okay, I see now. How do we make a hedge, though? Well, I guess we'll find out later. Two bean pods, cool. Any hedges here? Thank you, Pyro, for the sub. Please make sure to share your Twitch notice so I can more properly thank you. What's happening here, guys? Bellsprout smells really good. Cool. Okay. You need logs? Do you know how to make a log table? He wants a log table. So we gotta do a lot of crafting right now. Wait, so I didn't... for the reset for 4 months. Welcome back to the university. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hello, hello. Ah, he gave me vines. Thank you. That's very nice. Okay, how about... That seems good enough, right? Maybe? And then thank you, Raz, for the reset for 2 months. Welcome back to the university. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yo, thanks, Telfer, for the raid. Hi, Telfunians. What the fuck is up? Follow me. What do you think of this game? I like it a lot. Picasso. We watched a man arrange cards for 10 hours. Was it actually 10 hours? I'm afraid that if I do a card organizing stream, it'll probably be about the same. Okay. It was more. He didn't even do anything else, like deadlock or whatever. He baited game night and then he just oh, that's a little sad. Yeah, thank you, Timotheus, for the sub. Welcome to the universe and thanks for your prime. I appreciate it. Oh, the super golf thing? We're not supposed to think, Timothy? Why? Yay, I made you a home. Enjoy, buddy. It's for the better if you don't know? Okay. I won't ask anymore then. Oh, guard. Good grief, I can't make heads or tails of this PC. Why do I see Chud Maximus? Hello, hello. Your title offends me because no one responded. Well, Dash was in here. Also, you want to play soon? Well, actually, can you ask Dash if he's down to play in 30 minutes? Because I actually want to eat first. Okay. Seems like I shouldn't go pushing buttons willy-nilly. Is that a garage? Or area gate, please place your Pokedex over the gate panel. You cannot pass through this area gate at your current trainer rank. What is trainer rank? The only folks who were able to get through that gate back in the day were humans known as professors or trainers. You look like a trainer yourself, you know, so you may be able to pass through there at some point. Am I able to train with Pokemon even though I'm a Pokemon? Ooh, we got a slender candle. Hi, Tater. Loki about to ask my friend to use his employee discount on a Switch too. Honestly, not a bad idea. Mushroom lamp? That's so sick. Smooth rock. I didn't mean to do that. 6'9". Nice. Wait, how do I... Should I punch my way over to that guy? Oh, no, I cannot do that. How do I get to him then? I'm getting my ass lost out here. Maybe I climbed it. Oh, okay. Oh, hello. Hold on. Can I punch this? No. Do you think you could help me out? Sure thing, bud. This is kind of embarrassing, but I got myself stuck in here. Bust up that wall there in front of you to help me get out. I'll do my best. Where the frick I is? It's body blocking me. Like a headbutt. Could you? Dude, I got stuck. What the flick? Okay, can I ask? How do I ask them? Can I not ask them? Hello, anyone there? Ooh, an oddish! Yay! For another friend. Oh my god, why would I pull it? Oh wow, there's so many prompts right now. There aren't many humans around here. Humans give me energy. Human kids in particular give me lots. Do your best anyway. Dolls? Okay, maybe we get him a doll. Ooh! Hello. Oh no 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 no! I didn't no 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 no. Rock towel. You can watch to find out what the game is like, but I think it's just pretty chill. Why did I say chill? And cool. Yay! More recipes. More crafting. Chud Maximus, you have a moment. The other side of that wall. Okay, well, I think... Ooh! Okay, well, I guess Suck. Whoa. I do have some faint memories of gazing out over the sea as a child. Oh, it's a lighthouse. Kind of. Box doohickey. Oh, magic card. Wait, can you fish in this game too? Oh my god. You can't fish? Oh, so it's just decoration. Wait, that kind of makes sense if like the Pokemon are kind of like villager equivalents. Like you're not supposed to fish up your villagers. I am a Ditto. I hope we can be friends. Yippee! I hope we can be friends too. An underpowered, pathetic Pokemon. Incredible. You wanna teach me something? Check up on Pokemon who are far away. Okay. Let me see here. So we can check up on this magic. Ocean fishing spot. Okay. I mean, that seems very doable. Recipe for bridge planks. Nice. Oh, I didn't even get that. How do I adjust position? My fishing fanatic big bro. How are you doing? I've been having a fun day fishing as always. By the way, have Pokemon started changing where they live? Recently, I fished up Pokemon that I used to only see in different regions. Maybe you'll catch something rare where you are too. Love, your fishing fanatic little bro. That's kind of cute. Okay, let's make some bridge planks. Ocean fishing spot details. I need fishing rod, ocean water, and seat. Yay. Yay. Hopping up on short ledges and things should be no problem for you. This seems pretty useless. Well, maybe. Okay. Press R to hop around. That's cool. Oh, this is kind of cool. This is kind of cute. I take it back. That was not that useless. Where is Tango? He's the one who brought me over here, and then he's just gonna leave like that. Ooh. Very cool. Oh, nah. Hoot hoot. Hoot hoot. 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 Cute. Yay. I know how to play jump rope. Wait, that sounds like a lot of fun, actually. Why is Timber on top of my freaking home, though? That's kind of weird, I think. Oh, I didn't do that. Okay. Where's Tangrowth? Oh wait, oh, he's back at the thing. I totally forgot about that. The lighthouse. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, good morning, or maybe good evening. Is this really recording? Oh, whatever. Let's go. Excuse me, you there. Welcome to our hideout. You look like a real hero, and you know, a real nice guy. But wait, whoever hears this might not be a guy. Forget that last part. I mean, you have honest-looking eyes. I'm certain you have a pure and worthy heart. And believe you, me, all of us have pure and worthy hearts too. After all, we're a business that uses Pokemon. I mean, we're an organized yoojin that works hard to improve the environment for the sake of all Pokemon. Oh, so this is Team R. We're fun and independent. Team Invitation Challenge. Okay. Oh, hold on a second. Read the Discord. tell me how to get the onyx out of the place, by the way? Dude, it's so cute. My character. Wait, let me... Ooh. Oh, and then with these badges from the rocket hideout, I can go into that place within the cave. Oh, yeah, these are good. Okay, but let me water some trees first. Replenish my berry stock. Oh my god, he moves so slowly. That's cute. Okay, hold up a second. I do think that I need to store some things. Yay. Okay. I think missions in general level slash ranks you up, yeah. Okay, give me one moment. I'm gonna try to get some food real quick. BRB, you guys. Oh, my face is so cold. Ow. Ow. I got kimchi jjigae. Yo, thank you, Nerderus, for the sub. Welcome to the universe. Thank you, thank you. Let me see it. Oh, well, all you see is a fried egg on top, but it's rice and kimchi stew. Yum. Oh, yeah. Well, thank you guys for helping me reach the sub goal. Yippee! Thank you, thank you. Did for my boy Ditto, but you're pretty cool too. Thank you. I appreciate it. The Ditto badge is cute. Understandable. Even Chud Maximus can't break through. If we're dealing with super solid ground, we can try spraying it with some water. Maybe they make it all squishy and stuff. Why don't we just wait for it to rain? It doesn't really rain around these parts. What if we get a cast and it rains for us? Oh, thank you, Nerderus, for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. If you receive a sub from Nerderus, please thank them for their generosity and welcome to the universe. Thank you. Oh, Dragon Slime Emo also. Person of taste. How can we get it to rain? We need a slowpoke! Oh my god. I can try. That's for Ditto too, I swear. Okay, sounds good. Oh dude, this, you can see Hibichan sleeping in the background. That's so cute. I love how chill this game is. Yeah. Hello, Combi. What's up? Aw, thank you for the Lepa Berry. That's so sweet of you. Dude, it's all starting to come together. My Pokemon Utopia. And soon they shall know me, their dictator. Okay. Do you guys want this as the background while I eat? Or would you rather me put on like a YouTube video or something? Let me know while I start chomping. Sorry, I can't escape my tyrannical tendencies even in game. Oh, I heard that if you give subs during Resident Evil Requiem, you'll get a Resident Evil sub badge now too. I guess every game is doing like a sub badge thing. Yeah, we've been playing Resident Evil Requiem. I'm so bad. Well, I'm not bad at the shooting part. I'm bad at the going through the horror stuff without like having to pause every couple of minutes. Not I don't really know what it is, but it's supposed to be a Resident Evil badge. You're like the second person who's asked me about the Ada cosplay. I don't think I would do a good job. I don't really got her assist or her musculature. Maybe if I felt more confident. Thank you, God Legacy. Isn't Umbrella the company that released the virus in the first place that made people all zombies? Or am I tripping? Hi, Emma. Yeah, that's the Umbrella badge right there. Nerderus has it on right now. I'm munching on a fried egg and kimchi stew with some pork and tofu and rice. This is my second Resident Evil. What up? I decided I'm gonna call you Chud Maximus from now on. Weren't they already calling me Chud Maximus? I'm confused. That's my name. Why does Mike sound so quiet? I don't know. Is it really quiet for you guys? The volume should be all the way up though. Is this better? Sorry for remake like my first, yeah. But I'm hoping we can play the other games at some point in time. It could also be quiet just because like when I'm eating I'm not really positioning my mouth towards the mic. But let me know if it's not just my mouth positioning. Am I sleeping on the ground right now? I think that's why your name is Bird. If I go to bed in this game, will it become daylight? Or do I replenish on TP? There's live time tracking? Oh. So is it not going to be daytime again until like 8 AM or something? I look so cute just slumped as a ditto human. I can see the Krogunk now that you mention it. I ate that whole bowl in 9 minutes. Cleared it. Oh, my belly is so thirsty. Yeah, no wonder you doofus. You fucking ate like a whole bowl of food and then... Oh, thank you so much for the 5 more gifted subs. If you received a sub from Nerderus again, please thank them for their generosity and welcome to the universe. Thank you. Oh my god, my belly is bursting. Okay. At 7:41, so in 5 minutes we might be switching gears. That was for the food. Thank you. And I'm up. Ooh, there's honey. Is there a way to make more decorations? Wooden plate. This is a decoration. Let's make this. What are they all assembling for? Oh, we're all looking at the stars. This is a really great game, you guys. This is a really good game. I don't know why I'm crying. I don't know why that made me cry. Oh, what a great game this is. Oh god. Okay. Oh, get it together, Yoojin. Oh shit. Oh. No, but unfortunately I can't drop Apex because I actually have a squad and they have actually been delayed several times today. Okay, I need more mushrooms for the lamps. Okay, so they ate some. Okay, where do you have to go again for I think that made me emotional in hindsight because, like, oh, here he is. Because that's just so wholesome, man. Hello. Do I know you? Oh, are we friends? Maybe. It's nice to meet you. He's so cute! It's incredibly slow and dopey. It takes 5 seconds for it to feel pain when under attack. Oh my god. He has literally no freaking defense mechanism. Make it rain. Cool. Ground's really bumpy around here, right? It's hard to walk. Wooden steps. Okay. Okay. So let us make steps then. Start making the ground moist. Okay, my bad. Step, step. Step. Hi, Bulbasaur. Okay, I keep water in place. Step. Okay, step. Moist. Step. Okay, I think this should be good, right? I think it should be good. I mean, Bulbasaur made it all the way out here, so it should be fine, right? Sure is. He's actually so slow. I know that's his name and everything, but holy shit, he's so slow. Yeah, incredible weather we're having. But at least, okay, so I'm pretty sure we're on the right path though. Haha, get it? Because, he still has a music note above his head. Where are you going? You're not on the path. There's no more, uh-oh. Surely we're okay still, right? Okay, we're back. We're back. It's not I'm not the noob! His AI is telling him not to walk on the soft and paven road. Thank you, Chud XD, for the sub. Welcome to the YouTubers. Thank you. We share the same name. My name in game is Chud Maximus right now. I don't know why he keeps like walking left when like our team growth is on the right. Oh god, please, please. You can make it. Oh yes. It's right here. It's right here. I made it. Good for you. Good for us. Rain falls when a slowpoke yawns. Is that true? I don't know. Is it true? Could you please yawn for us? I'm not really sleepy right now. I'll give it a shot. That yawn was 70 points. What are you talking about? Wasn't a serious yawn at all. It was a mere 70-point yawn. We need Slowpoke to give a full 100-point yawn. You just making stuff up. A little bit more humidity. Oh, I can do that. I have a damp rock, right? Where did I put it, though? Okay, hold up a second. Ooh, wait, we can pull this. Ooh, big carrot. Let's see if that helps. 71 points! Spring water. Wait, I did all those. I did all those without even being asked. Come on now. What the flickety flick? What about this rock? 71 points still. Aww. I didn't water everything enough? I'm trying so hard. Look at this. I'm gonna give you a berry. Should I lay out another picnic basket around this area? I actually can't keep delaying Apex. I do want to play Apex, but I also want to play this game. Okay, hold on a second. Let me ask. Yeah. What should I do? ask around to see if they have any ideas. Oh wait, I see a quest prompt. Okay. Or is that even a prompt? Hydrated tall grass. Do we not have a place like this? Okay, what else is there? Do you have a sec? Sure. Have the Pokemon follow you? Okay. Follow me. Wanna move in here? Hydrated tall grass. Yeah, it is. Okay. You're sort of drowsy? Oh, I'm coming! I'm coming! 80 points. What should I do? Okay. Ooh, we leveled up. Nice, level 4. This is very cool. What is this? Community box? Oh, hell yeah, I'll take one. Berry basket. Ooh. This is cute. That's a decoration, though. You need this game bad? Yeah, it's really good. Okay. Okay, guys. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, haha. Cause I love playing this game. But I also love playing Apex Legends, if you could believe it.